behalf of the rest of the executive committee, let's give a big round of applause for Utah for hosting us this year. And we'll go with some really brief introductions. I know that sometimes that takes a little bit of time, but 2 years in a row being in person, we should make this a thing, right? Let's keep this going. So we'll do some real quick introductions, just your name and affiliation. So when we're hanging out at the most important part of the evening later tonight during social hour, we'll have some names to put to faces. So if Tom, I can start with you.
Tom Booth, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency.
And let's go this way and zigzag. Let's go this way, just keep going across.
Oh, sorry. Laura Hertz, Bureau of Recreation, Dakota Zero Dogs.
Ben Holland, North Dakota Game and Fish A&S Coordinator.
Scott Sterling, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers out of North Dakota.
Glenn Dalton with the Hilton Gateway Board.
Kelly Stockman-Fitty with KASF Consulting. Nicole Swenson, Fish and Wildlife Service, Region 7, Anchorage, Alaska.
Sarah Piccolomini, biologist with U.S. Geological Survey. Amy Ray, also biologist with USGS. Amy Nagel, also biologist with USGS.
Russ Gordon, Wyoming Game and Fish.
I'm Jason Beauvais, Vice President at Istonish.
He's special.
Welcome. Clem Wasachek, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Quinn Davis, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Daniel Oler, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Kate Duquette, Arizona Game and Fish.
Teresa Thome with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the Pacific region.
Gina Hoff, USBR, Region 9.
Caitlin Quincy, Western Aquatic Plant Management Society and CPRO.
John Wolseger, National Park Service Fish and Aquatic Invasives Program.
Heidi McMaster, Bureau of Reclamation.
Michael Rodriguez, Division of Boating and Waterways with California.
Mathieu Tessier from O0 Solutions.
Olivier Liberge, also from O0 Solutions.
Adam Sepulveda, USGS.
Tanner Davis, South Dakota AIS Coordinator.
Vanessa Salazar, Kansas Wildlife and Parks, AIS Biologist.
Michael Parr, AIS Biologist with Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks.
Sarah Rickliffs, Invasive Species Action Network.
Zach Crete, Prevention Quarter, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Russ Hartzell, AIS Prevention Specialist with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Greg McLean, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Early Detection Coordinator.
Ryan Carlson, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Becca Donaldson, working with Missoula County as the AIS Coordinator.
Hi, Elizabeth Brown, President of EBIC.
Good morning, everyone. Barak Shamai, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Hi, Cassie Mellon with Bureau of Land Management.
Emily Fry, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency.
Chris Killian, Tahoe Resource Conservation District.
James Dominguez, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, AIS Coordinator.
Robert Walters, Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Jonas Grunman, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers.
Zach Burnside with Wildlife Forever.
I'm Tom Ashley. I'm with the Bureau of Reclamation.
Stevie Kelso, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Shannon Leroy, National Park Service.
Hello, Quetzal Elmore with the National Park Service at Glen Canyon.
Mike Evans, Sergeant, Utah Division of Wildlife Law Enforcement Section.
I'm Josh Newfer. I'm a Resources Manager for the Bureau of Reclamation out of Nebraska.
Good morning, everyone. Justin Bush, State of Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Hi, Stephen Phillips, Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission.
Hello, I'm Scott Dalabout. I'm a retired old guy.
Bruce Johnson, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Crystal Tucker, AIS Sergeant for the northern half of Utah DWR.
Casey Silva, AIS Coordinator for Utah Division of Wildlife.
Skylar Wolf, Utah Division of Wildlife.
Rick Boatner, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Bill Janowski, Region 2 Forest Service, Rocky Mountains.
Michelle Cox, Forest Service, Region 1, Invasive Species Program Manager.
Thanks. Tom Terrio, Research Scientist, Fisheries and Oceans Canada.
Chris Gianni, California State Lands Commission's Marine Invasive Species Program.
Mark Sappington, National Park Service at Lake Mead.
Jacob Bradford, Bureau of Reclamation, Missouri Basin Region.
Travis Beam, Wyoming Game and Fish.
Josh Leonard, Wyoming Game and Fish AIS Coordinator.
I'm Wolf, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Austin Janes, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Andrew Rivers, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
I'm Jaden Duckworth from Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks.
Katie Finley Squeaky from the Confederate Salish Kootenai Tribes.
Cynthia Tate, Forest Service, retired.
Hi, I'm Mark Apfelbacher with CD3 Systems.
Sorry, Chuck Bardron, University of Georgia.
Leah Alwell, WRP Coordinator.
Michael Stevenson, Idaho Power Company.
Nate Owens, Heart of the Rockies Initiative.
Jay Shirley, Director, Division of Wildlife Resources in Utah.
Russ Franklin with the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program.
Todd Adams, Utah Department of Natural Resources. And I'm gonna have our audio guys also introduce themselves because this all happens because of them.
Thank you. I'm Mike Christensen with the Utah Division of Wildlife.
Seth Majors with the DNR.
Paul Gedge with DNR. And again, thank you for coming to Salt Lake City. Whether you're here in person or remote, it is a pleasure to help you. If there's something we can do during the day, please just stop one of us. Thank you.
Well, thanks everybody. That's a great turnout. Ooh. Getting a little bit of feedback, but that's okay. I think we got almost every state from the West, plus of lots of our guests here today. I know Chris Starr from Nebraska was here yesterday, but I think we have every state represented. Might be the first, at least in the contingent United States, so that's really great. So really appreciate everybody being here, and for the folks online, thank you for joining us today. I'm gonna turn it over to Justin Shirley. He is Utah's Director of Division of Wildlife. He's gonna give us an introduction to Utah. So Justin, or Jay, I think you introduced yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, I don't get called Justin very often. When I do, it's usually not in a good circumstance. I can think back to my childhood a few times getting called that. It gives you a little bit of pause. So, and then in court, I also get called Justin. So anyway, you can call me Jay, but I get called a lot of things. So anyway, I am excited to be here this morning and welcome you to Utah. If any of you didn't fly in on Delta, you probably got your workout just getting out of our Salt Lake Airport. So that's good. I know they've put some signs in there on how many steps you get to take just to get out of the airport. So congratulations on making it to this point. So I'm the director of the Division of Wildlife Resources. I came up through our law enforcement section. In 2006, I transferred to Monticello, Utah as the sergeant. Was lucky enough to get that position and super excited about that. And I supervised the Bullfrog District as part of the officers that I supervised. And it wasn't long after that we got our AIS program ramped up, and I got to be a part of the initial work that was being done at Lake Powell, and it is just mind-boggling to me to think of where we are today compared to where we were, and the collaboration between partners, the work that's being done, just the support that we have for our AIS program in the state is strong, and it has produced results. And that's due to not just the dedication of our employees, but also the dedication of our partners that have been involved in helping us. And there's many, and that is super exciting. I wanted to start today by showing a quick video. This is we produce a video every year that we share to the legislature when we're gearing up to have our budget discussions. And this is the one from 2022, and I wanted to share it. I think it tells a good story about our agency. It tells where we currently are and what our priorities are. So let's start with that if we can, Mike and Paul. Thank you.
We've all had that day. A day when the sky was bluer and the canyon steeper. When the river rushed and the world slowed down. It was the day you landed that trout after a fierce battle in the stream. Or hiked through the hills and brush to bring down a buck. Or finally spotted the birds you'd been waiting so long to see. Do you remember your day of adventure? Do you remember who went with you? There's a good chance you came home from that trip with dirt under your fingernails and a grin on your face. It was a day you'll never forget. At the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources, we're working to give you more of those memorable days. It sounds simple on the surface, but delivering better outdoor experiences and more remarkable days means tackling the biggest challenges. Many of these issues are complex. They're far larger than one agency or organization, and they require ongoing work, which is why our partnerships are critical. All of our partners are passionate about Utah's wildlife and our outdoor spaces. If you went hunting, fishing, hiking, or camping in Utah this past year, the drought was inescapable. The potential for catastrophic wildfires was high, but Utahns were very careful. We had fewer large fires than our neighboring states and took extraordinary steps to conserve water. We took other important steps too, increasing daily catch limits at dozens of lakes and reservoirs to ensure fish wouldn't go to waste, decreasing deer hunting permits to protect vulnerable populations, working with conservation groups to build wildlife guzzlers and haul water to them. We also worked closely with our agricultural partners to help protect their properties from hungry wildlife. Of course, working with Utah's farmers and ranchers has always been a top priority. We're committed to decreasing depredation and crop damage on private property. Landowners are key partners in many of our wildlife and habitat programs. In 2017, we worked with many longtime partners to launch the Utah Wildlife Migration Initiative. As part of the initiative, we've placed GPS tracking collars on thousands of animals. We're working with our university partners to study when and where these animals migrate, and to know what hazards they face along the way. Then we work with other partners, like UDOT, to build wildlife crossing structures that improve safety for both people and wildlife. We're also learning which areas are prime feeding grounds for wildlife. Then we can work with our habitat restoration partners on strategic improvements through Utah's Watershed Restoration Initiative. Since 2006, the Watershed Restoration Initiative has restored more than 2.2 million acres in Utah. Over the years, we've worked with hundreds of conservation-minded partners to restore river corridors, remove invasive plants, reduce the severity of wildfires, replant watersheds with drought-resistant plants, and increase habitat for wildlife and forage for livestock. Because of this work, our public lands are healthier and more productive for Utah's people and animals. Some of the main targets for watershed improvements have been our own wildlife management areas. We purchased these lands with funds from hunting and fishing license sales. They are places that provide critical habitat for wildlife. and great places for Utahns to hunt and fish. We protect these areas for the people we serve and the species we manage. Last year, with the help of the legislature and our many conservation partners, we were excited to add a new wildlife management area in Cache and Weber counties. At more than 8,100 acres, the new Cinnamon Creek WMA has a genetically pure population of cutthroat trout and is also home to deer, elk, moose, greater sage grouse, and sharp-tailed grouse. We're thrilled that Utahns who love wildlife will be able to access and enjoy this special area for years to come. We also had other remarkable achievements in the past year. With funding help from the Utah legislature, we were able to deploy a decontamination dip tank outside Lake Powell. This first-of-its-kind tool has made it faster and easier to remove invasive quagga mussels from boats that visit the lake. We worked with multiple partners to inspect more than 315,000 boats and perform over 7,300 decontaminations during the 2021 boating season. Last year, we also saw the downlisting of 2 endangered fish species. Both the June sucker and the humpback chub moved from endangered to threatened under the Endangered Species Act. And another fish, the virgin spine dace, was determined to not need listing of any kind. To the hundreds of partners who make our work possible, we couldn't do it without you. Your passion and hard work are transformative, and you've improved the quality of life for all Utahns. If you're among Utah's hunters and anglers, you have our deepest thanks. People who hunt and fish are the backbone of wildlife conservation in this country, and do more to help fund and support wildlife management than anyone else. We are grateful to all of you and hope you can get back out to Utah's wild places again soon. It's time to see more wildlife, explore new areas, and make incredible memories with your loved ones.
I know that the dip tank portion of that video will be discussed in length, but I think it shows the support that we have in the state. That was, I think, to the tune of almost $5 million that we got for installing dip tanks. We're still working through that project. So just amazing support. And I think this video highlights what we try to achieve here in Utah is a culture of building partnerships to get things done, which is, I think this is the third time, I could be wrong, I think this is the third time that Utah has hosted this conference. And for us, it's exciting to have everyone here represented and everyone here working for the same common good. And we're excited to be the host and hope that you have a great time while you're here. And please let us know if there's anything we can do to make it better. Now, last thing, I brought some prizes, and I know this group deserves prizes. And I thought it would be fun to do like a quagga inspection on your chair. So I came really early, installed a few quagga mussels for inspection. I didn't realize the chairs were gonna be so tight, but you do want one of these prizes. So we'll give everyone, I don't know, what's the normal, Daniel, for inspection time? All right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds, inspect your chair, be careful and respectful of your neighbor at the same time. They might look like quagga mussels. If you have one, raise your hand, hoot and holler. Gum does not count. It might look like gum. Do we have any winners yet? Oh, there's one right there. Right? There should be 4 winners. We got 2 winners. I think it's over here somewhere. I am going to be embarrassed if the Utah team does not find the quagga mussel. And I think there's one over here somewhere. I brought all I could muster of our team wildlife hats. So we gave our employees each one of these for Christmas, so. Yeah.
Oh, you want it back?
No, you can have it. It's a sunflower seed, actually, because we couldn't, this is Utah, we couldn't even find quagga mussels. That's how good our team is. Oh, Daniel found one. That's a good thing. I think the last one, oh boy, I hate to put someone on the spot over here, but you guys might want to inspect it real close. It should be on the floor. Let's give this to, here you go. Might not be. If someone finds it, you're going to have to fight over that. Anyway, sorry, I hope I didn't take too much time. Do appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. It's always good to start the day with a little bit of activity, so I hope you got your juices flowing. I'm going to turn it over to our keynote speaker, Todd Adams. He serves as the Deputy Director of Utah Department of Natural Resources. The department comprises of 8 divisions: forestry, fire, and state lands, oil and gas and mining, and state parks and recreation, Utah Geologic Survey, water rights, water resources, and wildlife resources. And 2 offices, public land policy, coordinating and energy development. A native of Logan, Utah, Todd graduated from Utah State University with a bachelor's and master's degrees in civil engineering with an emphasis in water resources. He's a registered professional engineer with the state of Utah, and today he's going to tell a story about how drought and invasive species impact the Great Salt Lake. So, Todd.
Well, thanks for having me, and welcome to Utah. I'm a recovering engineer, so you're going to have to put up with a lot of great slides. This is a picture up at Bear Lake that I snapped one day long time ago, and I just love it because it shows what I love. And we're gonna look at some pictures of other things that I love, but let's get started. So as stated, the Department of Natural Resources has eight different divisions, 2 offices. We have about 2,200 employees that are doing lots and lots of cool things, as you saw in the video that Jay had. It's an amazing place to work, and I feel really, really fortunate to be working alongside with our officers and our employees. Here's our core statement, our core things that we work on in enhancing water security and certainty, protecting the health of our lands and watersheds, wildlife, and our people, advancing the stewardship of our public lands, outdoor recreation, and our energy and minerals portfolio. As you're well aware, in the last 5 or 6 years, we've had a big drought, actually the last 20 years, but this shows the last several years. In 2018, we had a drought declaration because it was so dry. We had an average snowpack. I, as a practicing engineer and working in hydrology, somewhere between 80 and 120 to me is about normal. Then 2020 came along. We had a second hottest summer on record and driest. 2021 didn't help. 2022 was terrible. And 2023, oh my heck, we set new records. So it's been crazy. That's, as an engineer and loving numbers, in Utah, you know how you calculate averages? 1 foot on the fire and 1 foot on ice, and somewhere in between, you're at about average. Because of all of the drought and everything going on, we had some awesome legislation. Prior to 2022, we had several things with the Great Salt Lake Advisory Council, brine shrimp, resolution recognizing the importance of the Great Salt Lake. In 2022, as the drought was enhanced, we got lots more legislation. And I won't read it all, but there's a list of a lot of direction that we got from our legislature and our politicians. And in 2023, it looked like, oh my goodness, here we go again. And we got more investment in our resources, to the tune of about $500 million. Over the last couple of years, we've been very, very fortunate for a couple $1 billion. So again, the recovering engineer, we're going to get to our hydrology. This is a long-term chart of our Virgin River at Virgin, now down at St. George. The average is about 140,000 acre feet that runs through this USGS stream gauge. If you look at the median, it's about 120. You got to remember on the Virgin, 1/3 of the time you're in flood and 2/3 of the time you're in drought. So a median and an average sometimes don't work very well. You look at the last several years right here of where we've been, real highs, real lows. That's what we get to work in. I will talk a little bit later about past things that I did with modeling, and I used to model the Virgin River. So it's awesome to see on the video the fishes that are recovering on this river system. Here's the Bear River. This is up at the top of the state, and the long-term average is 1.2 million acre feet that essentially flow into the Great Salt Lake. If you look at the average over since 2000, we have just about 800,000 acre feet of water that has flowed into the lake. But since 1990s, you can see a lot of red on this chart, and that's flows that are 50% or below the average. So it has been extremely dry. Great Salt Lake elevation. In my lifetime and in my career, well, in 1986, I was a junior at USU, go Aggies. This is what the lake looked like. We had all sorts of flooding from the mid-'80s, and the lake had swollen to a record high of just under 4212. In 2000, 10 years into my career, it had gone down to the long-term average. Long-term average of the Great Salt Lake's around 4,200. And just recently, we set a new record low, unfortunately, of 4188.5. Then 2023 happened. What a year. This is the snow water equivalent for the state of Utah. You can see that black line set all sorts of new records. The previous years, we were down in the reds and pushing that red bottom line down even further. So awesome, awesome. Two stream gauges, the Bear River near Corinne, which I showed you earlier, we were at all-time lows right here. And then we're above 75th percentile. The Weber River at Gateway, same thing. All-time lows on the black line and then well above the 75th percentile. What does that mean for the Great Salt Lake? Well, at the red lines down there at the bottom, it was so low that the USGS gauge wouldn't record those numbers. They had to make those from some other gauges. We came up 5.5 feet. We've gone down around 1.5. Currently, we're around 4192.4. And back in January, because of the salinity on the lake getting extremely high, we closed or increased the berm at the causeway. For those of you who don't know, across the Great Salt Lake, there's a railroad and there's a causeway, and it separates the north arm from the south arm. The north arm is extremely salty, very saline, and in the south arm, it's less, but because we weren't getting flows into the lake and it was getting so low, the salinities were coming up. We'll talk more about that here in just a second. There's the long-term look. You can see the long-term average is 4204. There's the previous, or where we're at today, 4192, and then the previous low of 4188. Here's a chart of the salinity. You can see this is where we were above the recommended good spot on the lake for salinity and the brine shrimp and the birds. We've dropped down to, or a healthy range, around 15% or so. So things have happened because of the runoff that we receive. Great Salt Lake is a very complex basin, 36,000 square miles, 4 states, 18 counties, bunch of cities, bunch of people, groundwater aquifers, wetlands. And it's very complex. 2.6 million people were expected to grow the state to about 6 million, 1.5 million acres of farmland. You can read the rest, but the interesting thing is there's lots of different behaviors, attitudes, and values of what the Great Salt Lake should and shouldn't be. As a modeler, I was taught very early in my career, there's a really simple model of the Great Salt Lake. It's called 1, 2, 3. And this is about, at an elevation around 4,200, 1 million acre feet of precipitation lands on the lake. 2 million acre feet of water runs off from our streams, and 3 million acre feet evaporate every year. So we have a steady state lake. Now, when precipitation is less or inflow is less, the elevation is less, but the evaporation stays about the same. Currently, at our current levels, precipitation inflow are less, and our evaporation is around 2.3 or 2.4 million acre feet on an annual basis. So real simple. Dr. Stauffer, who hired me at Water Resources, taught me this, and I haven't forgotten it. Great Salt Lake is competing for lots of water. Agricultural, municipal, industrial, or mineral extraction companies, reservoir evaporation of those reservoirs that showed in the basin, and our managed wetlands. Those are awesome places, but they all compete for water. We're trying to find solutions to help us. That chart there shows the water use depletion, and so agricultural is a big part of it. M&I is a big part of it. When you start looking at mineral extraction in our managed wetlands, they're a big part of it too. Very important though. Those wetlands are critical links to our flyways for all of the birds that come and visit the Great Salt Lake. 12 million birds visit the Great Salt Lake. All sorts of species. I love it. I love to duck hunt, love to goose hunt, love to swan hunt, all of those types of things. Love to play on and in and around the Great Salt Lake, as well as the reservoirs above. So we need to protect our Great Salt Lake. As our Great Salt Lake decreases, we have regional consequences: dust, air quality, reduced snow. When we help the lake, we protect all of those things. Again, cool picture, right? Love being out there. There's no one silver bullet. As you can see there, we've got 6 silver bullets. We're going to have to do lots of different things to make it work. We need to take action. And we've had a lot of help, as you saw, from the legislature. It's a critical resource, and despite this epic water supply that we had, we need to continue to use our water supply efficiently in our ag, in our M&I, and those types of things. Mother Nature did her part, we need to do ours. If we're not in a drought, we will be. And it affects all of our lives. Another really cool picture. Now, as I said, we have a lot of competing interests on the lake, and these are my grandkids. We're out enjoying a boating day on the lake, and as you can see, EJ and I are loving the picture, and we're showing off and smiling. EJ's little sister is more concerned about the licorice in his hand. So there's lots of competing interest in all that we do. We had a fun time on the lake. Sorry, a little personal, but looking to our future, this is what we're for. You know, in Utah, 2/3 of our growth is from within. That's our kids and our grandkids. We need to utilize technology. We need to be more responsible in all the many things, long-term and short-term. Now, Bruce asked me to talk about AIS, and I said, man, to you all that work on this every day, you sure you want me? And he says, yeah. And I says, okay, but I'm going to talk about it from my perspective. Back in 2007, I was then a new assistant director for the Division of Water Resources, and I had a staff member telling me all about these these mussels. And I said, okay. He started telling me how bad they were, and I'm like, okay. And in 2013, when they ultimately became into Lake Powell, he said, see, I told you so. And I said, yep, you did. I said, what do we do? And he says, well, you can fix them with potassium permanganate. I said, okay. Calculate for me, again, engineer, calculate for me what we would need to do that. So he calculated it for me, and I said, well, that probably take the world's supply of potassium permanganate. That's probably not going to work. We need to make sure we're working with others and do those things. And in 2013, or since 2013, our DNR employees, our AIS employees, our DWR officers, our engineers, our friends, our partners have worked and done tons and tons of work. And in Utah, luckily, we've kept them, for the most part, in one region. Because we've inspected, we've educated, we've done lots of different things, and I just, hats off to the folks that are working on that. And again, you all could do this presentation way better than I can, but we're gonna give it a try. So part of our Utah EIS program goals is continue the containment at Lake Powell, try to prevent any infestations at other water bodies, which we've done a good job so far. Conduct the watercraft inspections, database monitoring, where we've launched our boats, and we'll have another slide with yours truly in it, and goofing around, so, and monitor inspection. Dip tanks, you saw that, pretty cool, and I see on your agenda that you're gonna get to go see it. These are awesome. I went and visited one that we had down at Utah Lake as it was opening up. Absolutely amazing. We've spent $4 million, or will spend that by the end of this fiscal year, and we're only state that it utilizes and has them. Really cool. Hope you're all planning on attending that. Here's a goofball with his new AIS sticker, number 981, of about 5,000 given out in the first 3 months. We have 60,000 motorized watercraft in Utah, and it's required for all our residents and non-residents. From that sticker, we've developed, or will develop, 100,000. I think so far we've developed $100,000 of revenue that will be put back in our AIS program. So there I am goofing around in my garage, putting my new sticker on. We're also working on camera tracking systems. 5 camera trailers have been purchased and installed. We're still working on making these work. We've had some success with one company that we've gone to a different thing. With AI, we're much more efficient, and we're getting more efficient. We're learning tons, and this is going to be awesome and speedy when this process hopefully gets working a little bit further. So, and our partnerships. Can you tell me how you're using AI with that system? You know what? I'm going to hold your question because we're almost done, and then I'm probably going to turn you over to Jay or Bruce because they will tell you. But essentially, these are set up at ramps, and as a boat comes on, it's reading the bow number, and it can tell where that boat has been through the database and where it's come from, and look at the interdiction. Bruce, I got a thumbs up, so. Okay. And our partnerships are essential. Working with all of you that are in this room, side by side, together, it's so essential for the success of these programs. And thank you. Here's another wonderful picture of a lake, and I'm here for questions. I do need to leave shortly. We are having an employee appreciation lunch for our folks in the central region, so I'm gonna have to bust out of here, but I wish you a great conference. I don't know if we have time, or I've probably gone over time. 2 or 3 questions if we have, and if they're really hard, those guys over there are gonna, or wherever you guys are gonna get to answer them. So, any questions? Okay.
Hold on, Dee. The graph showed in the 1960s that the water level had gone down to almost comparable to.
That was the previous low, yes.
Okay. And so with that, did we get started with conservation efforts then, or was it?
You know, I'm a positive person for the most part. There's sometimes when I'm get a little angry, but yes. And I believe our stewards not only our municipal industrial, we've become more and more efficient as we've metered and we've become smarter, but our agricultural folks, they have always tried to be as efficient as they can. Working for the Division of Water Resources as a staff member all the way up to a division director, we had a funding program that would help farmers, irrigation companies become more efficient with, went from sprinkle to wheel lines or hand lines or center pivots that have become more efficient with the water. So yeah, absolutely, since the early 40s or 50s, I believe we have. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. Can we always do better? We'll continue to try. Any other questions? Okay, going once, going twice, gone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. We appreciate I think I can speak for everybody. We appreciate Utah being one of our strong leaders on this effort, and so thank you for protecting our precious resources throughout the West. So appreciate it. Thanks again. And also, I think those personal touches and anecdotes are important. Our personal interactions, that's what makes this group so powerful. So I think let's keep that going at social hour this evening. So we're going to start our first session, Utah Perspectives on Invasive Species. I'm going to turn it over to Russ Franklin. He's going to talk about the Provo River Delta Restoration Project. And Russ is the project manager for the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program and is with the Central Utah Water Conservation District. Pardon me, Conservancy District. Russ.
Good morning. I know it's never good to have this much water, but you know, we will get out of here on time, I promise you that. But for some reason, talking up here in front of a lot of people, I do get parched. I do move a lot. I do burn a lot of calories. So I brought my running shoes, I brought my water, and we're going to get going on this. I am not an engineer. I am a biologist, a wildlife biologist. So hopefully, you know, if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, maybe we can have some questions afterwards, or you can email me. But let's get going with it. So here's the name of the slide, the June Sucker Recovery Implementation Program, but basically be so good they can't ignore you. So just to kind of give some perspective, the June sucker was listed as endangered on April 30th. Hopefully my slide looks a little bit different on my computer at home. On April 30th, 1986. Fast forward a few years, about 13 years, and the species had gone precipitously low. We were roughly in 1998 less than 300 spawning individuals. So obviously not going in a great direction. Listed in 86, it got even worse by 1998. Anybody who's dealt with endangered species, I know we're talking about non-native and invasive species at this conference, but anybody who's had to deal with endangered or threatened species, sometimes it feels like there's never an on-ramp. They get on and they're always there. They'll never be delisted or downlisted. It's almost a road that never ever ends. So this is how, and this is, you know, not my slide per se. This is, you know, how people have described it over the years to me of how it felt. So I like this quote, "Be so good they can't ignore you." And that is from Steve Martin. Obviously there's a picture of Steve. And I think this is how, especially when you're not dealing with charismatic megafauna. Many of us, you know, everybody knows about certain endangered species. They know about, you know, if they look good, if they feel good, but, you know, I'm dealing with the June sucker. The name itself doesn't sound good. It's a fish species. How many people are, you know, get excited? They want to hug a fish. They want to, there's a few fishermen who like to kiss fishes, but, you know, but typically it's not, you know, charismatic. So when it comes to a species like this, we've got to be so good. We've got to do so good that they can't ignore it. They can't ignore how good we're doing. But like any scientist, sometimes, as you see on the I think it's on your right or left, your left, my right. One of those hard things, you know, to learn. But we complicate things. So we try to do the KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid. We wanted to recover this species, we wanted to get it delisted, but how are we going to do that? We needed to keep it simple. Hopefully I didn't jump too far. Okay. In 2002, so we talked about 1998, how there was less than 300 spawning individuals of the June sucker. In 1992, the June sucker program was formed. It was formed With 7 agencies and 1 special interest group, now we're up to 9 and 1, so almost 10. But to keep it simple, to get everybody at the table, there was 2 main goals. One was to recover the June sucker and get it delisted. The other was to continue the operation and use of our water resources. Between that, we brought our state and federal and also 1 special interest group together, and we could all agree upon this. We didn't need to complicate it. We said, this is our goal. This is what we're going to do. So based upon this, we said we need a roadmap. Now we know we've got our goals, we have our direction, we've got 2 goals. How are we going to accomplish this? Basically, we have 6 criteria. We call them recovery elements. Everybody here obviously can read, but non-native and sport fish management, habitat development and maintenance, water management for the protection of the June sucker, genetic augmentation, we've got research, and then obviously information and education. That last one, everyone always goes, well, what's that about? Are you educating yourselves? Well, yes, we're always learning more, but also the public. We always reach out to not only the public, but to other agencies. Once again, there's a lot of stigma with trying to recover a fish species. There's a lot of stigma. I don't remember if you guys have going down to Utah Lake at all, or if you guys have been involved in it at all, but there is a stigma about the lake and about the June sucker. So this was a big part saying, hey, we need to do this. It's just as important as the other five steps. So everyone's probably most aware of this program when it comes to to carp removal. So that was one of the big things that we undertook, started in 2009. Since 2009, the program has removed almost 30 million pounds of carp from Utah Lake. The main driver of this was, of the biomass in Utah Lake, 90% of the biomass was made up, of the fish biomass was made up of carp. So we wanted to achieve a 75% reduction, which was achieved in 2017, but now we have some variations depending upon the years. The main driver of this was to reestablish macrophytes. We said we need the macrophytes out in the lake. We need habitat for the fish to hide from predators. We need protection for the larvae and the year of young June sucker. And to do this, we need to reduce the carp and the biomass out in the lake. So this is probably, when people hear about the June sucker program, especially here locally, this is what they know. They're like, oh yeah, you guys are the carp guys. You guys remove carp on Utah Lake. If there's one thing about Utah Lake, it is very, very good at growing fish. It's one of the best warm water fisheries there is. Unfortunately, we have carp in there, and we're very, very good at growing big carp. I think the average, was it last year or the year before, I think 8-point-something pounds was the average size of the carp in Utah Lake. We do really good at growing fish. We've got great bass in there. We have other fish out there, but once carp get in there, as many of you know, it's hard to get them out. Another thing that we have, we are in the 2nd driest state in the union. Todd gave a great presentation about the drought. Obviously, a fish is a water obligate species, and where it's only found in Utah Lake. We need water, and it spawns. So we need spawning flows. And so the program has acquired roughly 30,000 acre-feet of water. I work at the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. I deal with water. So to me, 30,000 acre-feet means something. I don't know if that means a lot to some of you guys, but 30,000 acre-feet is a lot of water, especially in a desert. For a fish species to go down, we have 1 creek, which is pretty much a river, and then we have the bigger Provo River that we send these flows down for spawning flows. So 30,000 acre-feet to actually in the desert to get this water for fish is a big, big deal. To give an idea for the value in this water, if we were to sell this water, the value would probably be north of $6 million. That's the value of this water, and it probably is even higher to try to get the water in this day and age. But the people who started the program, they had the foresight to actually purchase a lot of these water shares, so we're able to do this. There in the center, it shows the hydrographs that we target. There's 3 hydrographs. We have the dry hydrograph, we have the moderate, and we have the wet. Obviously, this year we followed the wet hydrograph, but on dry years we try to follow the dry hydrograph. Genetic integrity and augmentation. We have a fish hatchery up in Logan. Since I think they started stocking in the early 90s, really didn't ramp it up until the mid-2000s. But realistically, we've stocked over 1 million June sucker that we've raised in captivity, which has been impressive. Since 2002, when the program was started, there's been a lot of research. We've partnered with a lot of universities. We've looked at all different points trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to get the species off the endangered species list? And going through this, we learned a lot. We said, okay, we're stocking fish out there. We're stocking, we've changed the size of fish that we're stocking so it's more effective. They have a better chance of survival in there. We looked at, how many eggs are they producing? Are they spawning? How many spawners are coming up? And what we did find on here is that we had a missing piece. We've got a lot more fish out in the lake than we've ever had since, since the mid-90s. We've got so many fish up there at the hatchery that we're depending upon the year, we're choosing how big a fish we want to select for. We've got water, so we've got spawning fish coming up. I'll talk about it here in a minute, but we're having some of the largest spawning runs we've ever had in history as far as since we started monitoring the spawning runs. But the one thing that we are missing is natural recruitment. We've got carp that we're removing out of the lake, but we're not seeing the recruitment of the macrophytes to provide for that brood rearing and nursery habitat. So if you look at it, Todd was talking about the Great Salt Lake is, I think 15.8 million acre feet is what the Great Salt Lake is. That's how much water capacity it holds. Utah Lake only holds 880,000 acre feet. Big difference though is Utah Lake is very, very shallow, but it's quite large as well. It's 24 miles long on a good year and about 13 miles wide. So 148 square miles. I encourage you, if you don't get down to Utah Lake, to try to get down there just to see how big this lake is and just think about trying to do any management on a lake this size. And it's quite shallow. So thinking about it, saying, okay, we're not getting the macrophyte reestablishment that we want right now, that we need for the natural recruitment for this larvae June sucker. The original channel, the Provo River, it was very channelized throughout the history, basically like a bathtub. So the fish are coming up, they get to the spawning areas, they spawn, larvae start to float down. You've got white bass and other fish as the larvae are just kind of floating there. There's nothing to hide them. They're just getting eaten. So they said, okay, that's not good. So you're making all these fish and they get eaten, and what are we going to do about it? Well, we're not going to recover the entire lake. It's cost prohibitive. We don't have that much money. So what we're going to do is we're going to select certain areas and we're going to do habitat restoration. We're going to create deltas to provide the brood rearing and nursery habitat for the June sucker. Well, let's start small. So in 2016, they completed the Hobble Creek Delta Restoration. It's commonly known as the Hobble Creek Wildlife Management Area down there. 24 acres on Hobble Creek, which is one of the spawning streams, creeks, or rivers that the June sucker does use. If you look on the left, that's before the vegetation was reestablished after they had kind of gave the meandering river once it passed under I-15. On the right is a few years later, once the vegetation had reestablished. I don't have a picture from this year, but this year, due to the high flows, over 90% of it was inundated in water. The question is, you built this in 2016, did it work? We know the science works, in theory it works, but how did it actually perform? Quite well. Picture on my left, yes, your left, we're working again on this, I have to hold it in my hand here, but the picture on the left is from this year. About a week and a half ago, we had some folks from the Division of Wildlife Resources. They were snorkeling down there and taking photos. They saw schools of thousands of June sucker out in Hobble Creek. The picture on the bottom right, that is from earlier this year. That is from a fish that overwintered in Hobble Creek, as well as these. So here are some year of young from last year. So these are 2022 spawning fish. The interesting thing to note about this is in Hobble Creek, tagged fish, we have permanent pit tag readers on Hobble Creek and Provo River. These in Hobble Creek, because the lake level was so low and the fish had a hard time getting up there, of the pit tagged fish, we only had about 14 fish get up to Hobble Creek. We have roughly 10 to 20% fish tagged, so do the math on that. Not a whole lot of fish coming up Hobble Creek, but of the fish that did, we were able to find about 3 to 5 fish that overwintered in Hobble Creek. And so these are from the year of young. I'll go back one slide. And then on the top left, that's the 2023, that's this year's year of young. So just kind of give you a context. So we knew it was going to work. The science said it was going to work. This is more validation. We've actually done other studies, won't get into origin analysis. We did fin ray clippings, but we've proved that there is natural recruitment occurring, and the thought is because of Hobble Creek. So now that we've kind of gave you the history, now we're getting over to the Provo River Delta Restoration Project. So this project is going to be completed and open to the public, hopefully, depending upon what the winter is this year, but summer of 2024 is what it is. On that left-hand picture there, that's a map. That's the engineering diagram. This is what we want. We want to have it so that that this habitat can survive with varying conditions, whether it's a wet year, whether it's a dry year, whether it's a moderate year. What we want is we want this delta to function and to provide the habitat for the fish, no matter how much water we have coming down there. The picture on the right is actually obviously an aerial photograph that was taken in the middle of July. This was unexpected to have this much water come through this year. We've had a record water year, as Todd talked about, but this is a good example of the delta connecting back to the lake. If you look, let me see if I can. Yeah, so right here is the road that runs along there, but right here, there used to be a dike. It was called the Skipper Bay Dike. I'll talk more about that, but they did lower it during construction, and as the lake gets what we call compromise means it's at 100% full. As the lake gets within a half foot of compromise, or a foot of compromise, then the delta becomes part of the lake. It becomes totally inundated. There are 4 outlet channels. You can see too much caffeine this morning. I might have to use 2 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who would have thought? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 outlet channels, but when it's this high, the channels really, they do help, but they're not necessary. The outlet channels are for when we have drier, when we're in drought, is what they're for. Throughout the other areas, we have deeper ponds. Throughout the entire area, we have an upper riverine habitat. Everyone asks, okay, so why did you choose this area? Okay, and they actually, it wasn't just this is a land that we could buy. They actually went back and they looked. If you look at here, I think it's from 1856, one of the surveys, and where the red circle is, that is where the Provo River Delta is. Originally, on the 1856 survey, that was surveyed as part of the lake. We said, okay, we've got historical documents. This used to be part of the lake, but because the farmers built the dike, they dewatered the area and they used it for, obviously, agriculture. And so they said, okay, if we remove that dike, we can make this back into part of the lake. But what that's also going to entail is we're going to need to divert the river. The river, instead of going through there, the river was going down for years and years to going down out through the lake, through what we now call the original Provo River Channel. And so we said, okay, we're going to need to divert the river. We're still going to send some water down the original channel. It's going to become a warm water fisheries and an amenity for the public, but we are going to send the bulk of it down through the delta. So in designing the delta, we've got the lake zone, we've got the delta zone, and then we've got the riverine zone. We wanted to provide habitat, different types of habitat for different life stages for the June sucker. One thing I probably failed to note in going through this, not only is this project 265 acres, but the restoration project to date is run roughly $65 million to do this. So it's not cheap to do this restoration project. Here, before this year, we had a lot of different engineering graphs show and diagrams say, okay, this is how it's going to look. Because we didn't know when we would see high river flows. We didn't know when we'd see this kind of year. And so I throw this in here, especially for people who've been watching it for years. We always said, hey, when it's a good water year, when it's really, really wet, this is what we're going to look at. But obviously this year, we know what it's going to look like when we have a lot of water. Let's see if it'll work. I've got a little video. This was taken March 2nd, 2023, when we actually diverted into the delta. And everybody likes, heavy equipment, so almost anticlimactic. Oh, we got back one. So, like I said, it wasn't the roaring current that we would have got later in this year, but due to the timing when we needed to have the river diverted, that's what it looked like. Very momentous, turning the water back into the delta. On the picture on the right was taken at the beginning of May, when we actually were having a lot of high flows coming through the delta. Very picturesque. This is going to be an amenity to the public. It'll be open for fishing. It'll be for non-motorized access, so paddle boards, kayaks, canoes, and whatever else people want to do down there as far as that. So you're going to have 265 acres that'll be open to the public here in 2024. So not only is it going to benefit the recovery of the species, but it's also going to benefit the public. The question is, how well this year, so we've got our first year almost underneath our belt, but how well has the Delta performed? We know how well Hobble Creek performed. So here's 2022 spawning numbers. As I said earlier, we only have about 10 to 20% of the fish out there tagged when we release them, of the fish from the hatchery, and we have a fixed tag and fixed pit tag antenna on the Provo River and the Hobble Creek River. And so we've kind of been monitoring this to know how many fish we have that are coming up spawning each year. So the number that I want you to focus on is right here. Basically 5,200 fish is what we had last year. 5,200 fish on the Provo River, roughly 14 fish that were tagged on Hobble Creek. And it was probably the largest spawning year that we had in history. Fast forward to this year, one question is, hey, now they're not going up the original channel. They can't make it back up. Are they going to be able to find the delta? Are they going to be able to find the Provo River and make it all the way up there? We think so. We didn't know for sure, but fish are pretty resilient. They should be able to find it. They found Hobble Creek after we did the restoration, but we didn't change the river too much. Well, push the button. We'll try it one more time. There we go. So we said, okay, here about right there is where the permanent pit tag reader is. And we said, well, that might not be good enough. What if the fish don't come up all the way up to the permanent pit tag reader? They have 265 acres. What if they just hang out down there? We said, okay, well, let's start deploying portable pit tag readers. They're about the 3-foot wagon wheel readers out there. Yes, they're not, going to give us what we want on a, full, capture of everything that comes through, but we're going to strategically place them in certain areas, and we're going to see how far they come up, just in case they didn't come all the way up. And if our numbers look bad, we would say, hey, we know where they were. Well, this is C1 stands for channel 1, very, very, technical here. C2, channel 2, C3, channel 3, C4, channel 4. Just kind of showing here's unique fish and as they started to come up based upon the date. Crunching the numbers, which was done by DWR, Keith Lawrence, and Andrew Nagy. If you look at this, the total fish from the portable and the permanent fixed tag, pit tag readers was basically 6,500 fish. So we went from 5,200 fish up to 6,500 fish. And on top of that, down here as well, Hobble Creek this year went from 14 fish to 1,200 fish. So a significant increase in how many fish in both areas came up through the Hobble Creek and the Provo River Delta. So we think it was quite a success just based upon the spawners that came up. And then we did set out 66 light traps out there to catch the larvae. And in here we caught 553 larvae. And a lot of people say, well, that isn't a whole lot of larvae to catch. But if you start doing them proportion of size, you've got a 1 foot square on each trap, so you've got 66 square feet of larvae traps, and you've got 11.5 or 11.4 million square feet out and 265 acres. So proportionately, there isn't a whole lot of light trap for what you're trying to capture out there. But the initial indication is that we are getting year of young, some larvae out there. They're surviving, and it's been a great year out there. We're starting to see a lot of other fish out there as well. So the Provo River Delta is kind of like the crowning achievement of the program. Once it does go live, there will be, speaking towards non-native and invasive species, there is going to be a lot of non-native and invasive species control in the Delta to help protect the larvae and the young year of young June sucker. With that, I think my time is done. Questions?
We have time for one question. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Russ. I appreciate it.
Yep.
I really appreciate hearing those stories, seeing how our work can help facilitate improvement of native habitat for our native species, which are super important for building resiliency in our ecosystem. So thank you, Russ, for all your work. We are going to go a little bit out of order. We're going to jump to the third or the last presentation in this session, Advances in Technology to Streamline the Watercraft Inspection Process with Bruce Johnson and Jason Bove. Sam, I think they will be answering your question you had previously. But Jason is an IT and cybersecurity expert with 30 years in commercial, federal, state, and local government. When he's not helping solve problems that crop up on the intersection of technology and people, Jason's an avid skier, mountain biker, camper, hiker, and father to one human child. Oh, good thing it's human, because if it was invasive or something, we might have a problem.
Two of the invasive.
And 2 canines. And I think we all know Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. And Jason, take it away.
Thank you. Go for it, Bruce.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Glad to be here. I apologize, especially for the Montana guys. This is the second time this year you've had to listen to me, so my condolences. Got our prompts up.
Bruce, bear with me 1 second. I am no stranger to technical difficulties.
I'm not even a good entertainer. I don't have any jokes to tell.
My son's favorite joke, let me see here. So, birds fly by the sea and they're called seagulls. What do you call them when they fly by the bay? Bagels.
Don't quit your day job.
I'm not, don't worry.
Once again, my condolences.
I was just trying to think of a joke that was appropriate.
That is the problem.
That is. We're halfway there. Nope, got it both up.
Clicker.
I think so. We all set? That's laser. I think just green for forward.
All right, there we go. Okay. We'll start off with our agenda. We'll go through these items. I'll talk until deployed technology, and then Jason takes over. Okay, you know us. Quick little pictures of us. I'm not out of uniform often, so. Okay, we all know the traditional methods of AIS inspections. You walk around the boat, you inspect, you're checking the database to see a history, do your thing, enter that into the database for updates. That takes time, that takes a process. There's times when there can be inconsistencies with that. Also, the personnel that are required to do that over time, especially at busy locations, those you have big waters, Lake Powell, Meade, Havasu, crazy amounts of watercraft and personnel, ramps, takes a lot. The limitations of that inconsistency, not knowing how many people you've got at that location, the different times, so that can be difficult as well. The labor availability, especially lately, everybody who's working in this field knows how hard it is to recruit people, to get them out to those locations, the time it takes, so that is difficult as well. Cost, the pay, increasing pay that's required to get those people to come out and work for us, housing that's required as a recruitment tool, retention is difficult, if at all. If you can even get them to last one season, that's a question anymore. How many inspections do you think we've had this year so far in Utah? Any guesses?
40,000? 400,000.
Okay. Back in 2020, we had a total of just under 450,000. So far this year, 250,000, so good guesses. Cheaters who know the program. Okay. Decontaminations. Any ideas?
Close.
Yep. Working on 5,700 decontaminations. At that rate, we're looking at 2%, 2.5% of all those result in a decontamination. The time it takes, like we said, the personnel at various locations, that's what it takes. 17,000 hours for the inspections. 4,400 hours for decontaminations. And those of you who are doing this, you know what it takes. You've done it, then trying to get a staff to hire on to do it for the season. 18-year-olds, it's not exactly an easy process. You can see Utah and Arizona highlighted there. Have a lot of interdictions, a lot of positives with boats. Those various, I guess, definitions of mussel-associated boats. And this is where Jason's going to take over and talk about what we're doing now and what we'll do in the future.
Excellent, thank you, Bruce. So yes, our deployed technology. Everybody should be familiar with the Watercraft Inspection Regional Database. It's a program that has been kicked off by Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and it's now used in 14 different states. Right, it's available on web and mobile. It tracks those decons and inspections. And then the watercraft movement notice is, of course, pretty handy, so you know when to expect those boats. So one of the things that we did inside of the WID application, and Istonish actually hosts and is the developer of the WID application, is that we were able to talk with Nate and others in the state of Utah about a problem. And the problem was that when it was a really busy weekend, you had just a line of boats waiting to both get in or out of the water. And what that resulted in is boats getting out of water without a valid exit inspection. The traditional exit inspection flow on the WID application was multiple pages, took several minutes to be able to get through. So we were able to work with the state of Utah to say what we need is just a single page. Let's get the essential information, the bow number, get that into the flow, because some information is better than no information. This is a niche case. It was a pain point at the intersection of the DWR officers and the general public that we were able to come in and do a little bit about, just a little tweak to the application. It just is a good indication of what we're able to do to make the application a little bit more palatable in some of those situations. We have other examples for, say, Tahoe. Many different agencies have worked directly with us, and of course we continue to work with the state of Colorado to impart these improvements for the application overall. What's great about these is that when we make an improvement to the application, it's available to every agency. Anyone who is able to use the application can use these advancements. So the benefits here, we were able to have some time savings there, reduce labor cost, and we have some convenience there. Next, of course, we have the clean wake dip tank. Anybody heard of this before? Show of hands. Of course, right? We knew that this was going to be something that was going to be a star of a show this year. It's really could not be simpler, right? You back that boat into the tank. There are no chemicals used here, right? We're just talking about hot water. This is a very, very environmentally friendly type of approach, and it's a very thorough decontamination. Decontamination time is down to about 10 to 12 minutes. That's down from what, 45 minutes to an hour? That'll save you quite a bit of time. Hopefully that's a theme you're seeing here, is saving time. So future technology. We have the AR Inspect pilot program. This is the camera system. It's on 5 different trailers throughout the state so far. It can be static or trailer-based. You have these solar and cellular enabled trailers, so you're able to actually get connectivity. They're placed at all those different boat ramps, and you've got them all across the state, like I said. Here's how it works. Real quick here, this is Bullfrog. It's about a 3-second capture. That bow number was on the screen for about 3 seconds to be able to capture. So it detects that there was a boat. It's doing the video capture. It's all saved. I was able to pull these down from the dashboard. And you're doing what's called optical character recognition, or OCR. Here's the geeky stuff that I like to get into, right? So this is happening in 2 different places. It's happening on the edge, which means the computing device on the trailer is actually capturing that video and running an OCR there. But that's not the only place it happens. It does kind of a double check on that. It goes up to an Amazon computer, much bigger than the computer on the trailer, obviously, and it's able to do that again to try to verify the information. So from this 3-second capture, we were able to see, there's the bow number. You can zoom in a little bit there. You can see it was a little bit more clear before the PowerPoint ate it up. And then once that's done, it's in the database. Next, here's a 2-second capture. Boat's going a little bit faster. This is going to impact the accuracy of the capture there. That's 2 seconds. We were able to grab that bow number, look a little bit closer. Once we grab that bow number, it goes into the boat metadata inside of the AR Inspect system, inside the dashboard. Once you are able to look at that data, you can see that we are able to collect a bow number, but there's a problem. This one failed the OCR, and the reason is that there is not a unified standard font. There's these stylized fonts. It's a technology problem that takes time, and here I think is where AI might be able to benefit. If you do some machine learning, crunch those numbers into a neural network that is able to cross-reference between known bow numbers, then you'll be able to get that accuracy improved quite a bit. Last one for this system, this is state lines, going real quick. It's about 1.5 seconds that sucker was on the screen. We were able to see it though, nice good contrast on that. Pull that into the system, and even though this one was going faster, we were able to get the OCR to pass on this one. It was a good accuracy there. So the benefits here, speed and efficiency, right? You're able to capture those bow numbers without a human. You're able to do some analytics capability. I mentioned that these bow numbers are being uploaded to a very big computer inside of the Amazon space. Amazon's got a lot of wonderful features that allow you to do some pretty amazing things, including some analytics. Then you've got the AR Inspect dashboard where you can go in and actually verify the bow numbers. These image and video captures are an example of that. So as far as accuracy goes, it's getting there. Again, this is a pilot program. We're able to get between 30 and 70% accuracy on those boats, depending on the ramp location, depending on the speed of the boat. There's a lot of variables here. But what it shows is that you can use a non-human to be able to grab these things. So using technology to solve a problem there. Next, I wanted to talk about Boat Utah. This one's brand new, right? So we are looking to work with the state of Utah, with UDWR, or DNR, to develop this application. Hopefully it'll be coming for the general public in 2024, and it will be available for the general public. But the general public, of course, isn't the only group that's going to be able to benefit from this thing. So if you go in and you download the application, you're able to register your watercraft inside of the application. We're going to gather information. This is just an example. Vessel type, bow number. So you're putting in your information. So you put in that you got a wakeboard. You go through and it's going to have some links to education and certification. One example of that is the Muscle Aware Boater program that is here in Utah. And then, say you're the boater, you're looking at the information, you're able to go and plan a trip before you go, or you're able to actually be on location and look at the different information inside of the application. So you can look at the different locations, you can match by what your activity is. If you want to go wakeboarding, you want to go fishing, you can check the AIS status of the location. You can take a look at those facilities. You can see where the inspection and decontamination stations are, maybe a CD3 facility. You can check out where the ramps are, the launches, the marinas, restrooms, fish cleaning stations. It's all really great that you've got this information at hand, but on the UDWR side, you're able to see that this can quickly perform an inventory of the facilities that you have out there. So you've got kind of a master inventory that's kept up, not just by your employees that are across the state, but by the general population, the general public that's going out there and using them. And you're able to get feedback on those. So say you've got a fish cleaning station that's been vandalized, the tools have been stolen, something along those lines. You're able to get feedback from the public that, hey, there's a problem with this, the restroom's been vandalized, et cetera, and you're able to find that out more instead of having to have your people out there checking all of those locations. So this is designed to benefit both the boating public and the agency itself. Future enhancements are going to include live and forecast visitation. The point here is to try to spread the boating public out to different locations. We saw that when Powell was suffering, that Flaming Gorge visitation went up. And so Flaming Gorge saw a big spike there. What we want to do is try to mellow out those spikes. If you're the general public and you want to say, hey, is it going to be busy this weekend over at Utah, then you're going to be able to see that. Again, those location services, they're very, very useful, but I'm sure we've all heard stories as well that they can be useful in many, many different ways. One of the ways that this is useful is if you give us information about your vessel type and your bound number, then that can be made available to the agency, could be made available to a lot of different agencies so that we know that a boat was out at a location at a specific time. And so those movement notices we talked about inside of the regional database application can be useful. Next is also QR codes. QR codes are popping up everywhere, right? So if you scan this one, you'll be able to send me a text message saying that you were here, say hi. If you want to know any more about this application, please feel free to do so. But so you can use these QR codes for other reasons as well, right? So if you get a confirmation you've gone through your muscle-aware boater training, you get a QR code for that, then that's I believe already in place. If not, then it will be soon. If you do a self-clean, drain, and dry and you receive a QR code for doing that, then at least that's more information that it enables for those expedited entrance and exit inspections. If you completed an exit inspection with an agency, with agency personnel, you get a QR code, that's your fast pass to get right back into another body of water. And if you're able to get those QR codes and the specific QR codes for the fast pass, then you can have unmanned entry and exit points where you just roll up to the entry point, scan your QR code, and get right into that body of water. So again, all of these are designed to take that impact in man hours that Bruce was able to illustrate there and use technology to try to solve those problems. So integration with the WID regional database is something that we're looking at here. We've got Robert doing an inspection. He told me that this picture is maybe a couple years old. Those inspections, decontaminations, they go into the database. You got AR inspect. That information can be pulled into the database, and the more accurate it gets, the more excited we are about that coming into the database. And then lastly, Boat Utah. If you're able to get that information on locations visited, known positive bodies of water for a wakeboard, you name it, pull that into the application, use the movement notices, etc. So those are the main advances that we covered in this talk. Do you have any questions? Hold for the mic, please.
So you can hear me. Thank you for that talk. Are the public pretty excited about this because of the decreased wait time, and how does that balance with their worry about like being watched by the state?
The big brother aspect, yes, that's a very good question. The fact is we just don't know. I think that the way that technology is being used more and more, a lot of us don't think about, even those of us who have either worked for and or are paranoid of Big Brother watching what we do, we'll download the applications and we'll still use them. If it's something that we get something out of, then, and that's the point. We want to make it to where, just like Fish Utah here in the state, it's something that is beneficial. So if it's beneficial, if there's something in it for me, then I'm more likely to use it. But the fact is we just don't know yet. We're very, very early days on this. Hold on.
Yeah, I guess the question is, it sounds like we're I'm sorry. It sounds like we're close to there with regard to the sort of OCR stuff. Do you have any projection about when we're going to get there?
Good question. So OCR has been around for a while. If you think about your tollways, et cetera, their accuracy hovers around 70 to 85%. And that's when you have standardized fonts, high contrast, and a very narrow window to be able to capture in. But they're moving a lot faster. So as camera technology gets better, as AI gets integrated, we'd expect it to go up. But that's another one where, since this is so new as a pilot program, we're getting there. The fact that we're seeing 70% so far is good, but it's another wait. We'll wait and see. That's why it's under future technology. Anything to add? Cool. All right. Uh-oh, this is going to be a ringer.
No, I don't want to answer questions.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
I'll just say that it's really exciting to see how far this has progressed, and I think there's a lot of promise here. My question is, I think it was 70% success rate for the OCR for entrance and 30% on the exit. Can you explain the difference between those two?
Typically, it's going to be the environmental conditions and the speed of the vessel passing through the screen. So if it is a little bit slower, you think about your natural choke points that you have, where vessels are forced to slow down, those entrance points, exit points, speed bumps, et cetera. If you place the targets there, that'll increase. If you're able to have static installations, then that will increase. But we all know that there are challenges with doing that with the different agencies at play.
Great, thanks.
We got one from Sam. This is it, Sam.
Thank you. Are you able to gather enough data to begin to look into how frequency these boats frequent water bodies and how long before they move to the next site?
Yeah, our data's a little older, but a few years ago we were watching Lake Powell boats. We're then visiting Utah Lake, Strawberry, Jordanelle, and Deer Creek, our water bodies that are here on the Wasatch Front. And at that time, we were looking at, years ago, our data showed that we had multiple water bodies on the Wasatch Front, that those boaters were leaving Lake Powell. Their next destination were these local water bodies. And at that time, we were finding 500, 700 boaters. That was their next water was here. And so we're only expecting that to increase as time goes on.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit. I'm sure many of you have heard of the recent detection of mussel villagers in the Snake River. So we have either Nick Zerflew and or Lloyd Knight from Idaho to kind of give us a brief update. I'm going to ask that you hold off on any questions at this time. Respect their process of what they're going through. I'm sure it's very stressful for them, and there'll be other opportunities in the very near future to have better engagement on what's happening. So Nick or Lloyd, do we have one of you? I see Nick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Nick.
All right. Well, good morning, team. I sure wish I was there, but obviously we've got a situation going on near Twin Falls that requires some assistance. So hope you all are having a great meeting, and our goal today is just to provide an update to the Western Regional Panel. There will also be another additional calls to a couple of groups later on today as we work on communications going out. So, and Lloyd and I will kind of tag team this update. There's several layers of this response, as you can imagine, that we have assigned out different roles. And so for the most part, Lloyd and the director's office is working on the higher end topics, such as the legislature, the governor's office, the press releases, the communication with large stakeholders. And I am managing the operations on the ground as far as delimiting surveys, decontamination sites, signage, and those type of topics. But just to take a step back, Are we getting some feedback? Are you okay? Okay, I think we're good. Just to take a step back on the detection itself. So through our routine monitoring, this is annual monitoring that we do around the state every year. We've been doing it for 15 years now, focused mainly on plankton toad sampling, as well as some adult surveys using divers and substrates and ponar graphs, things like that, looking for dry-scented mussels throughout the state. As you well know, many other states have a similar monitoring program, and that is where these detections were initially found. They were found in a plankton toad sample, and I can tell you it was multiple sampling events at this point, multiple samples, and multiple specimens per sample. And we're pretty careful about, you know, how we classify water bodies and when to initiate that response. So once we heard back from qPCR that it was verified as quagga mussel within those specimens on Monday morning, that is when we initiated this response. That included getting you know, the governor's office staff together with all the other agencies, all the water users down on the river, and preparing a press briefing as well as a press release, and later on a press conference both in Boise and in Twin Falls. That way we had an opportunity to talk with stakeholders throughout the whole area. I imagine those press briefings will continue as updates become available on the various levels of operation that we have going on yesterday, today, and the coming days. So that's where we're at right now. Today, or I should go back, yesterday, one of the main focuses we split up into a couple of different groups, was again on the press release, the press briefing, and the conference side of things and communicating with stakeholders. On the other side of yesterday was the delineating survey for the surrounding area. A large portion of that was completed yesterday, starting at Twin Falls Reservoir, collecting additional samples, Shoshone Falls Reservoir, below Shoshone to Pillar Falls, below Pillar Falls to Centennial Park. Those were completed yesterday and shipped out to the lab for microscopy, later to be followed up by additional genetics work. Today, and we were able to do the boat ramp closure yesterday early on, limiting access to the boat ramp, and now limiting access, restricting access, a full boat ramp and park closure to this entire area, where we have surveillance activities going on. That is going to be closed until further notice. So we do not have a final timestamp on that right now. So that is giving us a lot of space to work, to set up our operations as far as decontamination units, survey boats, and gear, and being able to set up camp down here. That happened yesterday as well. So shifting gears to today, excuse me, the main focus is going to be extending the delimit survey from where we ended yesterday, downriver towards Auger Falls as safely as we can. As if you're familiar with that area, it gets very rugged and you get some whitewater rapids down in that area. So we're considering staff safely and safety, as well as getting the surveys, the additional surveys that we need. As well as some additional sampling in the adjacent water bodies in the surrounding area that feed down into the Snake River. On that list is going to be Wilson, Murtaugh, Gerke's Lake, and other little city ponds in the city of Twin Falls County, and Jerome County on the other side of the river. So we'll have survey teams, most of them have already left this morning, but they're being dispatched and sent out with some additional surveys that need to be completed today. So that is the monitoring side of today's task. Another task for today is to set up additional decontamination sites in the city of Twin Falls. There will be one located at the visitor center. This is a very known area for the community. It's an area that we can send out an additional outreach, working with social medias and the press in this area, saying if you've had any boating activity in this area of concern, please call us. Please go to these areas for decontamination. Nobody's in trouble. It's free of charge. Come see us, say hi. We inspect your boat, we decontaminate your boat, clear it, and they go on about their way. So that's going to be completed today. Again, that's 2 sites, one at the visitor center, and the second one is probably going to be at the county building. Again, that's another area that the community is very familiar with. The third task for today, and it's probably going to be this afternoon, is going to be working on outreach signage. We had some proofs mocked up yesterday. They're going to print this morning. There's a couple of different versions of the signage, whether it's within the closure area, which right now it's totally closed off, but just to other access areas saying, why is it closed off? Who can you call for help? And then there's another signage going to adjacent water bodies and definitely downstream with that side of the message saying what's going on in the area, who to call, and so forth. In the coming days, I anticipate we're going to start talking about potential treatment options as we're learning more information from the delimit survey. As we're getting additional divers in the water, we did have some divers in the water yesterday from ISDA staff. We've got some additional resources coming in from the county, as well as potential resources coming in from Idaho Power and a private vendor here in town that have really good expert divers that are comfortable diving in the Snake River. So we're going to start working on, from the information from the delimit survey, we're going to start honing in and looking for adults. I should say at this point in time, no adults have been found. Again, multiple sample events, multiple samples, and multiple specimens within a sample, qPCR for dry-scented mussel veligers. However, no adults have been found. We do have curbicula clam in this area, and as you can imagine with the public, now that the message has gotten out, we are now dealing with additional communications to the public coming in with pictures of other species such as curbicula. And so we're managing that message as saying, thank you for the picture, thank you for notifying. This is actually this species, not the species of concern. So there's going to be that side of it. And then in the next coming days, there will be continue to have updates. The one thing that you all can get, the quickest information is we've set up a website landing page, which I believe is up on the screen. We're going to keep feeding this information. That's another team of this response is our communications. I'll say we've got a little gal in the office that's doing a tremendous job. Everything from prepping briefings for the governor from the director. She's prepped press releases, has done the signage project, and has created this landing page. So there is, throughout this whole experience, there's been some really unsung heroes that are doing some great work. We've had great cooperation with the 2 adjoining counties. The Snake River is split between Twin Falls County on the southern end and Jerome County on the northern end. So we've been in discussion with both of those county commissioners as we're working through this response, and both of them have been great to work with. Obviously, Idaho Power is a huge partner. The water users have been very active in getting us more information on water flows and anticipated flows coming out of the irrigation season. And I imagine there's a whole list of people that we've been in conversations with that I'm forgetting about. I'm sure Lloyd can help us out. again, we are kind of splitting the two teams. So depending on what topic you're after, it may be a Lloyd question, it may be a me question that I can help answer. It may be a county question or an Idaho Power question. The main thing is just to reach out. Our cell phones are available. Please, if you have any more information, if you know of this area and have something to share, please reach out. And there have been a lot of people along the way that have reached out. So appreciate that. Let's see. So wrapping up again, the next days to come, there's going to be additional surveys. There's going to be some divers. We're going to start talking about treatment options. That's actually going on right now with a different team. And what else is on my list? Maintain the ramp closure, the decon sites, the additional sampling, keeping up on the website. That's where you guys can go for information. So Lloyd, if you can, did I miss any big parts that folks need to know about?
No, I think, Nick, I think the thing that I would reinforce is we got genetic confirmation from the lab on genetics Monday at, I think, kind of first thing in the morning. We were with the governor within, I think, 4 hours of that and moving from there. And, so we've been moving quick, trying to do a lot of communication. This is, for those of you that aren't familiar, this stretch of the Snake it's highly managed. It's a challenging site in the sense that, as Nick described, the area itself actually has fairly limited access. It's not a real heavy motorized boat access area, at least this particular stretch. A lot of local fishing boats, but there's a lot of non-motorized kayak, paddleboard kind of activity there. And they have a lot of pretty significant no wake zones. So this isn't some place that we get a tremendous amount of traffic in and out. There's some as far as motorized watercraft, but obviously there's a lot of non-motorized that move around. So what's kind of come to light, I think, in the last 24 hours is we're getting a lot of communication back from the canal companies. This is an area that has significant surface water diversion for irrigation upriver at Milner. And right now is kind of the low flow time of year because of that. There's a lot of management in the area for hydropower as well. There's hydropower facilities above and below. So we're getting obviously a lot of interaction with those kind of stakeholders, both concerned about their infrastructure and everything they have in the area, not just in that stretch, but with some of the other where those diversions come out, the lakes, reservoirs that they created to address flow of irrigation water. So you've got a lot of that interaction, but also offers for assistance in helping manage stream flow if needed along the way. So that's been super, but it's a tremendous amount of communication. This is the first time we've ever put our rapid response plan, obviously, into effect. I think the only other time we had anything close to this was, I think, in the very first year we did monitoring, and I think it ended up being curricular or something else. I can't recall now. We kind of had ourselves in a bit of a panic when we ran to the governor's office after microscopy, only to have, thankfully, genetics come back negative for Dreissenid. So that's really the only time we've been through this before, and obviously have done a lot of planning and learning and observing since then. Some of those kind of nuts and bolts things that Nick referenced, just for the good of the order, we've always had tremendous support from the legislature and the governor's office for this program, and from our sister agencies in the state. So, for us and ringing all of those bells, we're obviously getting a lot of input and a lot of ideas, on everything from how are we going to get at these things? Do you need more stuff? Do you need more equipment, bodies? We had 15 people, 3 motorized boats and 8 kayaks on the water yesterday, and a pretty good chunk of those folks are back on the water today doing what Nick described. So it's a pretty busy time down there. We got a lot of moving pieces, and it'll probably be this way for a bit. I think with that, we can sure take any questions folks have if that's what you want to do.
Thank you, Lloyd. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate the update. I think we're going to hold off on questions and take Nick up on his offer. If there's specific questions or needs, please reach out to
We're still
him.
muted on your end.
Yeah, I can't hear anything.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
You
Yes.
sound awesome.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Lloyd. We appreciate the update and, feel for what you're going through. Appreciate all the work and the update that you are doing. And we'll take Nick up on his offer to reach out if we have any questions instead of doing questions now. But just know that you have the support of the WRP, and please call on us if you need any help at all. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you much.
I think we are now ready for our break, and let's try to be back at 10:30, get back on track, 10 minutes instead of 15. And if you're looking for the restroom, it's a little bit out. It's to the right of the bar and restaurant.
So, oh, sound is working. This is advance.
Okay.
This is go back. This is the pointer. You won't need the pointer.
Okay. Advance.
Advance, that's all you need.
All right. And then there's a preview up here. Wow.
Kind of fancy.
Sweet. Yeah.
Everybody around us is using it except us. It's just great conditions, honestly.
I'm right with watercraft inspection. Right.
You guys are using that yellow app. That is, in my opinion, the job.
Do you want to click through for any reason? Yeah, so this is what's actually, so our remote people, like Rennie, who's waiting on the wings here, like they can see this, the remote people. This is, I don't know, they got, you can see all the equipment there, for Christ's sake. So they're like, oh no, that's just for right here, but it'll switch to this. So I don't know what's going on with this projector. It keeps on blinking out. It's weird. You're so funny. You're like, I'm just like on Easy Street.
All right, we're going to get started, everybody. Please take your seats. Hey, Leah, can you... Thank you, Alan. All right, we're going to go into our European green crab session, and I'm going to turn it over to Chris Shiani to moderate. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. It looks like we have like half the crowd. They'll come in. So, welcome. We're going to do green crab management on the West Coast during this session. We had 4 speakers. 1 is not going to be here, so we'll end a little bit early. And it's Tammy Davis in Alaska, so we'll just skip her and then move on to the next one and then end a little bit early. But we're going to start with Alan Cloyce from Washington, DFW. He's the Aquatic Invasive Species Unit Manager for Washington, DFW, and has been in that position since 2006. He's responsible for the statewide planning and operations of marine and freshwater animal AIS management, and he has extensive experience working in collaborative stakeholder processes. He's a contributing author on several peer-reviewed articles and has written and provided instruction on numerous scientific protocol and standards manuals. So, Alan's going to talk to us about the status of European green crab emergency measures in Washington State. So, take it away, Alan.
Great, thank you very much. We talked it was just earlier with the zebra quagga mussels in Idaho, and so this is some of this will help explain some of the things that they're starting to do there. We're dealing with European green crab, and so the title is How to CM the FE out of an EGC, which means how to cooperatively manage functional eradication out of European green crab. Were any of you thinking it was different than that? Anyways, so one of the things that Lloyd and Nick were talking about is cooperative management, and that is huge when you're talking about these types of things. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit about the foundational authorities, the green crab timeline, some of the emergency proclamations, cooperative management strategy, our incident command system, incident objectives, data management, communications, on and on. So Chris says we might get out early. I will try to keep going on this. So foundational authorities. So it's really important to have good statutes in place when you're starting out this. So we have a prohibited level 1 species statute, which gets us right up there for saying, European green crab is a prohibited level 1, which means it's a priority for the department. We also have prohibited level 3, which is like bullfrogs and nutria, which are not priority. They're still prohibited, but we don't, put the same kind of actions in there. So we also have our statute for rapid response management actions. We are the lead agency by statute, and we have an emergency measures statute. So within Washington State, the first detection of green crab was back in the late 90s. On the outer coast, that's the red block there, and you can see the timeline between 98 and 2003, how many green crab were captured during that period. A lot of people think they were tens of thousands. They were really only in the hundreds, but that was still an emergency at that point. We were very concerned about it, and there was a lot of action that went forward. In 2012, that's that yellow triangle up there at the south end of Vancouver Island. That's when they first detected European green crab in what we call the Salish Sea, which is the inland waters that we share with British Columbia. That really started a concern in Washington State and so we designated Washington Sea Grant to lead a volunteer citizen science early detection monitoring program. And those are those orange squares in there. They have these detection sites throughout the area. In 2016, that's when we've had the first true detections of adult green crab in the Salish Sea in the San Juan Islands, as well as Padilla Bay. And then in 2017, the blue is out on the outer coast, Macaw and Dungeness Spit. Dungeness Spit is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife National Wildlife Refuge area. And then 2019 is the purple. That's when they detected European green crab in the Lummi Nations Sea Pond. So as we move forward, because of that, in January of 2021, the governor issued a proclamation for emergency measures and ordered the department to initiate those emergency measures on a statewide marine. So as continuing forward, the legislature approved funding in 2020, 2021, 2022, and in 2023, made it ongoing at about $12.7 million per biennium. And as you can see here, the numbers progressed. And so in 2020, you can see that the numbers went up to over 5,000, and then all of a sudden a logarithmic jump up in 2021 to over 100,000, and then again over 200,000. As of this year, June 30th, which is kind of outdated, we're actually at 185,000 right now as of September, early September. And they continue to go forward on that. So the legislature and the governor have been very supportive of this. We're very thankful for that. And again, when we talk about cooperative management, we have multiple jurisdictions, as you can imagine, with any state. There's state, tribal, federal, local government, private management priorities. Everybody has a different priority, and each section of the state may have a different priority. Some of it is still prevention, some of it is rapid response, some of it is control measures. So we have operational complexities, different resource capacities, sensitive habitats. What are we protecting out there? If we have to select because of resource limitations, where do we put our efforts? So as part of the incident command system, we divided the marine areas into management areas. We have two branches, the Salish Sea branch, inland, and the outer branch is the coastal, and there's 13 management areas total. Within each management area, we have coordination areas, and within each coordination area, there are sites. This just helps us to understand where the management's going to happen, who do we contact within those areas, and how do we move forward. It also, because of the Strait of Juan de Fuca, the flow is primarily out, and that keeps the green crab larvae from coming in, and that really helps us protect the Salish Sea, and so that there's a different management strategy within that area. So our incident objectives, besides facilitating the governor's proclamation and state legislative directives, health and safety is always the number one when you talk about incident command or these types of rapid response, and that's really critical. And you heard Nick talking about that. None of this is worth injuring or having somebody die because of the actions that you're doing. So we're also trying to reduce or contain the green crab populations below levels that result in economic, environmental, and cultural resource harm. We know we can't eradicate them, but we are trying to keep them below the thresholds that can cause that harm. Collaborative and transparent emergency management, and importantly here, post-emergency transition to long-term local green crab management. That's another really key important piece here. Well, when you have this large of a thing, you have to have good data management. And so you start out with paper, and then you try to get into electronics. And so we've been working, and we've trying to keep standardized data, increase accuracy and efficient, reduce backlogs. This is really, really a critical piece, and we've done a lot of work to improve that. So we currently have an app, for a data collection app. And we have a data hub, and the hub is online and active, and you can go there and look it up and see what's going on, and has the dashboard and other pieces in there. So a huge amount of work has gone into this, and it's continuing to evolve. So communications is also really important. So we've produced situation reports on every operational period. So when you talk about operational periods, this is also an interesting thing with invasive species. When you start out, if it's a rapid response right at the beginning, like what's going on in Idaho, your operational periods could be like every 24 hours. Sometimes it could be every 12 hours. But in our situation, it started out every 2 weeks, and right now it's every month. So every 2 weeks or every month, we provide a situation report. What's being caught out there, how many, what's the numbers, who's doing what and where, and that's the situational report. That's in-depth event and data reporting. And then on the right side, our public affairs group then takes that information and makes a public version. It's not that the internal version, we want to be sensitive to our people. It doesn't mean that it's, locked down, but we're trying to keep it in-house and not for the people that really need the information, and then have a public version for the media and others on the right side there. So what does functional eradication objective mean? And that's really contained within that incident objective, keeping and containing the population below levels that result in environmental, economic, and cultural resource harm. Those are the big pieces there. And what does that mean? Well, we're trying to figure that out. How many crabs is enough crabs, that you say that's not a big issue? And so there's both a science and there's a policy part of that determination. And so we've created a multi-agency coordination group that's looking at the policy aspect of what that question means. And we also have a research task force that's looking at the scientific part of that. Is it a catch per unit effort? Well, if anybody has ever done catch per unit effort, there's a lot of details that go into that. What type of trap was used? How many days was it soaking? What bait was used? All sorts of different things to come up with a standardized catch per unit effort, or CPUE. So we also are trying to determine, a long-term infrastructure and funding in place. So how do we transition this to local management? So, you think about invasive weeds. Way back in the day, how did you deal with weeds? And then they said there's enough here that we need to work and develop noxious weed control boards by the county, or each state might have something differently. That's what we're trying to develop with aquatic invasive species in Washington, is figuring out how to transfer this. Because if it's just up to the state agency, we're doing it now, and we've got to be able to get the local people to deal with it. Is it going to become a pest? Is it going to become something that you can work with? It really has to have local ownership to make it work in the long term, and that's what we're trying to figure out. So here's the most current, as of September 3rd. So we looked at the management areas in 2021, 22, and 23. And again, the asterisk is to date. As of this one, it's September 1st. And so you can see North Puget Sound in the upper right circle there. That's where we've, in the Salish Sea, we found the most green crab. And that's primarily the Lummi Sea Pond, which is a 750-acre diked tidelands impoundment. And they developed that back in the 70s, I believe, for shellfish aquaculture. It has tide gates on it, and it's actually a very good green crab incubation system. So the Lummi Nation is the lead on that, and we support the Lummi Nation, and they're doing a fantastic job, to the point where right now they're, the whole area is below 5,000, and so that's a really dramatic improvement. There are other areas where they're in, less than 100 or just over 100 in the Strait of Juan de Fuca. On the coast, that's where you're finding more of them. On the north coast, the Makah tribe has found numerous ones on the tip of the peninsula there. And so 2022, it went from over almost 1,500 to over 26,000 in that 1 year. It seems to be down a little bit this year, but we still have a few to go. And then you have Grays Harbor and Willapa Bay in the lower parts, and they both have significant numbers there. So there is no bottleneck to green crab larvae coming from the south or from the north to settle in these areas. So we have to have a different management regime to help them. And what is the threshold, policy threshold and science threshold, to determine risk, and when do we think it's working appropriately? So since 2021, over 575,000 green crab have been captured in those areas to date. What are the successes? Well, it's been great, and it's also been a challenge. When the legislature gives you $8 million and you need to spend, $3 million of that within 3 months, that's a challenge. And, and these are general funds, so you have to use it by the end of that fiscal year. That takes a lot of work. And we pass through a lot of this money to our tribal co-managers and partners. And so that we do, I'm very proud of our group, our team, and the area that we were able to do that. Great policy and technical collaboration with our tribal co-managers, partners, and Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Thomas Theriault is here, and we started working with them very early and created a transboundary action plan, and that's still working really nicely, and it's important because we share the Salish Sea. And if things are going bad up there, it's not good for us, and if things are going bad for us, it's not good for them, so it's an important piece. Transparency and public communications, outreach, maintaining suppression of the population. So we're being successful. We caught this at an early stage, and that's been critical in this. And we got really good response from our governor and our legislature, and part of that was we had primed them enough. Part of it was zebra quagga mussel. They had been primed a lot with zebra quagga mussel, so they knew that things could get bad, and this is one of the worst of the marine species. So moving forward here, what were the big challenges? It's complex. This is a statewide marine. It's, you do prevention, early detection, all the different things that are going on out there. As many people know, staffing is a challenge. Getting good people to stay there for, even 3 or 4 months is a challenge. So we're continually trying to figure out how to improve that, whether we create permanent positions rather than seasonal positions and all that things. Procuring short and long-term federal funding. Our federal partners are active and very interested in wanting to do work on the ground, but they're not receiving the money from DC to be able to make that happen. And so we've been going back to DC, and we have incredibly good support from our Washington State congressional legislators on the House and the Senate side. It's a bipartisan group, and we already have legislation that's trying to move forward to provide more appropriations for green crab funding, not just in Washington State, but in regional, because we know this is a regional issue, and we want to see it done in that capacity. Data management has, again, been a challenge, and I think we're over that hump. And then when to switch to long-term management, when do you hand it off, and how does that happen? Next steps, we're continuing on emergency measures. So how long does an emergency measure last? We're trying to figure that out too. Is it when we have a 5-year management plan? Is it when the governor is no longer in, he's not going to be running the next session, and so that the next governor can come in and say, well, there's no more emergency. We're still working that, but there is really no pressure on us not to have an emergency at this point, and it's really important to keep the fire going on this situation. We have a research task force leading the analysis of the data that's coming in and guiding future research activities. Continued development and implementation of the app and the hub, and continue advocacy for federal funding. So another next step is I'm out and Justin Bush is in. Justin's back there in that corner. And so this has been in the planning for a couple of years, and Justin, our department has been great in allowing a transition in my position. And he officially took over in September 15th. He started actually June 15th, took a break. Not because it was hard, but because, well, he had another kid. That's a lot, and family first for us. So now, we've got a couple more weeks of transition, and then he's already doing an amazing job, and really happy with that. And then I want to thank my crew at DFW, our Aquatic Invasive Species Unit. We went from, a little over half a dozen a few years ago to over 30. And that's just in the prevention side and the ballast water side. We also have Captain Eric Anderson, who deals with our watercraft inspections, and he's got over 40 staff in there. So our program has really grown, and they're all great people, and we're very, very happy to continue forward. I also want to say thank you. It's been a wild ride. I've dealt with lots of different things: ballast water, African clawed frogs, New Zealand mud snails, crayfish, zebra quagga mussels, Japanese tsunami, marine debris, tunicates. It's been a very interesting, and I really have appreciated this work, and I'm so happy to see so many new faces that are getting involved with invasive ecology and working this issue. You know, and I've also been to DC, and you know, it's just been a great run. So with that, I don't know if we want to hold the questions.
No, we have plenty of time.
All right. Did I actually finish on time, or?
You can go for a couple more.
Okay. No, I don't have any more slides. Yes.
What are you doing with all the catch? Is it going to food, or is it just going to the landfill?
We have contracts with compost companies, and so we do, when we freeze them, and then we take them to the compost companies to work with that. We don't, in the Salish Sea, we don't have that many, but on the coast, that's been a big issue because they fill up a freezer very fast. And we have to keep moving on that. We also use a lot of bait. Bait's a big issue with this, and finding supplies, also trying not to reduce supplies for commercial fishermen. You know, the other people that go out for commercial crab and other fish, they use a lot of bait, so we have to be thoughtful of that.
How many of these green crabs can be reproduced from one female?
The fecundity rate of a European green crab can be up to 500,000 per yeah. And in our state, you know, depending on the water conditions, they could reproduce twice a year. So yeah, it's one of the, yeah, it's an invasive species, and they're very successful. They have a wide range of salinity tolerances. Go ahead.
Ellen, you mentioned briefly about two different types of tolerances. One is more the science through CPUE. The other was more of kind of the human dimensions policy.
Yeah.
You talk a little bit about how you guys are trying to think through that human dimensions policy tolerance component.
There's no handbook for that. And it's just basically we're trying to figure that out. What does that mean? I mean, there's the natural part where you just get tired of it and you say it's good enough. Well, can you measure that? Can you say there's a threshold when that happens? Is it because the money gave out? Is it because you can't find anybody to do anything about it? What does that mean? So that to me is the policy part of it. You might be able to come up with a number and say within the Salish Sea, within this area, if you're getting 2, you know, crab per pot or per 100 pots, you don't have to, you might throw pots out there maybe twice or 3 times a year just to do an assessment, see if the population's changing. But you're not trying to get at the very last crab out there. But on the outer, you know, on the outer coast, it might be, you know, 50 per 100 pots, and you're going like, this is great. Some of the numbers that they're getting up in Canada, or the areas that are very highly infested, are in the hundreds per pot. And you know, that's the thing that we're you know, avoiding for the work that we're doing, and we don't want it to really take off to that point. And that's why we're being successful. We're not hitting those. You know, it was a logarithmic jump, and it seems to have plateaued at this point, hoping that's going to stay.
Any discussions about how to either consider or prevent kind of like a shifting baseline syndrome, where what is tolerable today, or what is not tolerable today, kind of seems like old news in a few years, and so that tolerance level just keeps increasing?
That's going to be part of local management. It might change depending on which management area you talk to. And it depends on how are people going to move forward. You know, we have extension services that deal with our shellfish aquaculture and lots of different pests. Well, maybe they're going to take this over as a pest, and they're going to come up with standard ways of trapping to make sure that they don't impact the shellfish harvest as much. I think there's similar activities going on the East Coast for tunicates or crabs as well. But they weren't able to catch it at the early stage of invasion that we were. So we have a very unique situation, and I'm really pleased with the results so far.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, one more. There.
Your maps are all Washington, and I know you work for Washington, and we know that European green crabs in Alaska and Canada, but what about Oregon, California, further down the coast?
They have a different management strategy. They haven't really taken on green crab on a state basis, and there's been a lot of universities, academic research into the green crabs and trying to figure out what's effective and what's not effective. And you know, we're hoping that what we're doing in Washington State can be an example, and especially if we can start getting federal funding. You know, invasive species, one of the biggest bottlenecks is funding. So if we can get something going similar to what's been happening with zebra and quagga mussels, and I hope it's not just species by species. It's at some point they've got to realize this is about AIS plural, and that, you know, we got to be prepared for everything. And, you know, not species by species, but at this point, that's kind of where we're going. And that's why we wanted, you know, the funding on a regional scale so that California, Oregon, Alaska can also benefit from what we're doing.
So not much of a question, but more of a statement. I want to thank you for teaching us, especially me when I first started, but I also want to congratulate you on your retirement. So round of applause for the work you've done, and you can see by your picture there what you've built or helped build. Congratulations and enjoy your new adventures. So
yeah, thank you.
Alan, we have one more encore.
I just wanted to know. So I'm writing the Oregon green crab plan. What do you need from Oregon?
What? Say that again?
What do you need from Oregon? Like, what would help you? In our plan. Not that I'm going to give it to you, but.
Well, we've talked with Rick Boatner, and we've talked about doing some, you know, collaborative monitoring in the Columbia River, which we share, the estuary down there. Thankfully, we haven't seen much in the Columbia River in that estuary. But we're also talking about regional coordination, and that's been a challenge because our resources have just been focusing on that, but we really do want to reach out. And that's a process that we've talked with, you know, Stephen Phillips at the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission. What's the right forum to work this on a regional scale? And so we've been doing it on ad hoc in many ways. We have really good communications between the states, but it can be increased. And again, I think part of it is, well, if you don't have any money, what good is it? But I think that's part is if we can keep the pressure on your own state legislators, like, hey, look what Washington's doing. They're trying to pass this. Let's support it because it will benefit Oregon. It'll benefit California. That, I think, is the primary thing at this point. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. Cool. So now we're going to jump across the Salish Sea, and if you're still there, Rennie Talbot's going to be presenting remotely. Can you hear me? We can see you talking, but we... Maybe try... Oh, good, great. Cool. So I'll just introduce you real quick. So Rennie is the Pacific Region Team Lead for Fisheries and Oceans Canada Aquatic Invasive Species Management Program. Rennie's been a fisheries biologist off the coast of British Columbia for the last 20 years with a focus on AIS species since 2017. And he's located in Nanaimo, British Columbia, and works out of the Pacific Biological Station. So go ahead and take it away.
All right, thank you. And I should see my screen there.
Yes.
You need to put in present mode is all.
Okay, should be there shortly. How's that?
Perfect.
Great, okay. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and hard to follow Alan, of course, with with great presentation and a wealth of knowledge there. We'll be sad to lose Alan on this fight for sure. So I'm Rennie Talbot, I'm aquatic invasive species biologist, as mentioned, and I'm going to talk to you about European crab management in British Columbia. So on this presentation, I'm going to cover a bit of background of European green crab in Canada, as well as our management, our strategy for management, and highlight some of our prevention programs, monitoring programs, response programs, management programs, and then go into some of our challenges and our next steps for managing the species. So European green crab, they arrived on the west coast of North America in 1998 in San Francisco Bay, slowly migrated northward, and they landed in British Columbia in 1998 on the west coast of Vancouver Island through larval dispersion. We first discovered them in the Salish Sea, Main Salish Sea in 2018. There was one pocket in the Salish Sea called Soup Basin, which they're established there earlier than that. But we've been working with Washington Sea Grant as well as WDFW on the Salish Sea early detection and monitoring since 2017, where first discovery through the program that we developed was in 2018. Since then, they've been moving up the coast, and so they've reached Haida Gwaii in 2019 is when they were first discovered. Sorry, we don't know exactly when they first reached there, but they were first discovered in 2019. And then subsequently in Alaska in 2022, as well as on our north coast, which is it's called the Skeena River estuary in 2023. So this year, August 1st was our first discovery. And Tom Terrio was one of our science leads who's in the crowd likely. He was on that discovery. So our management background, the program that I work for, the Aquatic Invasive Species National Core Program, it's our management program. It was first created in 2017. It's a very new program. It was created out of the development, or through response to the development of the Aquatic Invasive Species regulations, which came into force in 2015. Our responsibility is to coordinate aquatic invasive species management actions, regulatory implementation, outreach, and education, and to act on our program pillars, which is prevention, early detection, response, and management. We work very closely with DFO Science, and DFO Science, Tom Terry in the crowd, their responsibility is on research, risk assessments, and providing scientific advice to our management activities and to others. In the past, so prior to 2017, the development of our program, DFO Science had been conducting research and risk assessments and understanding a bit about the spread and things like that of European green crab, but no concrete large-scale management actions incurred until after the management program was developed. Our management strategy is to work with partners and to focus our efforts on prevention, early detection, and response. As anybody in invasive species knows, after a species is established and management occurs, it's extremely challenging and expensive endeavor. And our program, unfortunately, is still very small. We have myself and 3 other individuals on a full-time basis. Sometimes we're able to bring in actors and co-op students and things like that, but a very, very small program. So our strategy is to try to leverage resources from partners as best we can, but also just to focus on the highest impact, which is the prevention, early detection, and response. From the prevention side, our focus is on education, training, signage, as well as implementing regulation and trying to control shellfish movement, things like that. From early detection, we have monitoring programs, as I mentioned. And we conduct rapid responses in any area where there's a new detection, in an area where European green crab have not been established. Our management strategy is to support large-scale management efforts and provide advice and issue permits. Prevention side, as I mentioned, education was a big one. To date, we've distributed European green crab signs throughout BC. We developed and distributed educational material, pamphlets, things like that they've seen here to bring awareness to the issue, as well as we've held education sessions at high schools, stewardship groups, regional districts to try and, again, create awareness, but also to leverage resources and get more eyes out there looking and being interested in taking action. We also implemented training, in-person training for volunteer groups, stewardship groups that want to get involved, as well as we launched an online training platform in 2003 with one of our main partners, the Invasive Species Council of British Columbia. And it's free training that people can take to learn more and to be educated on trapping and the permitting process. As well as licensing, our program issues the scientific licenses required to conduct trapping. And we have training as one of the conditions on there, so we implement those trainings. And we track licenses and catch associated with that licensing program. Our other prevention activities include an introduction and transfer committee, and we as well as Tom, we sit on a committee where there is shellfish transport that has the potential to move or be contaminated with European green crab or other invasives. Then we review those applications and try to mitigate the risks as best we can, or deny the applications altogether if the risks are too high. And as well as we implement the aquatic invasive species regulations and working on several policies to aid with that, some specific to European green crab. For monitoring programs, our main monitoring program is in the Salish Sea, and this is one that came out of the Transboundary Action Plan that Alan had spoke to, and it was fully established in 2018. And it's comprised of volunteers from Indigenous governments, as well as municipalities, regional districts, nonprofits, as well as Parks Canada provides input into it. And to date, that program has placed 1,721 traps over 24 different locations within the Salish Sea and resulted in 16 EGC, European green crab, that have been detected through the program. Monthly monitoring occurs at 12 different locations in the Salish Sea, and the EGC have been found at eight different locations where EGC aren't established. So the only location right now in the Salish Sea where European green crab are established is in Soup Basin, and it's a closed off population that is believed not to be spreading significantly into other locations at this time. But there's a large scale management effort occurring there to try and control that population. In addition, on the monitoring side, we've developed an aquatic invasive species prevention fund, and this fund has funded a nonprofit group called the Pacific Salmon Foundation to pull in more groups and to conduct more early detection monitoring in the Salish Sea and support groups that are interested in doing it. We found that there's an overwhelming interest in monitoring for European green crab, which is great, but again, our program is quite small. So we're pulling in and finding funds to other organizations to aid in that collaboration and getting more boots on the ground. In addition to the conventional trapping, these programs will all use, we're using prawn traps now with the past with buoy trap, that's type of trapping. We're also developing a light trapping program. Well, there's one that's been developed for Dungeness, and we're piggybacking on it to look at European green crab zoea. And then sampling that DNA to determine European green crab presence. Response efforts. So our response is occur in any time that there's a new detection in an area where European green crab are not detected, a response occurs. And this occurs in anytime there's new detection, the reference in Salish Sea, a response occurs. And DFO coordinates that response. And we trap these areas until we don't find anything, any more crab. And often it tends to, not over 100, but up to 100 traps to which we have placed in several locations to really pull those populations out. We stop the response once we don't catch any more, and then we come back and check to make sure that our response efforts were adequate. We work heavily with our partners to do these responses, so Indigenous governments, port authorities, community groups. We set up basically a working group for that response effort, and we figure out what resources and collaboratively what we can throw at it. To date, we've done responses in 16 different locations throughout BC, and we have ongoing responses in the Salish Sea, where they're just, every time we go, we just get a couple. It's really frustrating. But in a couple of locations in the Salish Sea, as well as northeast Vancouver Island and the Skeena River Estuary, which is northern British Columbia. For our management programs, we have three main locations that are under management right now. Two are on the west coast of Vancouver Island, and one is in Haida Gwaii. The two on the west coast of Vancouver Island and in Haida Gwaii have been going on for the last 3 years, and significant funding has gone into these management efforts. The ones on the Haida Gwaii are led by a non-government organization, and they have an additional 3 years of funding. It's a joint funding from the province of British Columbia as well as DFO for an additional 3 years. So there'll be 6 years of funded management on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And similar to Haida Gwaii, they have 3 years subsequent to now and an additional 3 years on Haida Gwaii to conduct management efforts. Central Coast is just getting started this year, and it'll be funding for 3 years of management in that location. So management stats. So from an education side, to date we've issued 91 European green crab signs throughout BC. Over 6,000 educational materials we've distributed, and greater than 100 people have been trained for European green crab identification and trapping techniques. Monitoring response. So 35 different locations have been trapped for monitoring and response combined. 5,246 traps have been placed. 2,602 European green have been removed. And for management, we've caught a lot, unfortunately, more than I thought that were there. But for Clayoquot Sound, this is over the 3 years. The total EGC removed is 429,220, with 12,000 approximately traps placed. Sauk Basin is 177,856 European green crab removed, with 13,376 traps placed. And in Haida Gwaii, there's 379,685 European green crab trapped, with over 30,000 traps placed. So a lot of crab coming off of our coast, unfortunately. Another 3 years, as I said, and with these crab caught, they're obviously there's a lot being caught at the beginning, and things are starting to get better in some locations, but also for Haida Gwaii, for example, they're trapping new locations and finding new crab, and so yeah, definitely a labor of love, if you want to call it that, but a lot more work needs to be done. Management challenges. So our coast of British Columbia is extremely large and complex. Our management areas, deep fjords, lots of estuaries, complex habitat, 15,985 miles of shoreline. And there's no roads. Like our coast, we have very central populations, but the majority of our coast is uninhabited. And so getting to these locations is extremely challenging. Finding groups and individuals that want to trap in these locations or have the capacity to do that. In addition to that, it's very expensive to get to these locations to trap. And European green crab seem to be widespread all the way to Alaska. And so we have a challenging situation on our coast to really get to the point where Washington is now, and feel like we have a good handle on it. I think we've got a long road ahead of us. In addition to that, we've got a very small AIS team, and EGC management funding. It's new. There's no dedicated funds at this time for European green crab. We have our AIS prevention fund that just came out. But it's not a big pocket of money, and it's not dedicated towards European green crab. It's freshwater. It's all of our regional priorities. So we have more needs there for sure, as well as our warm water currents are continuously driving spread north. Our next steps is to continue fostering and developing partnerships along the coast to promote monitoring and management activities, to expand our education, awareness, and training activities across BC, expand our early detection monitoring network in areas where European green crab are not believed to be established, so that's the Salish Sea and the North Coast areas. Continue responding to new detections in the Salish Sea and northeast Vancouver Island, so that's the northern entry into the Salish Sea, and that's why we're targeting that location, as well as the North Coast where they're not believed to be established. Continue promoting and supporting management efforts in established areas, so it's West Coast Vancouver Island, Central Coast, Haida Gwaii, and continue advocating for dedicated EGC management funding. And to continue to collaborate with our transboundary partners and DFO Science to ensure effective programs, and to develop and engage on a European green crab management plan for the Pacific region. This is something we have our management strategy, if you want to call it that, as I outlined here for our coast, and we focused our efforts on our priority areas, but we have yet to put our pen to paper and really develop a concrete management plan, and that's something we're hoping to do next fiscal, with outlining and figuring out what needs to be in it this year, and then hopefully putting pen to paper next year. That's all I have today, and yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge Alan and his team and all the work that's happening on our transboundary partners. It's a huge amount of effort, and obviously it benefits us greatly as that larval supply is being cut off and or at least reduced, and it leaves us to just deal with our own internal larval supply and try and cut that off as best we can before it heads to inundates Alaska too much. Free to take questions.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, there's one in the back. Oh, sorry. Okay, it looks like we don't have any questions here. Oh, actually.
Thanks, Rainey. Rainey, I have my question is that how do the indigenous people view this crab at this point? I see a lot of trapping effort in Haida Gwaii, but I want to hear culturally and biologically, what's their perception?
The perception that I've heard, it's a great threat to their culture and the food that they that's important to them and that is important for their sustenance. So there's great interest from our indigenous governments to manage this species, and they're at the forefront of the applications coming into our Aquatic Invasive Species Prevention Fund, and they're a lot of the drivers of the money that's been put into it to date. The 3 years of management in the areas I mentioned, as well as the additional 3 years, that's all been backed and supported by our indigenous governments, and the reason that it is we have been able to allocate that money to those activities.
Thanks, Rennie. This is Kat from Oregon. So what have your numbers been like over time in pipestem? And is there any hope of really decreasing numbers in your more established populations to something equivalent to functional eradication?
Yeah, thanks. We don't have any, so pipestem is in Barkley Sound, and if Tom's in the crowd, he could probably speak to the populations in pipestem. But pipestem isn't within our management area right now, where our program has focus. But Tom with DFO Science has done studies in pipestem, as well as depletion studies in pipestem, and can likely speak more to that population.
Thanks, Rennie. Kat, just for your information, green crab in Barkley Sound took a big hit during the heat dome year in 2021. We were back there 3 years. Pipestem numbers were down until this year, and this year numbers are at or greater than they were in the early stages of the invasion, with a lot of small, 1 year, 2 year old crab. So, the population in pipestem's fully recovered.
Yeah.
What is the population?
Sure.
Oh, I don't have numbers off the top of my head. Sorry, Alan. They're big though.
And for that functional eradication question, we have a contract that we're just finalizing, trying to get through as fast as we can for the Simon Fraser University to work on a model to help us understand functional eradication in these areas where we have management projects, so Clayoquot Sound, Soup Basin. So we're working on a lot of those nuts and bolts as far as, you know, are we getting close? How much more effort do we need to put in these locations? What factors to analyze to really determine functional eradication? So we're tackling that problem and that question of functional eradication with great focus this winter and into next year.
All right. Thanks, Rennie. I think we're done here. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to skip over Tammy Davis's slot here and go to Teresa Thome, talking about the revision of the National European Green Crab Management Plan. So Teresa is an ecologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Regional Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator for the Pacific region. She has almost 25 years of experience working on complex natural resource issues in both North and South America, including aquatic invasive species, native fisheries, and water quality in many unique habitats and ecosystems, freshwater and marine. So, thank you, Teresa.
All right, thank you so much for letting me be here and have a chance to talk a little bit about the Green Crab National Management Plan. And again, I am merely here presenting this, but this is a summary of a multi-year process, and I need to right away up front acknowledge the hard work from the entire Green Crab Management Working Group that worked many, many hours writing and summarizing and analyzing and citing a lot of the work that went into this plan, as well as Ted Groschholz, who helped lead us and organize us. Should have asked how to go forward. Oh, green, go to the green. Go to the green, okay. Let's see if this is gonna work. Okay, so again, our acknowledgements. It's a long list, and hopefully you will notice that this is a group from all over North America. We really worked very hard to try to get representatives helping contribute to the plan from both West Coast, East Coast, and also our tribal partners were very important in contributing to the plan. And again, for those of you who may want a little bit of background information, green crab are native to Europe, but they have a potential for worldwide coastal invasion, and they have significant ecological and economic impacts. And so, including annual losses for fisheries, and the green crab is listed as one of the 100 world's worst invaders. And from this recognition that green crab is really impactful, in 2002, the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force helped finalize a national management plan for green crab. And, you know, as you've just heard, just from Alan and Rennie, you know, there's been significant invasions now on the Pacific coast. And the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force made the recommendation that this plan needed to be updated and really elevated in visibility. And so we were approved to have a new plan and to work on that. And so we went about, it wasn't a joke, April 1st, 2022, really working hard to have hold working group meetings and involve our stakeholders. We had several stakeholder listening sessions to ask for input on what a national management plan update should look like, what makes it a useful plan, how do we move forward with updating this. And so Northwest, Northeast, we had a lot of, we had some tribal listening sessions as well. And we've tried to provide updates on the status of this plan as we've moved forward. And we did, in May, have a draft plan that went out for review to as many people as would look at it. We really wanted broad engagement on a plan and making it useful. And so a little bit more detail in this, asking for comments in May. We had a working group meeting to address those comments. And then we provided that draft to the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force in July. That draft plan was approved to go out for public review. My understanding, it's currently being reviewed by our solicitors, and we're hoping to have it submitted into the Federal Register for a 45-day public comment period, hopefully in October. We'll see how that happens. But just to highlight again, we have 11 goals, and really just with an emphasis on kind of all of our hot topics with prevention, monitoring, rapid response, emergency management, containment, control, priorities for research, as well as looking at economics and how that better enhances how we prioritize our work, as well as outreach and education tools, and then the need for really coordinated data and data management and timely sharing of information so that we can make true management decisions. Some updates. There's definitely been a lot of new developments with population genetics, so that's been added to the plan, as well as updates on the physiology and range limits as we've seen new invasions and learned more about green crab invasion history in North America. Looking at the efforts going on across the United States, and there's significant, everyone seems to be in a little different time space as far as responding to green crab. Also looking at statutes and legal framework, what places have authority to do this work. We added significant information on trapping protocol and different trapping methods. Also, how are we evaluating our effectiveness? So including some criteria for that. And again, highlighting the need for larger scale coordination. And this is one of our kind of key recommendations, is to have an advisory committee tied to green crab, whether that's through the Western Regional Panel or how that will actually look, but to have a broad, advisory committee to help maintain the efforts going on related to green crab and just keeping the management plan alive. And we do have an action plan with evaluation measures in that national plan. Again, so many people contributed to this work, but there were significant contributions from all these people here. And many of you are in the room or online, so again, thank you. And hopefully this plan you will find useful. Many of you are on the ground doing this work, and the goal of this national management plan was to support those local efforts and elevate the importance of this work. So that's really, again, short and sweet. We really do hope that this national plan is useful and that it will be, responsive. So, thank you. As soon as the comment period is open, we'll make sure you know about it.
Thank you, Teresa. Great work to get this on the, done and updated. So once it's finalized, approved, is there anything with the, it's the ANS task force, which WRP is part of. So I would say that it's how do we, as a panel, move forward on recommendations on implementing this plan and getting funding for it. think we have a lot of things moving forward right now, and the time is right to kind of push that. Any thoughts on that? Is, you know, with the ANS task force, do they have any next steps, or they just say it's done, on to the next one?
You know, I think that we have a unique opportunity here with the Western Regional Panel to really, you know, use the plan for our benefit. Especially we have this existing forum, and the efforts with the coastal committee depends on what would make sense for the Western Regional Panel to have a piece for green crab, how that looks. I mean, I think it's appropriate to come out of the coastal committee. As far as the broader aquatic nuisance species task force, you know, I don't know how the other regional panels might incorporate the national plan, but we could certainly provide an example.
So I guess just to follow up on that a little bit with these plans, are there associated project spend plans within some of the goals within the management plan, like other plans? I see it kind of pairs back to like getting funding for some of this work, you know, where the invasive carp plan has dollars associated with it, and QZAP did at some point, but.
Yeah, so we do have our action plan, but we did not incorporate costs for that. And yeah, that was, I mean, maybe at some point we can look into that for adding the actual dollars. It may make more sense, given some of the economic analyses, to have it tied more to a regional implementation, but I don't know.
Right, yeah.
So Teresa, also with the ANS task force, they can't lobby, right? So it's, again, there's this gap in taking this plan. How does the ANS task force, are they done? Where should it go? Because if we make recommendations to the ANS task force, what would that do, and how would that further it make it go further? Or is there other avenues that we should be taking this plan? In 2 words or less.
2 words or less. Yes. You know, Alan, you've been super effective in your state with securing lots of funding to support the emergency response. And whatever your thoughts might be, I would really like to hear that. Yeah, we definitely have a fine line for advocating for funding. It's tricky through the ANSTF. But again, that's why one of the recommendations is the economic analysis to show the true impact of these crabs, and showing that, you know, even our control measures, while that is expensive, we are hopefully, you know, supporting our habitats and our native species that are also very, you know, not just ecologically important, but economically as well. Not 2 words, sorry.
Okay. Thanks, Teresa. So that's it for this session. I think we're going to end a little bit early, and I don't see Leah. She was going to say something about lunch. I think lunch is scheduled for noon, and I don't think they'll serve it until noon. Okay. The floor is yours.
Okay, we made it through the morning. Thank you, everybody, to all of our speakers. If we could give a final round of applause, or did you already do that? Okay. Okay, so we are a touch before noon here. We have a buffet meal for everybody. So that is going to be out here in the main atrium if you go beyond the elevators. It's all set up, and then with the restaurant over there is where we can eat. So you don't have to come back in here and eat. We have a nice like open location. So I know we have a few minutes before the food's gonna get set out nice and hot for us, and then I think we actually come back at 1:30, right? Let's double check here. Yeah, so we have plenty of time to socialize and visit and eat a lot of food. So thank you, everybody. And then we will, of course, restart at 1:30 with a few more coastal topics. So thanks. Hey everybody, lunch is served. If you guys want to make your move over to the buffet in the atrium on the other side of the elevators.
Test, test. Mic check.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. If you want to take a seat, we're going to start our bit of a continuation on some coastal topics. But first of all, I want to really thank our lunch sponsors, iStonish. They made us really full and happy. So thank you, Jason and iStonish, wherever you are. That was wonderful. The other thing I want to say is we have, hopefully everybody did get an email from me prior to the meeting itself, but at 5 o'clock we have a social hour that's also hosted by another one of our sponsors, so CD3 Systems. So if you turn over the back of your name tag, you should see there's like a little like piece of paper in there on the back. I know you didn't get one, John, sorry. No, I ran out of them. They didn't print enough for me. So anyway, that gets you one free beverage at our sponsor-hosted social event. It's going to be in the same atrium area where we were for lunch. So, you know, stop in and do that. And then again, as I said, that was sponsored by CD3 Systems. So there's actually a couple people that didn't get the card. So, but I know who you are, and I will find you and get you one of these tickets. Oh, John's like coming up again. Okay. So, you know, it just wouldn't be a meeting without changing stuff around on the fly, right? So instead of starting with a conversation about the Vessel Incident Discharge Act, we're going to have Chris Gianni come up here first and talk about commercial ship in-haul cleaning. So Chris, we all know and love you with California State Lands Commission. He's our Coastal Committee Chair. Need I say more? Chris.
Thank you. And perfect, that's all queued up. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna talk about some work that we've been doing to better understand some of the risks and consequences from in-water cleaning of commercial ships. Quickly want to point to the co-authors here, people I've been working with a lot on this topic of late. Eugene Georgiadis from New Zealand's EPA, Raul Mihilova from Safina Group in the UK. They're a consulting firm for coatings manufacturers, and then Mario Tamburi at the University of Maryland. That's the wrong one. So most of this talk is going to be focused on the work that we put out a few months ago by the same title, Balancing the Consequences of In-Water Cleaning of Biofouling to Improve Ship Efficiency and Reduce Biosecurity Risk. The link is at the top. I'm not sure if we're going to be sharing the PDFs of the talks, but if anyone's interested, I can share this after. Most of the talk is going to be about that, but I'm also going to pull from a few of the other papers we put out over the past few years on similar topics. Just highlighted a few of the key words there: biofilms, microplastics, policy approvals, marine pathogens, in-water cleaning and capture, environmental risks and science needs for evidence-based decision-making. So all of this is related to in-water cleaning of commercial ships. There's a lot of risks there, and we've been doing a lot of work to try to understand what those are and how to mitigate them. So first, why in-water cleaning? So a lot of the ships in the ocean that come into our ports and ports around the world look like this under the water. There's a lot of fouling. This is a pretty extreme example, but it happens, and for the most part, most of the vessels are using anti-fouling coatings that have biocides in them that present an unpalatable surface, so the organisms don't want to settle there. They'll go find a surface that is more palatable to them, but there are organisms that are tolerant of copper. Copper is the main biocide that we see in a lot of these coatings. So when this happens, they need to be cleaned somehow, and the vessel doesn't go into dry dock except every 5 years typically. So in between that 5-year period, in-water cleaning is typically the strategy they employ. This is an image of in-water cleaning. So what is it? Basically, it's like a lawnmower. Someone has a rotating scrubbing brush unit, pretty big in most cases, and they just drive it up and down the sides of the hull, cleaning things. Traditionally, this is how it was done. Everything that gets removed from the hull of the ship then goes into the water column, might fall down to the sediments. More recently, there's been a lot more because there's been more scrutiny on this practice, more of these types of systems where there's a shroud around that unit that contains everything. There's negative pressure and it sucks all of the debris through an umbilical that goes topside to a treatment center. So in that red box, it could be filtration down to a certain micron level. It could include UV treatment after that to get rid of some of the smaller organisms. They could include active filtration to get rid of the charged particles, so the copper that's in the water. And then, in theory, the water that goes back into the receiving environment is clean enough for that. So there are benefits to in-water cleaning. So we'll talk over the next few slides about some of those benefits. So obviously, the big one is the reduction in the biosecurity risk. So on your left is the heavily fouled chip. Pretty big biosecurity risk there at every port that they go to, because those organisms can spawn, release larvae, be knocked off, etc. The middle one is showing a biofilm, reduced biosecurity risk, but still there's some there. And then on the right is a completely clean hull. That risk is almost eliminated at that point. Another benefit is vessel efficiency. So when there's more organisms on the hull of the ship, that just provides more hydrodynamic drag when the vessel is moving through the water. And so to move that vessel through the water, it takes more fuel. So they're spending more money on fuel. In the left scenario, in the middle, reduction in that, and then on the right, a severe reduction in fuel use and an increase in efficiency. And going along with fuel use is air emissions. So you're burning more fuel, you're putting more emissions up into the atmosphere. On the right, again, heavy emissions, moderate, and low emissions as you go through this. So there are some clear benefits here to in-water cleaning. And so there's a strong incentive, obviously, on the shipping industry side to see this happen. There's strong incentives on our side as well to see this happen, to make sure that it's being done responsibly, but to reduce the biosecurity risk when the vessels are coming into port. But of course, there are other consequences involved as well. So when you're removing the organisms, in the first scenario I presented where you're not capturing the debris, all those organisms have to go somewhere. So they're going to go into the water column or into the sediments. So there's a localized high biosecurity risk at that point. There's obviously human health consequences of having divers in the water during these cleaning events. Could be due to ship traffic in the area, or in some cases recesses like a bow thruster shown here, that if all the steps are taken as precautionary, those things are shut off and you're not going to have issues, but there's still some risks there on recesses and suction. And of course, visibility and swell and low clearance underneath the vessels are concerns as well. Another one of the big ones is water quality. So as those rotating scrubbing brushes are cleaning off all the organisms, they're also rubbing and scrubbing those anti-fouling coatings that are designed to release small amounts of copper over the 5-year period that the vessel's in the water. But as you're scrubbing and scrubbing, you're going to be accelerating the release of those biocides. And the picture there on the right it speaks for itself. It was taken after one of these cleaning events, and the water was orange, obviously, with all the biocides, and the coating was just released into the water around it. The figure on the left is from a study we did looking at one of these cleaning units to see how much copper is being released during this process. On the y-axis, it's the concentration of copper in micrograms per liter on a log scale. The colors are for the different vessels. I would ignore the blue. That was a vessel that was done in Baltimore that had a really old coating that didn't have a lot of copper on it. But the yellow one was a vessel that was in Alameda, California, that had a relatively young coating that had copper in it as well. So the first 3 stations were just ambient water sampled, so really low, beyond reporting limits of the copper in the water. The 3 in the gray were the influence. So after the cleaning unit did its thing and captured and contained all the removed material, that umbilical that was going to that treatment plant up on top, so that was taken before it got to the treatment stage. So the water that was coming off the vessel had extremely high copper, up to 10,000 micrograms per liter. And the yellow dash at 100 was the allowable discharge in San Francisco Bay. So the main takeaway here is, yeah, there's a lot of copper coming off the vessel when you're cleaning it while it's in the water. In addition, Those coatings, besides having biocides in them, there's a lot of microplastics that are part of the matrix that is slowly dissolved away, and so you're accelerating the release of those as well as you're cleaning these ships. And then, of course, because those biocides and microplastics are going into the water column and settling down to the seafloor, over time, you're going to build up sediments with high concentrations of these biocides. And when it comes time to do dredging, it's a whole nightmare there. And then the last one is just the consequences of reduced efficiency of the vessel. So this picture is showing after the cleaning event that we sampled, you could see the pattern that the rotating scrubbing brush left on the hull. The orange bits are part of the anti-fouling coating that's supposed to be there, that's supposed to protect that vessel from becoming fouled. The black parts are the underlying anti-corrosive coating that is still intact there, but it doesn't provide any more protection against biofouling for the foreseeable future until this vessel goes back into a dry dock. So that vessel will be fouled again within a matter of weeks. So obvious consequences as well, and of course they can be minimized. So if we look back at this diagram here of the in-water cleaning and capture system, the two circles there, the one on the left is showing at the cleaning head, like I mentioned, if there's a shroud around the cleaning unit and the negative pressures removing all the organisms and debris that comes off the hull, you can pretty much eliminate the risk at that point. And most of the systems that are in place today that have these sorts of setups have really good suction, so that's less of a concern. The major concern now is the bigger circle on the right, the level of filtration, the level of treatment before the water gets returned back to the ambient environment. So we're having a lot of discussions. So I work in California, obviously, but these are ships that are going all around the world. So we work a lot with other states in the US and a lot of other countries to try to be consistent with the policies that we're pushing. So we're having a lot of conversations around this to try to hopefully get to a point where these technologies develop to the level where they're treating the water to an acceptable level everywhere they go. So some of the needs that we try to push in this paper were that rather than what agencies had been doing in the past is we get authority from the legislature wherever we are saying you must manage for invasive species or you must manage for water quality. And oftentimes those two things are competing because if we're cleaning these things to get rid of the invasive species, you're also going to be removing the biocides. And if that's not a concern of ours, then it's going to be an issue for someone else. So we're trying to get away from reducing one pollutant at the expense of another. So we're trying to work together a little bit better than we have in the past across the globe to try to look at this more holistically and manage it more holistically. And the other need is to have more independent testing of these technologies. So similar to what we've seen with ballast water treatment systems for commercial ships, there's been a really nice development of testing facilities that do independent testing so that when these technologies come to a port and say, we want to operate here, take a look at the data that we've collected. We can put a lot more what's the word, trust into it, knowing that it was independently collected. So that's been another push that we've been pushing. And yeah, that's it. I think we have time for questions if there are any. Yes.
I got a question. Hold on.
Oh, she's coming.
Is a discharge permit needed for this type of work?
It depends on where you're going. Yeah, in the U.S., it depends. So the EPA's vessel general permit allows for in-water cleaning under certain circumstances. If I go back to that, if I can, I don't know, to the very beginning, the two different scenarios. The one that doesn't capture would be covered by the vessel general permit, so they would not need a permit, an additional permit to do the top one. In certain ports, in California, our water boards have said you cannot do this if it produces a plume of paint because there's obvious issues there. If in these scenarios, they would need a separate national pollutant discharge elimination system permit. So, and the requirements for that would vary depending on the jurisdiction.
So, the bottom portion, is that capturing the biocides when they are cleaning them?
Yeah,
Or is
so
that is this also the same similar occurrence as the water that's orange?
yeah, the orange water was in this scenario. So in most cases, the shroud around here and the negative pressure bringing everything pretty much sucks up everything that's removed, and even things that are around. It works pretty well. The concern then is what happens here. And if it's set up to only remove particles, organisms, all of the dissolved copper and other biocides are going to go through that. So there are ways to mitigate that if they use the active filtration that binds to the charged particles. Those sorts of things cost money, obviously. So the incentive isn't there on the industry side to do that. So that's where we're trying to fill in gaps and make those incentives part of the regulatory packages. So to get an NPDES permit in Los Angeles, the discharge has to meet a certain threshold for copper. And to get to that level, they need to use those types of systems.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we've got another question over here. We want to hear you well. Hey, Chris. So I want to know, one is how long do you anticipate that you've done in-water cleaning on these vessels? So an average length of boat is what?
Couple hundred meters. They're huge.
Right. So how long did it take to actually perform an in-water cleaning on a typical size boat?
It usually takes anywhere from 6 hours to a couple of days when they're at port.
I was going to say,
to clean the entire thing. Yeah.
so to motivate them to be able to hold them up for 2 days, is it going to be convenient for them while they're loading or unloading? How would that?
Yeah, in an ideal situation, this is taking place while the unloading and loading is happening, so there's no delay. And just to be clear, at this point, they're not doing this because we're asking them to do it. They're doing this because there's that financial incentive on their part to increase their efficiency. So
I get the frictional drag and the fuel efficiency on that, and also how it's maneuvering in the water, because we were actually looking at doing this exact thing at Lake Mead when we got quagga mussels, but between EPA and it being in a national lake, it was pretty much So, and we did actually put the filtration system together for that type of thing. And I was like, well, it could be adaptable. It very well could be, but how far are you at the technology of having that system in place to be?
Yeah, so these technologies exist today. There's probably, I want to say 6 to 8 companies around the world that operate systems like the one shown on the bottom, and they're not all driven by an operator in the water. A lot of them are ROVs now. So there's someone either on the vessel or even across the globe operating it on that ship to do the cleaning and then to bring the water back up and go through the whole processing. So there are some that are in operation in different parts of the world. Some of them are operating in California now.
That's awesome. And are they consecutively treating the ballast water in the tanks as well?
It's separate. It's very similar, the idea here, right? You're basically treating wastewater, and in some cases, some of the technologies for in-water cleaning are using the technologies that have already been developed and type approved for ballast water, but they are separate right now. So typically a vessel that's discharging ballast water has their own treatment system installed on the vessel. That water goes through there. So they're not bringing in the umbilical into the onboard ballast water treatment system.
Right. In theory, they're all doing that treatment in ballast systems. Yeah. Excellent. Is the Coast Guard Auxiliary? One more question: is the Coast Guard Auxiliary helping you with regulatory issues on this stuff?
No. we operate as the state of California, right? So we have our own authorities here. The NPDES permits that I mentioned, those in California, they're issued by either our state water board or one of the regional water boards. Even though it's an EPA permit under the Clean Water Act, the states have been granted authority to do that. So usually so like I said, in California, it's one of our water boards that are issuing those. So it's primarily the state agencies that are doing this in California. Welcome.
One more question, Tom.
Just a quick one. Because of the non-financial incentives for cleaning of niche areas and things like that, is there any advancement in moving from hall cleaning to niche cleaning?
Yes, is very slow. So there are some of these vendors that have also developed attachments to go in and clean a sea chest or to clean other niche areas. Those haven't been independently tested, so we just don't know how well they clean and how well they remove and contain everything that gets removed. But yeah, that sort of thing likely would require more incentivizing on the part of the regulators, although there is recent work showing that, so we know that drag is a big issue for the vessels, so they're going to make sure that their hulls are clean. The common assumption was that the internal seawater system and all the internal niches, just there's no incentive for them to keep them clean, but there's been recent work over the past maybe 6 months showing that internal seawater systems, when they're fouled inside and you get blockages and you're not allowed to bring in the cooling water to keep your engine at a certain temperature, that there are some huge financial costs to the vessel as well. So hopefully we can do a better job of getting that message out there so that there is that industry incentive to maintain the internals as well.
Thank you so much, Chris. Okay, next we have Nick Rosenau, who's joining us remotely. I believe he's out there in the virtual world, but Nick is with the Oceans and Coastal Management Branch within the US EPA's Office of Water, where he leads the Coral Reef Protection Program. And I believe, let's see, he is in the DC area joining us today, and prior to that he worked as a staff geologist for energy and environmental consulting companies in various places actually across the West. So Nick, are you there? There you are, and you're showing your screen. Welcome, welcome to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here virtually. Sorry I couldn't be there in person, but the West is where my heart is. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in Colorado and Utah as well, so very much miss it out there. Mainly the geology, but it's a great place. But I'm not talking about that today. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today to talk about an issue that I guess that I've been really dealing with here at the EPA for the past 3 or 4 years, and that's stony coral tissue loss disease. So my goal here today is to kind of provide an overview of what we know and what we don't know about the disease to date. It's devastating impacts in the Greater Caribbean region, and then efforts underway to mitigate its spread within the Greater Caribbean, and then also, of course, out of the Caribbean, potentially into other parts of the world. There's a lot of focus on, of course, preventing its spread to our Pacific jurisdictions, Hawaii and elsewhere. So it's an issue of concern, not just to those being currently affected, but it's high on the priority list of people that are in the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific as well. I don't like using the word unprecedented unless it's warranted. I think in this case, you would get a hard pushback that it's not an unprecedented event from people that have been studying this. So this is something that's been going on. In 2014 is when it was first observed off the coast of Miami, Florida. And it's been devastating in a number of different ways. It affects a great number of stony corals, these reef-building corals. It's affecting over 30 species of corals in the Caribbean region. And when this disease affects a coral or a colony, it spreads like wildfire. It's super fast, it's very infectious, and it transmits very easily, both through water and through physical contact and other intermediaries, which I'll talk a little bit more about. One of the issues that still remains unknown, I think, is a big issue that's still underway is what's causing this. Coral disease, of course, are very complicated, and it's usually not just one factor that goes into causing these sorts of diseases, but this one in particular, due to its sort of long-standing nature and its devastating impact across the Caribbean, has really been looked at more closely, and they're trying to dig into what's causing it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that on these coming slides. So just to kind of give you an idea of how fast this moves, pictures really are worth 1,000 words. I mean, this is an example from a brain coral down in St. Thomas. And you can see over the period of 1 month, it was photographed and the tissue is completely destroyed. And that's what this disease does. It's a little different than bleaching in that the actual tissue of the coral itself is killed. In this case, you've got up to 40 square centimeters a day. I mean, it's just incredible. So this leads to colony mortality within days to weeks. So by the time a lot of these divers get down there and see this, it's almost too late. And there are some intervention techniques that have been developed that I won't get into too much today, but I'll touch on just briefly of ways that have been tried to halt some of the spread of this disease. But it's been a very difficult task for the reasons mentioned on the previous slide. So this is what we know. I think these sort of 5 bullets summarize what has kind of been gathered over the past, what are we at, almost 2014, I said, so almost 10 years. What we do know about the disease is that it affects the zooxanthellae, so the symbionts that live within the corals themselves. There's evidence of that. There's also evidence of potentially a bacterial component, and that's really based on the fact that antibiotics can prove or have proven effective in halting the disease. And so there's most likely a bacterial component. There's been quite a bit of research to indicate that also viruses may play a role, particularly viruses of those algal symbionts. In terms of transmission, we know that it's transmissible both by direct contact, so healthy corals can be infected by unhealthy corals in proximity, or other intermediaries, say fish or divers, even people, of course, moving and touching an unhealthy or a diseased coral and moving it to a healthy coral, but also through water. So the water itself can be infectious, and there have been some experiments to look into that, and I'll show you a few of those as well in a few slides. But the mechanisms by how it's transmitting, particularly at longer distances, is really not fully understood. And so that's still an area of active research. But I think we have some decent hypotheses about how it's moving. Pretty good ideas about how it's moving around what I call sort of short to local or even medium range transmission around, say, an island or so. But looking into how it's moving, say, from Florida to Jamaica or the Yucatan Peninsula or into the Antilles, obviously requires a different mechanism that can't be explained by something like ocean currents. So you'll see that in a few slides here. All right, there's a lot here. I'm going to try to explain what's going on. So what you're looking at, there's this great website. The acronym is AGRA, and you can go and check it out. And they have live updates of this, showing the disease reports and where it's being monitored. But the red dots, if you will, on here are all places where the disease has been confirmed to be present. There's lots of monitoring stations. The ones in green are showing places that are actively monitored but aren't showing evidence of the disease. As I mentioned, this was first observed in the fall of 2014 off the coast of Miami, and it's now present across all of Florida's coral reef, all the way down into dry Tortugas and another 27 other countries and territories in the Greater Caribbean. The right over here, if you can see my pointer, is showing sort of the progression of the disease, if you will, from 2014 up here at the top in Florida, moving all the way down to 2023, one of the most recent reports in Bonaire. So you can kind of get a very high level sense of how this is sort of hopscotched around. But it's very, very prevalent across the region. This is kind of another look at that map. This is one that's keyed out by year. So going from sort of a lighter blue to a darker blue color, showing how the disease has progressed from 2014 to more recently, these darker colors. And but the main thing I think on this slide is, as I alluded to earlier, are these different ways in which the disease is being transmitted. That's one of the more active areas of research. And I like to break it in again to these short to medium range versus more long range transmission mechanisms. So currents, there's been some modeling to suggest that neutrally buoyant particles could be responsible for moving around some of the disease around Florida. We know that sediment and associated pathogens have the ability to move the disease around. And of course, as I mentioned, other non-correlated intermediaries, butterfly fish, for example, it was demonstrated that the disease be moved by these other organisms. So that's good for explaining, potentially the spread of the disease locally. But in terms of long range transmission, the two I think that have gotten the most attention and we've looked at the most and make the most sense based on the dynamics that we'll see here. And I'll show you some of the vessel traffic in the region, which probably many of you are familiar with this, but ballast water and associated sediment with ballast water, as well as hull fouling. Chris was talking about just that. And so that is considered one of, I don't know if I want to say more likely, but it's definitely considered a mechanism by which the disease could be moving around, given the fact that it can be transferred via ballast or via in the water. And we know that these vessels are moving all around the Caribbean region. Other human activity is also suspected. So, humans, divers going around snorkeling, fishing, as well as recreational vessels are also other potential mechanisms for moving across these long distances. So if we focus a little bit more on the ballast water or biofouling angle, you're looking at a heat map here, just showing shipping routes, sort of overlaying on the disease reports. A lot of people did this early on and said, well, there's potentially a connection here, right? How are we moving the disease from Florida? And then it shows up a few years later, suddenly in Jamaica. Why didn't it move straight to the Bahamas or someplace close by? So vessels sort of rose to the top as a potential mechanism. So it's considered a potential mechanism, especially to explain some of these countercurrent shifts and these reports across very geographically distant areas. In some locations, the spatial patterns of infection are actually also observed to be greatest near shipping ports. This is true in the Bahamas, also in the U.S. Virgin Islands, but that's not always the case. In other places, for example, in Jamaica, Turks and Caicos, and Belize, the first reports of the disease were not necessarily near ports, and some of these have very good monitoring programs. So it's pretty evident that's the emergence event was not near a port. But I think it's reasonable to consider ships as a possible transport mechanism, and it's something that is very well established now as a potential mechanism for its spread. I don't need to go over too much of this. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this. This is just sort of an illustration of how the disease might move in ballast. Obviously picking up ballast water while you're in port, if you're in a place where the corals have the disease, and then you move it to a place and discharge that ballast in a place that the disease is not present, well, potentially you could be moving the disease around. We all know that ballast water and also, of course, biofouling has a diverse assemblage of microbes, bacteria, and viruses, and so forth. So definitely potentially a mechanism. Also, the sediment that's associated with these ballast water tanks, we know that it can be moved around in sediment as well. So I wanted to show a few outbreaks. As I mentioned, it varies a little bit. Sometimes they come, the outbreaks occur near ports, other times not necessarily near a port. This is an example of a study that was done in the Bahamas in 2020. And the main takeaways here are that these are very well-studied sites. So before 2020, before the disease was observed, and then after. So they have a pretty good confidence of where the disease first appeared in this area on both these different islands. So they saw initial outbreaks on Grand Bahama and New Providence around the same time, but these are more than 200 kilometers apart. And they also noticed that the colonies nearest the ports showed the highest proportion of infection. And the conclusions of this study were that shipping was most likely responsible for at least the initial arrival of the disease here. And there's been, of course, some more qualitative evidence of in the study. They note that tanker ships were seen pumping out large quantities of water near corals and so forth. So, beyond just the very clear and detailed surveys, there's evidence. I've seen this here, and I've heard it from the Virgin Islands as well, where you're seeing vessels discharging water near or coral reefs. In the Caymans, it's a little different. These two pictures are 7 months apart. The main focus, or the main point of this slide, is to show that it appeared from April to November, how it quickly spread across the island, and that this epicenter where it first appeared was up here on the northern part of the wall, and then it sort of moved around in kind of both directions around the island. And the currents are generally west around the island, and so currents are probably at least explaining some of the movement around the island itself. So showing here that there's evidence of short and long range transmission, and they sort of work together here. But the epicenter of the disease wasn't necessarily near a port in this case. And then finally, I wanted to show an example from St. Thomas and St. Croix in the Virgin Islands. The red dots here are showing disease occurrences. This is St. Thomas over here on the left, and then 2 from St. Croix here. And these were highlighting novel emergence events in 2019 and then in 2020. And all of these were near port areas is the take home from this. This is a study that was done by Joe Townsend, who's now, I believe, at the National Science Foundation. This hasn't been published, but they've seen this, and that was their conclusions. We're seeing these results and showing that the emergence events were near ports. Sadly, and this is true for a lot of areas now, that the disease is endemic and present on all the reefs in the Virgin Islands, and this is true for a lot of the other islands as well, in Florida and Puerto Rico. So quickly, just a little bit about one of these experiments. I just wanted to highlight that there was some work that EPA helped fund. Naval Research Lab and NOAA did the actual research, but they were looking at how or whether the disease could persist in a simulated ballast water experiment. And without getting into too much of the details, I think the take homes were that UV treatment, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, is a very common technique for sterilizing ballast water. It's a ballast water treatment. It reduced the rate of the disease transmission by about 50%. And so I'll let you take that what you will as being good or bad. It's not too great to a lot of people in the coral reef protection world. But that was a fascinating result, that there was some reduction in the transmission rate, but only about 50%. So not terribly exciting to see that. They did also some ballast hold time experiments, a day versus 5 days, and didn't notice significant effects on the onset of disease signs. So the implications here are that, we can have this disease potentially that's obviously persisting in untreated ballast water, but also potentially keeping or staying in treated ballast water, UV treated ballast water, and remaining pathogenic. So even if vessels are doing what they're supposed to be doing and properly treating their ballast water, the implications are maybe the disease could still be sneaking through by those using this method. We've not evaluated chlorination or other techniques. And so there's a push to really detect or focus on targeted detection of phytoplankton and bacteria to really more specifically hone in on some of these agents. But it's been a tough road to actually get at what these agents of the disease are, and I'm not confident we're gonna get there anytime soon, unfortunately. Biofilms have also been briefly looked at. I'm just checking the time. And this is something that was done at the USGS and colleagues. And the take home here was basically they set up a couple of experiments, and they were able to form biofilms from diseased corals and show that they have some unique signatures, but they had not gone as far as demonstrating any sort of transmission via those created biofilms. What's next? There's a lot coming up. There's a couple of papers that have been published that are interesting. I'm happy to share any of this with you offline. And there's a recent one coming out that looks at disease intervention techniques. There's a lot of stuff underway that's, I think, exciting. Some of it's halted due to, if you see down here at the bottom, I'm really interested in this one, which is looking at Pacific coral susceptibility. It's on hold currently due to a number of issues, but that's one of the big questions, is whether this disease could potentially infect corals in the Pacific, since it's currently confined to the greater Caribbean region. And then there's also some work to look at environmental cofactors, thermal stress, nutrient stresses, and how that might impact how the disease is transmitted. Some early findings that were just provided to me the other day were that transmission seems to be higher in more ambient water temperatures versus elevated temperatures, which is a fascinating result. And then there's some work to do size fractionation to try to get at causative agents. So a lot of stuff still ongoing. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight this is sort of garnered a lot of support and a lot of different partners, both from the federal, state, and academic and NGOs coming together, sort of into these very one of them being the Coral Disease Work Group. That's kind of what I wanted to focus on here. So this is a group that's composed of more than 30 of those partners, and we are, working with local and state folks to try to get information out there about the disease. There's lots of great resources out there. There's some fact sheets, there's some infographics, there's lots of great things out there that I can provide information for you to dig into if you're interested in. And there's more resources here, but I won't read you all of those. I think that's it. I just want to thank all those that actually did the research here. I'm just the one that gets to kind of share this with you. But thank you very much for your time. And if we have time for questions, I'm happy to answer any.
We have a question for you.
Thanks, Nick. I know you recently had the Coral Reef Task Force met with the ANS Task Force to talk about future steps. Can you enlighten us to what you're all going to be doing over the next year or so?
Yeah, that's a great question. What we're going to be doing? We did. It was a great first introduction for us and the task force to meet with the wider ANS Task Force, and I think in particular, some of the things that were of most interest to us and I think would be most helpful is the work that's going on with our Pacific partners that are part of the Coral Reef Task Force that are really interested in preparing for the possibility that the disease is going to make it out there. So having plans in place, whether those be intervention plans or just prepping themselves for what may come, and being able to respond in a timely manner. And I think that's where I see some of the biggest possibilities for working with the ANS Task Force is using some of the great resources that you have and the expertise you have, so we can learn from you to how to do some of this and how to implement some of these plans. So we're hoping to schedule a follow-up call here soon. Just waiting for a few folks to get back to me, and we'll kind of hope to move forward on that.
Thanks, Nick. So one more question. I know you mentioned it, and I know there's been a lot of interest in our coastal committee about the potential for the Pacific Islands to be at risk. And you mentioned one of the possible mechanisms is biofouling. And for those vessels to get from the Caribbean over to the Pacific, they'd have to go through the Panama Canal, which is freshwater. So I'm just curious if you know anything about whether freshwater can act as an effective biocide against this.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not aware of any studies that have looked at that. So that seems reasonable, and yes, you're correct. That would be the idea, is that they're passing through the Panama Canal. But I don't believe there's been actually any controlled or actually careful studies to look at that. But that's something we should definitely consider. So I'll pass that on.
Thank you for your presentation. Can you speak a little bit more to how the international collaboration is going with Mexico and the other countries? How are you coordinating and communicating and all of that good stuff?
Yeah, I'll say it's been a little difficult, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody for that reason. There's obviously different regulatory issues when you're moving across different countries like that. and there's different systems in place, and there's different information that is available to be shared. So we've, as the U.S. Coral Reef Task Force, I think we've dipped our toes into engaging a little bit with some of the other countries, but not as much as perhaps I think we would like to. I know there was some early on efforts to look at ballast water. I was interested in that, particularly kind of movement of ballast water in ships across the Caribbean. And, obviously there's only a few places that are U.S. states or territories that are being impacted by this. The majority are not, they're non-U.S. And so we ran into the issue of being able to find good data that was available. So we kind of keep our eye on what's going on in other areas. I would say the Bahamas, we do a pretty good job of coordinating with them. I think we could do a better job of coordinating with the folks in Mexico. I'm not sure how much we've actually reached out to them and done work with them as well. And then I will mention though that we've engaged quite a bit with some folks from Australia. They've been quite interested in this work, and so we've shared a lot of resources with them, and they've sort of shared some of those resources, I believe, up in Australia. So that's kind of what we're doing currently, but I wish we were a little bit more engaged internationally in the greater Caribbean region, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us today, Nick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for your time.
Okay, it's back to you, Chris. Is it echoing now, or is that just me? Sound team, echo, echo. It's echoing. Okay, so Chris Shiani, as you guys know, he's going to be talking now about VITA. He was going to share the stage a bit with Alan Ployce, but they're doing some troubleshooting with the mussel incident that's occurring. So I think you'll have your talk up here.
Hopefully he comes at some point, because I can say it, he's not here, but we had a little retirement gag gift for him, so hopefully he shows up during the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to talk about how the Pacific states have been working together and responding to the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act rulemaking that's been going on at the federal level, and just the VITA process in general. I'll be presenting it. I was going to share the stage with Alan a little bit, but and maybe I'll jump to the next slide just to say this, but we have been working really closely with our partners in Washington, Oregon, Hawaii, and of course California. We all have ballast water prevention programs, and in some cases biofouling prevention programs. And we work collaboratively, informally throughout the year, but formally through the Pacific Ballast Water Group, where we meet once a year and coordinate, and then through the Coastal Committee of the Western Regional Panel as well. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate, make sure that we're sharing information and data, and presenting a strong united front when we're dealing with rulemaking and commenting on rules at the federal level. So real quickly, I know we've talked about the Vessel Incidental Discharge Act at, seems like every meeting for the past 5 years, but it was signed into law in 2018, and it established a new section of the Clean Water Act, and it directs the EPA to adopt regulations to set national standards of performance for discharges incidental to the normal operation of a vessel. For example, ballast water, that's the big one, and Nick just talked about that. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. Then it directs the Coast Guard then to follow up on the EPA's rule to adopt implementation regulations. So EPA sets the standards for these discharges, and then Coast Guard sets the rules for how those are going to be implemented and enforced during Coast Guard inspections. And no need to read the US code, but we put it up here just to show that when Congress wrote this, they declared that the states would be partners in this and would have defined roles here, specifically consultation and coordination with these federal agencies to make sure that the states and the federal agencies were working together to develop these regulations. So real quickly, we're just going to run through the timeline. So I mentioned in late 2018, VETA was signed into law. October 2020, EPA released their draft VETA regulations for a 30-day comment period. So in November, those closed. And then nothing happened during 2021. And then in 2022, the EPA re-engaged with the states to hold a series of meetings on specific topics. So during the comment period, the states provided a lot of feedback through comment letters. And so the EPA, during these state re-engagement meetings, communicated what they heard from us from those comment letters and asked for clarification on what we were looking for. And then earlier this year, the EPA announced that in the fall of 2023, they expect to release a supplemental notice that fairly vague, but it sounds like there will be an update to the proposed rule at that point and possibly releasing more information on the studies relied upon. So we're waiting for that. That should happen any day now. The idea is it probably will come out this month. And then the EPA has also said that once they do that, they're going to hopefully finish with their final rule by fall of next year. So it's going to take them 1 year to get from where they are now to finishing. And then after that, the Coast Guard steps in and they have 2 years to do their process. So the expectation is that by the fall of 2026, maybe earlier, that the VETA regulations will be in place. So just spend a couple of slides talking about the process thus far. I think the states have been slightly frustrated with the process. There's been a lack of opportunity for the states' consultation and cooperation, and has been inconsistent with what was mandated by the VETA statute. There was an initial release. The initial release of the regulations in 2020 was rushed. The states and the public was given 30 days to review this massive rule and provide comments, and that ended around the Thanksgiving holiday week. And during this, there wasn't a lot of consultation with the states as we were expecting. There were webinars where things were explained to the public, but there wasn't any opportunity for back and forth dialogue. And so we provided all this information, all of our concerns in letters to the EPA. And one of the reasons it was rushed, it was because it was right before the change in administrations, and there was a rush on the EPA's part to finish everything before the transition to a new administration, and that didn't happen. And so we saw, as of January 2021, a big slowdown at least publicly, in what was being released. So we didn't hear from them for about a year. So no public announcements during 2021. Then we had those state re-engagement meetings that I mentioned during 2022, where again, they restated what they heard from us, asking for some clarification, but there really wasn't an opportunity for the dialogue between the states and the EPA. And part of that was because the rulemaking process had already began, and there are rules against answering comments like that during the rulemaking before it gets finalized. So then, yeah, like I mentioned, the announcement earlier this year that they were going to be releasing a supplemental notice now any day, and then finalizing by next fall. So the Coast Guard's part of this, it won't officially begin until after the EPA adopts their final regulations. Like I said, hopefully, they anticipate it being next fall. And then at that point, the Coast Guard has 2 years to adopt implementing regulations. And those regulations will depend on what the final standards are that EPA adopts, and so we just don't know that yet. The Coast Guard has started having quarterly engagement talks with the states, and that's been a good sign, and we're going to continue meeting with them as this process plays on. And then we just wanted to touch on a few of the actions that we've taken collectively as Pacific states, and in some cases in collaboration with Great Lakes states, to present a unified voice in this. So one of the actions, so if I take a step back, the EPA, when they're setting the performance standards for ballast water discharges, they're using data that's available to them. The states have been given a role within VETA to be able to petition for stronger standards if there are data to support that. The data that would allow for that are held by the U.S. Coast Guard right now, because any ballast water treatment system that has to go through a type approval process to be approved by the Coast Guard for use on a vessel in the U.S. has to present those data to the Coast Guard. And so we've been trying to get our hands on those data so that we can take a look and see if there are any possibilities for more stringent standards to be applied. But the Coast Guard hasn't been willing to give that to us. And so we've had to go through the FOIA process, and that has been denied. And so we're working with a representative, U.S. Representative Garamendi from California, who introduced House Resolution 1452 earlier this year that would require the Coast Guard to provide those data to the states if they make a request. To do this, we worked with the Coast Guard to craft that language, so it's not controversial. The Coast Guard is okay with this. It just has to go through this process. So the states put together a letter supporting HR 1452. Earlier this year, we sent it on, and it was signed by the agency heads in California, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio, Oregon, Washington, and Wisconsin. In addition, we also got together and produced another letter for the U.S. Coast Guard outlining our expectations for their rulemaking process. Because we had a less than ideal experience during the earlier EPA rulemaking process, we wanted to make sure that we gave them our expectations out front. So the goal was to establish the true consultation that's required under the VETA statute. This was signed in June by the agency heads in Washington, Oregon, California, and Hawaii. We did get a response, an official response from the U.S. Coast Guard that was less than ideal. Essentially, rather than viewing this as a partnership, it was essentially, you'll have a chance to comment when the public has a chance to comment. So that's kind of the stance that they're taking right now. And then thirdly, we sent another letter to the EPA, because I mentioned we're expecting that supplemental notice to be released any day now. So in this letter to the EPA, we outlined our expectations for this supplemental notice process, asking for at least 60 days review. Last time we got 30 days, and like I said, around Thanksgiving holiday. So we wanted more time for review and comment, actual two-way discussions, and to get some responses from them to some of the concerns that we're raising. And this was just sent a week ago. It was signed on August 28, and we sent it last week. And again, agency heads in California, Hawaii, Minnesota, Michigan, Ohio, Oregon, Rhode Island, Washington, and Wisconsin. So really good collaboration between the Pacific states and the Great Lakes region. And then the next steps, kind of continuing on with what I just mentioned in the last 3 slides. We're going to continue to work collaboratively with our partner states to respond to this EPA supplemental notice when it comes out. So we're all on the ready, waiting for it. We're going to continue to meet with the Coast Guard quarterly and push for the true consultation and cooperation that we're expecting and as mandated by the VETA statute. And to continue to support the inclusion of that Garamendi Amendment in the Coast Guard Authorization Act to give the states access to that ballast water treatment system data that will allow us to determine if more stringent standards are necessary. And that was it. We're just gonna say thank you, and I'm seeing people trickling in, possibly from that other meeting, but I don't see Alan yet.
It's okay. Are there any questions for Chris on this? Jonas, gotcha.
I may have missed it, but what's the Coast Guard's objection to providing that data? Is it like trade stuff from those? Okay.
Yeah, when those technology developers are sending in their applications for type approval, it has all the data that they've collected, but also all the details of their system. And we made it clear that in our request that we don't really need to see anything about their black box. It can remain a black box. We just want to see what's going in, what's coming out. As states, obviously, we have a big interest in what's going into our water, and so we want to see that. And so we try to be as clear as possible that that's the narrow look that we're hoping for, and it just...
Yeah, that's what I was assuming, but yeah, thank you.
Okay. Oh, Alan's here, but I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to our next session. But thank you so much, Chris. Let's give Chris a hand, please. Keep up the good work. Okay, right, so transition. Oh, here you are. Great. Okay, so our next session. Oh, what's your thing? Oh, go ahead, do your thing. Yeah. All right, Alan, actually, really quick, there's a question really quick for you.
I can use this.
Yes
Hard to
and
tell.
no.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So we all heard that Alan is retiring. Yeah, he's been a strong. Oh, you can see. Don't look at that.
Sorry.
He's been a strong partner to all of us in the Pacific region and all of the states working together on VITA. Don't need to say anything else, but we know that as you're retiring, you're not going to be able to unplug completely from VITA issues. And so as you're hanging up your Washington DFW hat, hard hat, we got you a replacement hard hat. So you can, in more leisurely hard hat. So to see.
It fits perfectly.
And it even comes with paired ballast water tanks, WBT, one starboard and one port.
That's right.
So you can put ballast point beers in each of them.
Right.
There you go.
And that's they're invasive barnacles.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
Appreciate it.
thank you, Alan.
Will this go through airport security?
It did on the way up.
Okay, that's good.
Unassembled, of course.
Unassembled. Yeah, there's some biosecurity issues as well.
Hello. All right, the next session we have is IIS Information Access and Exploration of Database Resources. Our first speaker is Wes Daniels, and we all know Wes. At least most of us know Wes from WRP in the past. There he is. Hello, Wes. He's a fishery biologist of the USGS Wetland and Aquatic Research Center's Non-Indigenous Aquatic Species Program. He is the new program manager for the NAS and curates all the invertebrate, reptiles, and mollusk records for the database. That's a mouthful. His research focuses on the development of tools for managers and stakeholders that evaluate the potential spread of non-native and invasive species within and across drainage basins. And I'm Tom, your moderator. Welcome, Wes.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay, appreciate the response. One more time. Now can you see the presenter view of my PowerPoint? Appreciate it. Sounds great. All right. Appreciate the opportunity to present to WRP. Sorry I can't be there in person. You know how travel is sometimes. So today I want to go through some new occurrences of aquatic invasive species in the regional panel in the states of the West. But as always, I like to kind of jump off with a little explanation of what the database is if you're not familiar with this. So the non-indigenous aquatic species, our NAS database. Our mission is to be the centralized source for all your aquatic invasive species needs. And this is not just managers, even though I feel like my job is to make your job easier. This is also for the researchers, decision makers, and a source for information for the public. What do? Well, we try to track every non-indigenous aquatic species in the US. So if it's non-native, native transplant, exotic, alien, invasive, we try to track it. If it's somewhere in the water where it shouldn't be, we want to know about it. This contributes to scientific reports. We have online real-time queries of the trusted data where we verify it all internally through my USGS team. We create spatial data sets, both biological and landscape, and these are sometimes new data sets like our boat ramp data set, which is available through ScienceBase. We have actionable tools, we serve up maps, we lead horizon scans, which I'll discuss in a minute, and then just offer general invasive species information. Here's a characterization of the database. Right now we track 1,395 species, so not the largest database that you'll hear about, but we have a lot of information in there. And these species include aquatic mammals, reptiles, amphibians, plants, freshwater marine fishes, and a select number of marine and freshwater invertebrates. Right now, we have just under 700,000 records that date back to 1775, with those records coming from various data sources, including museums, tribes, federal and state agencies, academics, literature, and other databases, and starting soon, eDNA. We'll get to that too. We have a alert system, which is a way for us to get information out quickly to people subscribed to our emails. And right now we have over 1,000 alert users trying to get that information on new occurrences. So let's talk about those new occurrences. So in the last year, since last September, there have been 102 alert-worthy occurrences of AIS. And what makes it alert-worthy? Well, it has to be new somewhere, new to the US, new to a state, new to a county, a drainage, or sometimes we provide bonus. Those bonuses are usually something of interesting consequence, maybe something that has not been seen in a decade or more, or just other information we want to get out to the general public. Of those 102, the majority of that information is coming from the literature, which is represented by information we are getting from other data sources, either published literature or other databases. But we do see 22 of those were reports that came directly to the database itself. So we are a primary source of some of that information. Of the alerts you see up here, if you're looking for some of your own states, this does exclude the rusty crayfish that was reported by Robert Walters from Lake Granby, and obviously not the quagga mussel veligers that were represented in the Snake River, which I won't discuss here. I think the Idaho people did a great job on that, and I'm actually going to tip my hat to what a great EDRR effort that they're engaging in. So I'm really impressed, and hopefully they have great success. So let's break it down by states if you're curious. California had the most this year with 34, followed by Texas and then Oregon. And then you can see kind of the breakdown of these new occurrences. What are these species being represented on? So here's a general breakdown. Amphibians, we have 3. Those are mostly Cuban tree frogs, what are readily identifiable through iNaturalist records. We do see Cuban tree frogs moving through live plant shipments, a lot of them coming out of Florida or the Gulf Coast. Good news is we don't know of them being established anywhere outside of the Gulf Coast. We had 15 turtles and reptiles, 5 crayfish. The mollusks are represented both by bivalves and gastropods, with 11 gastropods and 6 bivalves, including some zebra mussel introductions. Plants always has the 4 of those records, 17 for fish, and not represented up here, 2 bryozoans, 2 caledocyrans, some crocodilians. So let's jump into some of these records and what they look like. New to the US, we have a set of fishes. The first one was a citizen science report to Texas Park and Wildlife, this relative of the pacu and piranha. 2 were collected in a neighborhood retention pond in Denton, Texas. This is not an image of those collected specimens. We do not have access to that photo, but this is the closest I could find to it. We also had a hybrid, this 3-spot cichlid hybrid, very pretty. This is actually the image from the collector. It was found in Lake Gransbury, Texas, south of US Highway 377. The fish was removed and kept as an aquarium pet by the collector. So 2 new additions from Texas. And the last one, probably my favorite, another Idaho, this salmon shark, which is adorable. This was found deceased on a beach, suspected by Idaho Department of Fish and Game to be placed there as a prank. If you're not familiar with the salmon shark, this is a species of mackerel shark found in the northern Pacific Ocean. It's an apex predator known to feed on, of course, salmon, squid, sablefish, and herring. They can get about 220 kilograms in weight and up to 8.5 feet long, and occur in the northern Pacific Ocean on the coastal waters, but definitely not inland all the way to Idaho. So let's talk about some of the other perennial favorites that are moving around. So I always like to kind of address things that I see, patterns of species, just to bring some awareness. And most of these, of course, I know as a jurisdictions, you know about these, but just for the greater good. One that I've seen quite a bit of new occurrences is New Zealand mud snail. Now, this one's not as easily or readily identifiable. There are a lot of native snails that look very similar. So we're always very careful when identifying new occurrences of New Zealand mud snail. There have been 6 alerts of new drainage occurrences. So this is big movements, not just by county, but whole new drainages. Of course, we know the problem. There's a lot of known impacts from this very tolerant snail. It thrives in disturbed watershed. It benefits from high nutrient flows. It really just adapted to use the worst environments to its benefit. And we're seeing quite a bit of new introductions of the New Zealand mud snail. Our other favorite mollusk, of course, is the zebra mussel. Again, not to speak towards the new quagga veligers, but just zebra mussels. We found 2 new county occurrences, one in Texas and one in South Dakota. The Texas occurrence was in Friendship Park, Coleman, and Hordes Creek Lake. Several size classes were identified by Texas Parks and Wildlife, and the water body has been designated as infested. And then the South Dakota occurrence was in the James River. It was found upstream of Sand Lake Reservoir. Now, I want to change base and talk about a couple maybe under appreciated and non-natives that have started to pop up. And these are some plants that are being found in a couple new states. We have new records of them, and are identified as being either invasive or as pests in other countries. So there's kind of this invasive history on these plants, and we're just now kind of finding new introductions of these. The first one is the Cape pondweed. This is native to, as the name suggests, to the Western Cape of South Africa. It has known impacts. It increases the breeding grounds for mosquitoes, and can also form those thick mats that kind of clog the surface. It's also known as the water hawthorn, so you might know it by that name. 2 new state occurrences for Washington and Oregon. This plant can grow from a tuberous rhizome, so it's actually very hard to remove. You have to make sure to get the entire rhizome out. It has kind of mottled leaves, and they can stem up to the surface on a meter-long stems. It's not on the noxious weed list. It can be purchased online, as indicated from a quick Google search, and is considered an invasive plant in Europe and a pest in New Zealand. So something to keep your eye on. The second is this bent alligator flag, also known as fire flag. This one's an unusual one, native to both Africa, South America, and Latin America, and then up into the southeast. Also known impacts similar to the Cape pondweed is it forms heavy mats that can clog up the surface, block waterways, contribute to flooding. This one, no other kind of known impacts besides that one, but is considered a pest by Australia. So another one to kind of keep eye out on. Also grows from a rhizome, has kind of these tough leaves that are like a long and thick and can get really big. New occurrences of this species were found in California and Hawaii. Now, just to utilize my time wisely, I'm going to transition quickly into a couple different projects. This first one is an ask. The NES database, and specifically my botanist, Ian Finsting, is working with some researchers from University of Georgia to try to track this neurotoxic cyanobacteria that is growing associated with hydrilla. The problem with this neurotoxin that's being produced by that cyanobacteria, it impacts the digestion of birds. So this cyanobacteria is associated with hydrilla and other dense submerged aquatic vegetation. It produces this neurotoxin when ingested by herbivores, then it goes up through the food chain. It's consumed by predators such as eagles, owls, hawks, water snakes, and it has lots of potential impacts on those species. It's been called the eagle killer. So the work that we're doing right now is trying to track it throughout the US, identify populations of this cyanobacteria. So we need help. We need samples of hydrilla. Ian's kind of reached out to some of our Western partners, and we've not had a lot of response. And so here's me trying again to try to get some participation. So if you're out in the wild and you can help provide us with just samples, we can provide you with all of the supplies you need and the shipping. So no cost to you. But I just need you to contact Ian Finstein or Susan Wilds or Tobias here, and any of them. Please take a photo of this, and they'll get you all that material, and all you have to do is provide the sample of the hydrilla. Next, quickly, as a lot of you know, the NES database has been investing heavily into developing some common methods so we can show eDNA alongside our traditional specimens. This has been a long project in coming. We've been working on this for about 4 years, and it's about finished. We have a little bit of red tape left with the feds, and other than that, we'll be ready to start showing eDNA data alongside our traditional specimens on the database. But a big part of this that we understand is making sure that all the jurisdictions that have the authority to actually manage these things are well aware of any of this information. And so we are developing communication plans with the managers. I had talked about this earlier and paused to make sure the stuff that John Amberg was doing with the eDNA toolbox was not going to be duplicate of this effort. After hearing everything he's doing and his approach, we're going to go ahead and forward with ours. And so what we want to do is interact with all of the AIS managers, both state and tribe, and kind of come up with a plan. So if any third-party data comes to the database, we can make you aware. So that's the plan, to make sure you're aware of any of this eDNA data that comes in before it ever goes public. And I'm happy to discuss this more at length. I've talked to the Whiskey Group and this group in the past about it, but happy to have additional meetings if required. Next, bipartisan infrastructure law. We have several different projects that are ongoing. I could talk about this just for an hour for all the great projects that are going on. But a couple that have interest maybe to members of this group are these horizon scans and these hotspot analysis. If you're not familiar with horizon scan, we're looking towards organisms that are in the trade or that could hitchhike to the US that are not established here. So we're looking towards the future of risk from those species. And so we're working closely with all of these university partners and other feds, USDA, BLM, Forest Service, to think critically about the importation of different species and the potential for them to hitchhike into the US. And the reason this is important because these horizon scans let us prioritize the species. And we developed these watch lists that show the relative risk of the species. And so we've completed a vertebrate scan, and we could show that the frilled lizard has a much higher risk if it became established in the wild than the emerald tree monitor. And so that information is important because we have to prioritize. We don't have enough money to respond to everything. And then this information could then feed into some spatial efforts that we're working with Michigan State University to develop these hotspot analysis to identify areas of invasion risk currently and into the future. And so a lot of work going on here, and unfortunately I don't have enough time to talk about all of it, but if you're interested in horizon scans, this is a great time to get involved, because we're doing both a plant horizon scan and an invertebrate horizon scan. And with these efforts, we're looking for experts that want to get involved and think critically about these exotics that we're importing to the US. And the teams are being formed right now, so there's still a chance if anybody has interest or desire to be a part of this effort to join. So I have Ian Pfingstings and Kayla Morningstar's emails up there. Please reach out to them if you have any interest in this type of work. And then if you have interest in the bigger, EDRR and efforts that are ongoing through the bill funding, this is a story map that was created by Kayla Morningstar. If you take a picture of that, it'll take you to that, and it can walk you through all the great projects that are ongoing, including, I don't know if Adam Sepulveda is in the audience today, but his work and John Amberg and myself and all the DOI members. And so you can kind of learn more about that. And finally, so I want to leave time for some questions. Looking towards Chuck Bargeron's talk next, there's been a great desire from this group and many others for a long time to have the major data aggregators to kind of work a little more together, to allow the information to be one system to be represented across all. So it was easier to find. And that type of data processing is on its way. So utilizing the efforts from the bill funding and the SIREN, the National EDR Information System, which we'll be talking in 2 more talks, IMAPS Invasive, EDMAPS, and the NES database are working together to make that that dream of having all the data interoperable a reality. So very excited about that, and I'll definitely report more out on that into the future. And as always, I like to always land on this slide as I end. A lot of expertise within my group, and we're always happy to contribute that in any way. If you need data, if you need something identified, if you just have a question, please reach out to any of us. We're always happy to help, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Is this one on? Okay, all right, excellent. Thank you, Wes. We miss you being here. You're always a good presence to have here.
I appreciate that.
So I think what would be best if you guys ask questions, and then I'll repeat it for Wes. Is that fair? I don't know how he hears.
Questions?
Is it all linked in? Perfect.
We're all linked in.
All right.
Any questions for Wes? Oh, we have a question.
Hey Wes, it's Teresa Thome. I have a quick question about the NAS database and how frequently it's updated, or if that's is there a general like frequency of updating, or is it on a species-specific basis that the database is updated?
So it depends on what part. The data is updated every time we get something new record. It's daily. We get new records every day that we're here and we're adding. If you're talking about the profiles that kind of show you those snapshots about the ecology and life history and those things, those are less frequently. The kind of high impact species get updated more frequently than maybe one-offs or things that are less likely to be invasive. So it depends what part of the database you're referring to.
Okay, that's all. Thanks so much, Wes.
My pleasure.
All right, next up. Thanks for reminding to clap. I should lead that effort, but I failed. Next, our favorite guy from Georgia, Chuck Bargeron. Have you ever been to WRP? No. Well, welcome to WRP. Chuck's been in this world with Wes for a long, long time. He's going to talk about EDMAPs and the wild spotter and how aquatic invasive species reports are handled. Chuck has been with the University of Georgia for 24 years, even though he looks a lot younger than that, where his work focus, and I'm not trying to butter up at all, where his work focuses on invasive species and information technology. Recently, Chuck has focused on mapping invasives, species, and tools for early detection and rapid response using EDMAPs, WildSpotter, and companion smartphone applications. Chuck has spoken at over 300 regional national conferences and co-authored over 67 journal articles and outreach publications. And one fact that I think is really cool about Chuck is he is not a biologist. What is your degree in?
Computer science.
Yeah. We need people like him around to help us biologists figure this stuff out. So enjoy, Chuck.
Except the computer scientist could not change the title on the slide that I uploaded yesterday. I was doing 2 presentations and forgot to change this one. So apologize for that. All right, so I'm going to give you a quick overview. I'm going to talk really fast because I've got a lot to say. But I wanted to give you an overview of what EDMAPs is, what WildSpotter is, and what we do in my group in Bugwood. We have stayed out of this space because of the work that Wes is doing and the great work Wes is doing. But I had an email from Tom Wolf in Montana earlier this year, and he was asking me, well, what happens if an aquatic record gets reported to EDMAPs or WildSpotter? What's done with it? And so I wanted to explain that because there are some aquatics you can report through EDMAPs, through the apps, through WildSpotter. So I wanted to give you an overview of what EDMAPs is and what happens to a report and how you can get them if you want to get them. So I'm the director of the Center for Invasive Species and Ecosystem Health at the University of Georgia, or Bugwood. We're a collaboration between ag and forestry. We are a completely outreach-focused center, so we don't do teaching, we don't do research. What we do is a lot of IT development. That's how a computer scientist became the director of a Center for Invasive Species. We've been around since the 90s. We were founded by an entomologist and a forester, hence the name Bugwood, and we became an official center in 2008. What we do is partnerships, information technology, training, and the research to build those pieces. So, what we were originally known for was our image database system. If you've ever used a picture with the little black box on the bottom and the white letters, that came from the Bugwood database. There's 5 different ways to get in that: invasive.org, forestry images, weed images, et cetera, et cetera. All those pictures are there, archived, and are free for educational purposes. So, if you've not heard of this resource, there's 300,000 pictures there. Take a look at them. We're fixing to be updating the interface, so it's going to look a lot more modern. And we also have a presentations database, a video database, and a resource database where the resource database is the one I'm really proud of. We've been collecting a lot of materials, PDFs, and putting them into a system and linking them to different species. Here's our team. Unlike Wes's group, we don't have a lot of biologists on our staff. we have outreach specialists, and so that's why we don't do a lot of verification of records ourselves. So Joe LaForest is my associate director. He's also co-director of the Southern IPM Center. There's also a Western IPM Center that you may be familiar with. Rebecca Wallace is the EdMaps coordinator, and then we have a team of programmers and communication and outreach specialists. All of our programming, all our development is done in-house in Tifton, Georgia. So moving to EdMaps. EdMaps exists because of all these partners. We primarily work with the Forest Service, but everything I'm going to show you has all been built with different agreements with different state and federal agencies and nonprofits and NGOs. So, what is EdMaps? I guess the question, how many of y'all have never heard of EdMaps? Okay, well then maybe I'm going to speak really fast through this. Okay, so EdMaps was built in like 2005. We started the process of building this, and it was built for these four needs, and it was really built around terrestrial weeds. That was where we started. There was a gap there. The USDA plants database, apologize if anybody here is with them, was not up to date on distribution, and we needed a solution for that. Then the pythons came along, and the pythons were a terrestrial animal that didn't really fit into what Wes and them were doing, so we started tracking that and other terrestrial animals. As the smartphone apps came out, then we started including other things like insects, plant pathogens, and even some crop pests now. So, but all of this was to make the process easy. I had somebody ask me yesterday, why aren't you using ArcGIS as the backbone? And it's like, because everybody knows how to use Google Maps. Everybody doesn't know how to use ArcGIS. And so we wanted this to be a tool that makes things easy, it facilitates early detection and rapid response, and it's a platform where other applications can be built. Y'all all know what kind of data you need when you're talking about an invasive species record. And so we focus on this, the key information that is needed. We also focused on the process for an EDR action. What happens? Who should it go to? Is it new to the area? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then we want the data to be as easily accessible. This is a data term called fair data, where it's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And so we focused on that to really make the data easy for people to use. And then from a user interface perspective, we built different tools for different users. And so, you know, whether it's the EdMaps Pro, which I'll show in a little bit, or some of the other tools we have, we really focus on what the user group is and what kind of tool they need. A little bit of a timeline. We started the website in 2005. It was a lot easier to build an app when you already had a database and you already had a reporting form, and the app just had to communicate with that. We launched the I've Got One app in Florida in 2011 and then continued to expand from there. Just to look at the homepage, we had built a bunch of regional apps, EdMaps West, Great Lakes Early Detection Network, a bunch of one-off projects because we had not yet figured out that, oh, you could just open the app, choose what state you're in. Once you chose the state you were in, it would download the list of species that state's concerned about. So we've consolidated those apps into one EdMaps app and then built in some ways to make it customizable. This was an example from Missouri where they wanted their own logo in the app. EdMaps Pro then is a tool that allows users to go out in the field and do work in the field. So they can download data on their phone, pull that data out, update the records, and then when they get back to the office, push that back to the database. And all of this requires us to do an awful lot of education and outreach around this and make a lot of tools available. So, what does the data in EdMaps look like? This is where we have records in EdMaps at a county level. Overall, this map's actually a little bit old, but just we have data coverage of everywhere. Now, Do we have data coverage of aquatic species everywhere? No. But we have data of some sort of invasive species in almost every county and in most of Canada. We now have we have 7.7 million records in EdMaps. Some of those are just at a county level. They're old herbarium records. They don't have a latitude and longitude. So that's the difference between the total records and then the records with points. Again, we're mostly tracking plants, but we also have, those are number of species tracked in that other part of the table. So I'm going to go through some of the new features and some of the things if you've not seen EdMaps recently. Another key point on this slide is we average about 500 records a day across the U.S. and Canada coming into the EdMap system. That's from the web, from smartphone apps, across the board, taken as an average. This was for last year, but I looked at the data so far this year and it was very similar. This is where data came in 2022 into EdMap. So the previous map was overall. This is where we've gotten data in 2022. Again, this is a little deceiving because the bigger counties are going to have, more records than some of the other areas. Now, of those 7 million records in EdMaps, 97% of those records have been verified by somebody and have been checked off and said, yes, this is good. So that's the part that I'm going to continue to talk about. And that is because we have a network of 958 verifiers. Again, most of the data is coming in on terrestrials. Most of our verifiers are terrestrial. Any aquatic species that comes into EdMaps goes to Wes and his group automatically, so they get alerted automatically and they can look at it. And then any of you, especially if you're with a state agency that has regulatory authority over aquatic species, can reach out to us and we can add you where you would get those records. Now, you're not going to be overwhelmed by records because most of what's coming in is of plants and we just don't get that many aquatic. You can go on, if you go to Tools and Training on the EdMaps website, there's an option that is Verifier Lookup. And you can choose a species and you can drop a point on the map and it will tell you who gets notified of that new record when it comes in and the different regulations. Because we haven't focused as much on aquatic species, that's why it says this subject is not on a regulated list, because our regulated lists are mostly of insects. But anybody can be added to that list if you're in the right position, and you will get the alerts. And until you or somebody in Wes's group or a combination sign off on them, that data is not accessible to anybody else. And it also tells you, in this case, has it previously been reported in the state and has it previously been reported in the county? Another thing we're doing that's a little bit different than what Wes and them are doing on our naturalist records are we're taking our list of invasive species, we're querying the iNaturalist research grade data, and we're pulling it into a triage system in EdMaps. And those same people that are verifiers can go in and review that data. And this was primarily done, on the insect side of things, where an Asian longhorn beetle wouldn't show up on iNaturalist and nobody be alerted to it. And so we do those pulls about every 3 weeks. You can sign up to get alerts when new data comes in from iNaturalist if you're one of those verifiers, and then you have the option to review that data and push it into EdMaps if you want to. And we've done that for about 500,000, a little over 500,000 records, and about 300,000 records have been ignored. They've been deemed that they were not something that mattered for the EdMaps database. Quickly, before I get pulled off the stage, this is just an indication of where data came in last year by state or province. Then you can look at that total by state and province overall throughout the whole system. And then this is a breakdown by taxa. So you can see some of the states are a lot more on the plant side because we traditionally work with the departments of ag, especially in the West on this. And so that's why you can see some of those states is primarily plant data. We pull the data from CalFlora, and that's why California has a large set. The unreviewed data, a lot of that is from the Midwest Invasive Species Information Network. Their data does not go through a review process, and so a good many of our unverified records fall under that category. EdMaps has gotten about 9 million page views since 2015, and that's from almost 2 million users. So people are going to the website, they're using it as a resource, and getting information from it. So that's why we try to keep those maps as current as possible. We've got almost 2,000 users that are signed up for user alerts. So those are similar to the USGS and AS alerts, where once something has been confirmed, an email goes out. One of the real cool updates that I do want to mention is we just completely redid our advanced query tool. So where used to you would fill out a form and hit submit and it would give you the results, this is all live now. So as you change the parameters, it updates the result set and it won't let you do a query that returns no records. Sorry, I've got a lot here and I want to. I got 6 minutes. Dang, I got a lot of time. Yeah. All right. So for each species, the major species, we try to include a species profile, we include pictures, and then we don't say that anything's invasive. What is on our website, what is through the EdMap system and through invasive.org, is from this database that we've created over the past 20 years of everybody else who calls something invasive. And so this effort has been recreated more times than I would like to admit, but we keep this updated on an annual basis, pull the resources, determine whether or not it's a list or a law, and then put it into this system. And so for each species, you can see both on a list view and on this map view right here where something is listed on a list or on a law. And then we have the taxonomy as well as synonyms all tied in and where the source for that is. We don't do watershed maps, but we do point maps and also do county distribution maps. And that's because of some of the data we just have at county level. The cool thing about these county distribution maps is we can do record density. We can show the difference between whether something was a report into EdMaps, whether it came from a herbarium record, or whether it was both. And then some of the really cool stuff that we've done is we've worked with different partners and integrated modeling into EdMaps in a very user-friendly way to show, okay, what counties is this species likely to expand into? Where is it going to stay stable, or where will it retract? And so these are available for the species that the different groups have done models on. Most of this work has been postdocs or PhDs out of Bethany Bradley's lab at UMass, but we've got those for future range, future certainty of that, and then also new ones that are future abundance habitat. We're going to be adding some postdocs in our lab that are going to be doing some of this similar work and update even more of these maps. Everything in EdMaps is also linked to the USGS Protected Areas database, and so you're able to go in and view something by location. So if you look down here at the bottom, this state park is hot. You can click on that and you can see a summary of every species found in EdMaps in that state park. You also can create a buffer around that area, and then at the bottom of the page there's also a link of this list of the species included. You also can search for this by location. So in this case, I chose my local county. Here are the public area. These are even county city parks that are included in this database. And so I can click on Fullwood Park and I can see the records that have been reported in that park as well as nearby. Unfortunately, my example is kudzu, and I should have put an aquatic in here, but 3 hours? I have 3 more hours? So my example is kudzu, but just the knowledge gained since we started this project. This is what the known distribution of kudzu was in 2006 when we started this. Here's what the known distribution of kudzu is now. And so it's not that kudzu is expanded, it's the fact that we just didn't have it documented everywhere. But by pulling together these different resources and putting them all in one place, we've been able to do that. All right, real quick. So EdMaps Pro, I mentioned that tool. You pull the data in, it starts with a map view. There's no field guide, there's no resources. It's for people out in the field. We've pulled offline maps, so if you don't have cellular coverage, you can still see what things look like. And it allows you to click on a record and update the information, to say it was treated, to say it was eradicated, and then that is saved on your phone, and then you upload that to update the record. We also added a feature to do before and after pictures where you can get lined up, take a picture and then go back to the same spot and get lined up to take the updated picture. The last thing I want to mention is the Wild Spotter project. Wild Spotter is something that we started right before COVID, not a great time to launch a public campaign, but we didn't know that at the time. But it's something we've been working with the Forest Service and Wildlife Forever on, and it is all about, it's EdMaps Lite. It's all going into the same database, but the whole point of Wild Spotter is to have an ability for the public to have one place to go on public lands where they can go report a species. The form is for plants is the size of a basketball, a small car, or larger than a school bus. They don't have to do any estimates on size. And we've started this with the Forest Service. We've expanded into some BLM lands. We have tools for state agencies to add their lands to it. So if you're interested in doing that, please reach out to me and we can help make that happen. And I think that's all. Oh, the last thing I will say before you kick me off is we're doing something completely different in December. We're hosting a workshop for invasive species managers that's not going to talk about how to manage invasive species, but how to do everything else, how to organize volunteers, how to raise money, how to build partnerships, how to build a community and around a program. And so that's going to be in December. If you want more information, go to invasivesfree.org and you can see the full agenda and sign up. Thank y'all, and please reach out if you have any questions. There we go, right there, yes. There's my email address. Thank y'all.
I think Chuck is the only person in this room that I know could talk for 3 hours too. So we're thankful for that. Is there any burning questions? Appreciate touching in with the aquatic world here for us. The next talk is about the National EDR program, and I appreciate Sarah and Amy because they have one-sentence bios, which is fantastic. Sarah Piccolamini, a biologist at USGS based out of the Fort Collins Science Center in Colorado, working on the National EDRR information system. And we have Amy Ray as a technical outreach coordinator for the National Early Detection Rapid Response Information System, and she is also based in Fort Collins, Colorado. Amy.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So I'm actually going to start by talking about a literature review that our group did, and then Sarah's going to follow up and talk about what the EDRR info system actually is. So quick overview, I'm going to just kind of touch very quickly on the highlights of this paper that we worked on, and then that's going to lead into the next presentation. So some quick background. When we talk about early detection, rapid response, oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. When we talk about early detection, rapid response, we're referring to this coordinated set of actions to find and eradicate potential invaders in a specific place before they can spread and cause harm. So there have been a lot of other previous reviews that have highlighted the need for a nationwide system to facilitate EDRR. And if you've seen this figure before, that's also used by the national framework, it kind of outlines the ways that system could be developed. So since that's already been done, we wanted to do something a little bit different. So our main question was trying to find out where do gaps in data use and collaboration exist and why? And we tried to answer this using published literature as a source of quantitative information, with the huge caveat that this does not reflect all EDRR efforts, of course, but it is one source of information that's really easy to quantify. So a quick methods overview of what we did. Citation records are really rich sources of information because they include things like authors and journal information. And we can also pull a bib text record, which includes additional information, including like full abstracts, all the papers that a certain publication cited, and additional information on funding and just other things that we might be interested in when looking at these records. So we started with a Web of Science search looking for any terms related to invasive species within the US, and that gave us about 16,000 records. We removed some duplicates from that, and then within that original data source, we searched specifically for terms related to early detection or rapid response. So that led us to about 349 papers. From there, we pulled the abstracts from all of these papers, and a group of 7 of us read all of these abstracts to make sure that they actually met our search criteria, meaning they're referring to EDRR in the sense of invasive species, and they either took place in the US or was some kind of global review that included the US. From there, we looked at the full articles for empirical studies, which were any studies that collected or used data, and we gathered some additional information from them. So the main information we wanted to find was how many studies collected data, which types of groups worked together, what information resources were used, and I analyzed this data using a collection of R packages, especially this package Bibliometrics, which is specifically made for analyzing literature in this way. So a very quick overview of our results. First of all, when we looked at EDRR publications as a percentage of all invasive species literature, it was a pretty small percentage. So the first mentions were like in 2000 or 2003, depending on which paper you choose within our data set. And when we compared the last decade with the decade before, we saw that increase from about 1% to about 2%. So EDRR has increased as an overall percentage of all invasive literature, but still represents a pretty small sliver of all the literature that's being published on invasion. When we looked at the journals where this information is being disseminated, we found that the most common journals were specific to invasives, so biological invasions and managing biological invasions were the most common journals that these papers in our data set were published in. However, we did see that publications in less specific journals tended to have slightly higher citation rates. So looking at this figure, warmer colors are higher numbers and cooler colors are lower numbers. We also categorized these studies based on the region, and we treated the Great Lakes as their own thing. And so based on this similar color scheme where yellow shows a lot of publications that mention that region, we found that the Great Lakes, California, and Florida were most frequently mentioned by these publications in our data set. We also found that a lot of these studies use occurrence data of some kind. A lot of studies collected their own data, and a lot of other studies also used data from elsewhere, and there was some overlap where some studies used both types of data. Common data sources for occurrence data of invasive species, the most common was previous studies, and other data sources like EDMAPS, GBIF, and NAS were also used. So when we looked at collaboration, we found that the average article had just about 5 authors, and collaboration across institution types based on co-author affiliations were really common. So academic and government collaborations were the most frequent, whereas nonprofit and industry collaborations were the least frequent. So this figure represents the 200 most common co-author affiliations. And if we think of how co-author collaborations, if 2 people from different institutions are on the same paper, that indicates some type of information sharing relationship. So in this figure, circles or nodes represent each institution. The size of the circle represents the number of times it occurred in our literature data set. And solid lines indicate collaborations between different institutions within a cluster, where dotted lines are collaborations outside of a cluster. And I'm also going to show some of the labels for certain institutions, and those are ranked by betweenness centrality, which essentially determines which nodes serve as a bridge between 2 different nodes. So we wanted to find those institutions that function like as this information bridge between 2 different places. So this first cluster in red was mainly made up of large universities, some government agencies, and larger NGOs. The top three by between-us centrality were including Fort Collins Science Center. I will note this is not actually our group because we're a very new group. This came from other people in our center who have been working on invasive species for a really long time. And this also included the Wetland Aquatic Research Center and the University of Washington. The main difference with these other clusters is that these tended to include some kind of international collaboration, so this can be a little bit skewed by like big review papers or big global studies. But in this blue cluster here, we found UC Davis, the Pacific Island Ecosystems Research Center, and the University of Tennessee. In this green cluster, we had the University of Florida and then 2 international universities. And finally, in the purple cluster, we had Montana State and 2 other international universities. So overall, what this relationship showed was that these co-author institutions formed semi-structured groups, and they had these strong internal group connections. Our network was also generally characterized by having short paths to other groups, so from any institution to another, the number of hops is pretty low. And this type of network is often referred to as a small world network model, and this is really common in things like social circles or even transportation networks. And the reason why is that information transfer in this type of network is really, really efficient. So what we're seeing is that within these clusters, that can be sort of information sharing that's like very in-depth, very strong bonds between different institutions, but still these short paths from any one institution to another are very short. So information transfer can be done very efficiently. We also found that co-author institutions were related to keywords from these literature, from the literature keywords, and that kind of makes sense, right? Because certain institutions tend to work on certain topics. I also have some more analyses if you want to chat about this later. So I also have this table of some other information gaps we observed, and I'm going to talk about the gap, and then later on, Sarah, after she discusses what Siren actually is, she's going to give some examples of how we hope to address those gaps with the system. So one thing we noticed from this literature search was that a lot of studies mentioned invasive species impacting biodiversity, but very few actually listed a specific threatened or endangered species. We also saw that a lot of studies use data from other sources, but the most common source was previous studies. So there appears to be a lot of data floating around that is not submitted into any central database. The average time between final data collection year and the year of publication was just under 3 years, ranging in the interquartile range from about 2 to 4 years, which seems pretty fast for publishing, but is way too slow for early detection rapid response efforts, right? We also found that very few studies had data or code availability statements, so there seemed to be some kind of gap in making that type of information available to make studies more replicable. We also found that very few studies documented invasive species removals, and so that is something that is really important information for managers to have, and it was not represented very strongly in this data set that we had. And I also want to emphasize that beyond this literature review, this is a very small piece of the puzzle for the information gathering that we're trying to do to make sure that the information system is actually useful for people and doesn't duplicate efforts. So I just wanted to mention this is kind of like just a small piece, and Sarah will talk about some of the other things that we are doing to learn about data gaps. So very quick summary from the literature review. We looked at where gaps in data use and collaboration existed. We found EDRR studies small percentage of all invasive species literature. Collaboration across institutions and across types of institutions was really common. And information flow between collaborating institutions seemed to be very efficient. We did find some existing barriers which appear to be related to data access and information integration. And yes, I'll be happy to take any questions later, but Sarah is going to discuss the actual information system.
Hello, thank you. We're doing a quick little shift. Amy talked about the paper, which, like she said, is one of the ways that our information system has been informed throughout its build. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about that information system. So to give a brief overview of this portion of our talk, I'm going to start by going over the National EDR framework. the rationale behind that, and I'll also give a little bit of an overview of some of the projects that are involved with that framework. And then I'll really shift into what the information system is, its purpose and scope. I will demonstrate a couple of sort of static mock-ups of our current build, and then we'll get into sort of involvement opportunities and where the system is going. So there's this need for a national coordinated suite of efforts for advancing EDRR for invasive species, and that comes from the bipartisan infrastructure law. So it's funding a variety of different projects to help prevent the spread of invasive species and aiming to reduce their associated economic, environmental, and societal costs. And so as you can see, there's a number of projects. I want to emphasize that this is not fully encompassing of all projects within this framework. This is just a couple of examples, and so you can see we have things like predictive modeling from horizon scans and hotspot analyses and things like Inhabit. We have a suite of genetic related projects such as ReadyNet, the Genetic Material Repository, and the Ports of Entry eDNA. And then I really want to focus on the information planning and technology and training portion of this framework, which is where the National EDRR Information System kind of comes to play. So we work with all of these bill-funded projects and other collaborators as well to host information or to direct users to, or provide sort of links to certain things that these projects are all working on. And so each of those relationships looks a little bit different depending on what that partner is looking for. So how does Siren satisfy, or rather, how can we satisfy this need for a centralized system? Like, what will that bring us? And so first and foremost, it will help us to bolster information and resource accessibility for invasive species managers. It will also help us to address information gaps in these EDRR capabilities. And finally, it will help enhance collaborative efforts between organizations and agencies nationwide. So Siren, what is it? So this is an emerging online resource for invasive species management that really aims to foster collaboration at national, regional, and local levels. It aims to increase situational awareness of biological threats, support effective management, and also increase understanding of these management outcomes. And so I'm going to kind of talk you through this little visualization that we have here. If you see the wheel that says Data Hub, that's representing our info system. And it's mainly fed by two ways. The first is information needs, and so that comes from us sort of networking and collaborating with potential users, invasive species managers, and practitioners. So we go to these groups and people, and we figure out what types of information they would like to see, what would be most beneficial for them to make EDRR easier or more capable. And so we take that information that informs our build, and then also we are informed by data. And so specifically, we have occurrence data that is being reported to some of these various data aggregators, such as EDMAPS, NAS, and IMAPS, like the previous talks has suggested. And we work with those data aggregators to take that data and display it all in one place for managers and practitioners to use. And we also work to provide a lot of analysis and visualization using both these information needs that we're hearing and also all of the data that we are displaying by collaborating with these groups. So before I go any further, I just want to emphasize that this is a very large team. So we have two co-leads on this National EDR Information System project, Wes Daniel and Brian Reichert, who Wes you already heard from today, talking a little bit about NAS. He and his team are based in Gainesville, the Wetland and Aquatic Research Center, and then the remainder of our team is based in Fort Collins Science Center. Amy Agnew is our project coordinator. She is also here today. And then we have our team of technical outreach biologists consisting of myself, Amy Ray, and another biologist, Nicole Hernandez. And I also want to emphasize that we have a large web development team that are all fully remote. So this team is very well-rounded, and it continues to grow. But beyond that, we also have a large group of collaborators. And so, we have people that we're working with for species occurrence data. We have these integrative invasive species information resources, and we also have other collaborative efforts with groups such as NISC and the ANS Task Force. So this is a huge effort, and it continues to grow. So where are we today? Siren is aiming to have an internal-facing demo by the end of this fiscal year. And so one example of one of our web app interfaces is the species resource table, which allows users to directly access the suite of tools available for a given species. And one way that can be accessed is via this polygon tool, where a user could draw a polygon around an area. It would pop up this table with the occurrences that are found in that area, and then you could navigate to any of the different tools that are related to that species. So for example, whether there's a risk assessment available, whether there's an expert that can help you with that species, or maybe whether there's a control method available. And then the other way is just simply by searching. The search tool will also spit out a version of this sort of species resource table. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through this use case through our system. So perhaps you're a biologist and you have this new detection of an invasive species that you've never had to deal with before. And so you're wondering, like, how can I respond to this new detection when I know nothing about this species? So perhaps you access our risk assessments, you see that it's a really high-risk species. You then navigate to our controls table and you're able to gather information about the various control methods. Then you connect with an expert that can help guide your implementation of controlling for that species. And then you realize you need to create an after-action report. You can come back to our system, access our management action report database that can help streamline the ability to create your after-action report. Oh. And then also you can think, coming back full circle, how can I be more prepared in the future? You can access our horizon scan. So really, it's not just a one in, one out system. There are multiple ways to access and utilize different types of information. I want to focus on the fact that we are super user feedback based. We have a lot of engagement that happens with these groups, most of which is federal at this time, but we are hoping that this continues to grow as we continue to grow over the coming years. Interest groups are people who we work intimately with, not just people who are sort of like one-off interacting. So how can you be an involved person in this build? We have a couple of different tiers. Working groups, which are sort of a hard commitment of at least 12 months. We're talking about actively being involved and participating in solving problems. We have one working group right now, which is identifying case studies to kind of demo through our system once it's built. One of the more popular options is our community of practice groups. We have 4 of them: planning, detecting, responding, and reporting. And these are groups that meet once every 3 to 4 months, and we talk about issues that pertain to those topics. And as we continue to evolve in this system, we will be focusing on sort of mock-ups and going through user demos and getting feedback so that we can make changes and adjustments to make a product that is usable for all. You can also just stay in the know via our Gov delivery system, which will consist of newsletters. And in the future, we will have some workshops where we'll kind of start from the top and work our way through the system. And you can scan this QR code to get access to that Gov delivery system. And we also have some postcards out on the table that have this QR code as well. So future efforts, where are we going? Talked about this MVP product that we're hoping to have by the end of this fiscal year, while we're also continuing to work with web design team on the site aesthetics, and we're hoping to transition into being able to doing some prototyping demos in the future. From an outreach and coordination perspective, we have our last community of practice group coming up for this fiscal year report, which will be September 29th. We'll be focusing on after-action reporting, what kinds of information is really valuable in those reports that can help people learn from management outcomes. And then we'll also have some presence at the North American Invasive Species Management Association meeting. And then we're just continuing to work with occurrence databases. I'm gonna go through this super quick. So, that's the slide. If you want to talk about how the paper informs the build, come talk to me at the social hour, and I will give you the spiel that I do not have time for. And with that, contact our team.
Any quick questions in 15 seconds? 10 seconds? Shoot.
I was just curious if you might have had different outputs for the data gaps, if you had used more like white papers and reports, not just scientific publications.
Great question. Yes, I think we would have had different gaps identified, but unfortunately, it's kind of hard to compile things that are not like in some kind of literature database, but that's something that we're really interested in analyzing in the future, compiling like other reports and things like that and seeing if we can identify any gaps based on those different resources. So thank you, great question.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause. Thanks to our speakers. Again, I'll speak for the group, but we appreciate the work that all of you do, Wes, the USGS, Gus, Chuck. It helps us out immensely, and we really also appreciate the communication lines back and forth. So I think we're on break. What time should we come back, Leah?
Well,
Sorry, I went over a few minutes.
Well, 3:50, because we have one more session, but it's going to be a good one. Controlling our
3:50.
allocation. They are all good. So 3:50, we'll restart.
What did you say across the street? That's funny because that's exactly where I'm going. Gas station, to the gas station.
I can't wait to hear the connection. Hello, come back in. Come on in, everybody. All right, so we definitely understand that this is the hardest part of the day. So that's why we left this enthralling section for the end of the day. We're going to be talking about control and eradication efforts. And the first presenter we have today is Chris Starr from Nebraska Game and Fish. He'll be talking about invasive aquatic plant management in Nebraska. Chris is currently the Nebraska Game and Parks Aquatic Invasive Species Program Manager. And prior to accepting the position in 2020, he gathered several years of experience in invasive species and endangered species management while employed with Iowa Department of Natural Resources and Arizona Game and Fish. So coming back to the West, welcome, Chris, and thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, no, thanks, Brock. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about aquatic plants. I told Brock I was going to start my presentation talking about Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kobe Bryant. So there's a connection, I promise. So on the plane, I was listening to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s podcast, and he talks about the anxiety he gets when he's running races and what made him a better race car driver. And he recalled a clip from Kobe Bryant, and the interviewer asked him, most athletes are governed or motivated, by one of two things, either the fear of failure or the object of success or the gratification of success. And they asked Kobe, which one are you? And he said, I'm neither. I'm governed and motivated by the willingness to learn in every moment. And I think that's how we need to talk about with control and eradication efforts. I've been in many of these meetings, and there's folks that want to share ideas, and sometimes they're missed out of hand, saying, well, that works for your program, won't work for mine, or I don't have enough staff. But you need to take the willingness to learn, and how do I learn in this moment to make me a better manager and a better biologist? So I wanted to start with that, in the realm of control and eradication efforts. So in aquatic plant management in Nebraska, so if you're not familiar with Nebraska, the overall AIS management was completely disjointed prior to 2020. My position was new in 2020. Prior to that, there was no statewide program, there was no aquatic plant expertise at all. It was mainly governed by the fisheries management districts, and some were better than others. Really the only AIS in Nebraska was focused on zebra mussels to the detriment of all the other invasives in the state of Nebraska. The plants were often misidentified by federal, by federal, state, and university partners, which I found out. And that resulted in the wrong treatment options. So, the plants must be identified as species, okay? So, when someone says, I have a carp in this lake, well, what carp is it? Is it a silver carp? Is it a grass carp? Is it a common carp? Pondweed means nothing. It's absolutely worthless. You have to know what species you have to come up with a treatment plan. If we catch plants that are invasive early, we can do something before it becomes more and more costly, especially when resulting in some of the Eurasian water milfoil. So sampling aquatic plants. So everything I'm talking about today, so Nebraska Game and Parks, I'm the only full-time employee. It's just me. So everything you see on this presentation, I did by myself, a boat, a truck, and a rake, okay? So how we sample aquatic plants is a double-sided sampling rake. So I bought 2 rakes from Home Depot and I weld them together with an eye bolt. If you can't weld, you can buy a bunch of them online. So, and my welds aren't very nice, as you can see, but it held. There's a number of rakes, like I said, commercially available. The big thing is you make sure the rake can drag and touch the bottom. The plant diversity will change depending on depth. And really, you want to be confident that if a plant is there, that you sampled it. And that goes back to so what is your objective for sampling? In Nebraska, we kind of have 2 different surveys. We have our investigative survey and our treatment survey. So when we do a vegetation survey, we do these investigative surveys. We go around the perimeter of the lake, we go up to shore, and we throw this veg rake out. I then drag it for 10 to 20 yards, and I pull that rake on the bow of the boat and identify every single scrap of plant to species, every single leaf you can find on that rake down to species. The number of transects we do depends on the number of lake. There's no hard and fast rule. It's just how many I think we need. Now, when we do a treatment, we do a far different survey where we want to get a percent coverage on the lake to help estimate the number of acre feet. So, because you can see what you see in an investigative survey can be much different, where you may only find it 1 or 2 spots near shore, but once you go out to the main part of the lake, or when these water depths are 10 to 20 feet, that plant's still out there. So you have to do both kinds of surveys to get a good grasp for doing herbicide treatments. So when I started, there's no data on aquatic plants in the state of Nebraska. So basically we initiated a statewide aquatic plant survey, and the goal is to detect invasive aquatic plants. Now the secondary benefit is the inventory of all species throughout the state of Nebraska, because we do have some that are listed as a species of concern, but there's just no data on it. So what we do is we systematically sample water bodies across the state of Nebraska, usually every 2 to 3 years, because plant infestations can happen fairly quickly. This allows for early detection. We focus first on high-use water bodies, and then proceed to less-used water bodies. So we want to hit those ones where we have a lot of boat traffic that are going to bring in those puppy ghouls coming into the state. And this will allow for a statewide aquatic plant management plan when we get some funding. So this is a pretty short and sweet presentation. So in 2 years, we were able to sample 79 water bodies. All 79 I did by myself, a boat, a truck, a rake, and my dog. So we found 50 different plant species throughout the state. By far, the most common species is sago pondweed. That was found in 81% of our water bodies. We also found coontail, muskgrass, longleaf pondweed, and invasive curly-leaf pondweed. Then you can see the percentages by different water bodies in the state. Our rarest species are largely pondweed and wild celery. Why is wild celery important? I've heard a lot about duck hunters in the room. Canvasback duck, the species name is Vallisneria. The species name for wild celery is Vallisneria americana. The duck is named after the plant. So if you care about ducks, you need to care about plants as well. So going through some of these common ones we hear. So sago pondweed is by far the most common species we have in the state. It's probably the most widely distributed species we have. It has these distinctive needle-like leaves, and it continues branching motions off the stem. So that's the one that we see most often. It's a native plant. Coontail is a plant that we get misidentified all the time. I just got a call last week from a guy that swore he had hydrilla in his pond. He sent me a picture, and it's coontail. So you can tell it's coontail because these leaves whirl around the stem, and they all have forked leaves. That tells you right away that's coontail. Again, native plant, we see it all the time. It looks like a plant you find in a pet store. So some of the other ones we see a lot so I want to start with longleaf pondweed. So longleaf pondweed, another good forage for ducks. We find that a lot has these distinct oval-shaped floating leaves. Muskgrass, if you've never seen muskgrass, it stinks. When I was in Oklahoma, we called it skunkweed. So why is that important to note for muskgrass versus a coontail? Muskgrass is not a vascular plant, it's a macroalgae. So if you try and spray that with diquat or some other chemical, it's not going to work. You need to use an algal-based chemical. Now, curly-leaf pondweed is one plant that we really suffer from mainly through eastern Nebraska. So if you're not familiar with curly-leaf pondweed, it'll start growing underneath the ice. And there's been a lot of research done and new treatment options being done with states to the east of us, primarily the Iowa DNR, on doing some, starting to do some treatments underneath the ice. But in a lot of our eastern lakes, until about May, those lakes are unfishable. So we talk about invasives and controlling them, that's lost dollars for gas and fishing licenses and things like that. Once you put that into perspective, administration really starts to listen. And curly-leaf is interesting because it starts to die back about the middle of May. So when we do aquatic plant surveys, we really want to target that June, July timeframe because that's when we see the most plant diversity as these plants naturally will senesce and grow throughout the year. So curly-leaf pondweed is also a problem because at the top of the leaf, they grow what's called a torions. So it's kind of this acorn-like structure that has a lot of seeds in it, and those will sink down at the bottom of the substrate And then you have a seed bank. So even if you treat 1 year, you have to treat multiple years to kill the plant. So Eurasian water milfoil. So this has been a new thing in Nebraska. Prior to when I started, we had 3 lakes in the state that had a Eurasian water milfoil: Lewis and Clark, Prairie Queen, and Swanson. As it turns out, as my administration notes, once you start looking, you start finding a lot more. So now we have, almost 30 water bodies in the state with Eurasian water milfoil. And this is a pretty bad problem in a lot of our lakes because it will just completely dominate the entire ecosystem. It makes it unfishable, extensive monocultures, again, not good for ducks as well. We have Nebraska sandhills, which is a very important stopover for a lot of migratory birds as well. And we're seeing this throughout the state. So what we had, kind of a distribution, we started with this little pocket in Omaha where we had a couple of lakes pop up, and the more and more we started looking, we saw more and more lakes around Omaha. Then all of a sudden we saw it all the way out near Scotts Bluff and Alliance, all the way in the northwest corner of Nebraska, right? Then we started finding it in all these Interstate 80 lakes. So the more we look, the more we find it. And that's kind of the problem. So trying to come up with a containment strategy, you have to keep this in mind of where the nearest lakes are. So, you can spend all this money and treat, but if it's going to be reintroduced, it's not worth it. So why is this a problem with Eurasian water milfoil? I'm sure some of you have heard Dr. Ryan Thum from Montana State, hybrid Eurasian water milfoil. And why is hybrid Eurasian water milfoil? I'm sure most of you know. It's been found in other states. But what happened is I started sampling, all these milfoil lakes in Nebraska, and it just wasn't looking right to me. It's like, this does not look like pure Eurasian water milfoil. So, got to talking with my colleagues with Iowa DNR, put me in touch with Montana State. We sent samples off to Montana State for analysis, and sure enough, we have hybrid Eurasian water milfoil in the state of Nebraska. So, and I should mention, I'm going to go back and kind of talk about this. There's only been 3 lakes in the state since I started that are new infestations. The rest of these infestations have been here for years. We've had federal people go out to these lakes and see the plant. We've had state people go out and see the plant. We've had universities go out and see the plant. They're like, there's a weed growing there. And they go about their day. Never think to report it. Right? So that just shows kind of this paradigm shift we need with aquatic plants on why it's important to get this in the right information. So, and when we detect Eurasian water milfoil early, it's a lot less costly to treat. So we've confirmed it in 2 lakes in Nebraska. It can only be 100% determined by genetic analysis. So we still have a bunch of samples pending with Montana State, so we're probably going to get more lakes come up with hybrid Eurasian water milfoil. And some hybrid genotypes are resistant to our typical management options for Eurasian water milfoil. Usually, what I've used the most is fluoridone, or the brand name is Sonar. That's usually what I use. Diquat's also good for spot treatment. But the only chemical on the market right now is Priscilla Decor that has hybrid Eurasian water milfoil on the label. Why is that important? It costs $29 a fluid ounce. So to treat a 29-acre lake in North Platte, Nebraska is going to cost more than $30,000. However, if someone had mentioned this before, when there's only a few plants, we could have treated that lake for $3,000 or $4,000. And some of these, this is really a cautionary tale, but some of your states have the resources and have more manpower that you can actually get some treatment options, for some of these plants. So the other thing with Eurasian water milfoil is Lewis and Clark, which is on the the Nebraska South Dakota border. What we're seeing now in our watercraft inspections are adult zebra mussels attaching to the stems of Eurasian water milfoil. So basically, you have trailers and trailers, with Eurasian water milfoil with zebra mussels attached. It's like a hand grenade, So this is why we spend a lot of money, doing our treatments up in Lewis and Clark, So we know it's such a big lake that we can't, get rid of all the milfoil, but at least if we can control our access points, it reduces the spread, not only for milfoil, but for zebra mussels as well. So the newest invasive in the state is brittle naiad. If you're not familiar with brittle naiad, it's a pretty nasty plant. It's worse to control than Eurasian water milfoil. We found it in a lake in northeast Nebraska in 2021 and last year in Lewis and Clark. So why is this a problem? So if you know anything about naiads and bromeliad especially, it loves sand. So, you know, the Nebraska sandhills are a very fragile ecosystem with the largest tract of the largest tract of untilled prairie kind of in the west. So if it gets into our sandhill lakes that are shallow, very, very eutrophic, it's going to cause just unrepairable damage because all those lakes are connected. So, and Cramper Lake's very interesting. So we found a pretty diverse native plant community there in 2021. In 2022, we had a big explosion of 2 native plants, whitewater crowfoot and Fry's pondweed, and we weren't able to detect it this year. So we have native plants potentially out-competing, you know, this invasive brittle naiad. So that only adds to having the need for this diverse plant community as well. Just about done. You know, I always get asked for identification resources. The one I send to a lot of the private pond owners is Texas A&M Aquaplant. It has a great, you know, kind of a step through to them to identify a plant. It also has treatment options. It has the Army Corps of Engineers trials on what herbicide is best for each plant. If you're looking for print guides, the way I learned is my boss in Iowa gave me a truck, a boat, and a rake, and Through the Looking Glass. This book from Wisconsin, it's no longer in print. I give that to all my inspectors and all my technicians, even when they're at boat ramps to help ID aquatic plants. So I highly recommend that. A more technical guide is the Wetland and Aquatic Plants, the Northern Great Plains. That's a very good, excellent guide as well. And it actually has some species distributions in the guide too. So kind of wrapping things up. So the next step. So now we're going to come up with a statewide plan on, you know, what do? We have so many lakes infested. How do we keep some of our, you know, more high-use lakes, you know, Lake McConaughey, some of our big lakes, a lot of the tourism dollars free of invasive. So we are prioritizing Eurasian water milfoil infestation. So in the back of my work truck, I have about 5 to 10 gallons of dicot. If I find a new milfoil, I go back to the truck and I kill it. So same day. I know, now I recognize that some of you guys can't do that, but that's sort of the rapid response that's needed, honestly. So, you know, and we're going to contain new milfoil, you know, and we're going to contain the current milfoil infestation. So all these lakes in Omaha are just more and more vectors to some of our other lakes. So we're going to prioritize our access areas and our boat ramps. You know, I can send a technician out that's pesticide certified with a 5-gallon sprayer, and they can spray a boat ramp. It's not rocket science. This spring, we're going to try, we already got some money, thankfully, but we're going to treat the 2 lakes we have in Nebraska with hybrid milfoil with Brazil core. That will happen in the spring, right when that plant starts to come up. And then we're also going to start doing a lot more curly leaf treatments right after ice out. So, and that really wants to increase that recreational access, because in the spring, you know, eastern Nebraska, lots of nutrients from farmland. It's just, you know, you can't even launch a boat in some of these water bodies. We are still trying to pursue some of this permanent herbicide funding. We're trying to, you know, convince the powers that be on why this is an issue, not only for us, but for a lot of our, you know, out in western Nebraska, a lot of our center pivot irrigation, a lot of the irrigation canals are chock full of veg too, so we need to keep those. And we're going to resample every one of those water bodies every 2 to 3 years, because once we find a plant soon, we can treat, you know, very fast. So that's why you need to resample these lakes every 2 to 3 years. So yeah, this is just one program in the state of Nebraska, and then, you know, I realize, you know, there's a lot of states out here that can't do what we do, but it doesn't take a lot of it doesn't take a lot of manpower. You know, kind of going back to where I talked, it takes that willingness to learn, and how can I make my program better? Even if you can't sample, you know, 30 lakes, start with 5. So your boat inspectors and do 3. You know, have them look for just the invasive. You don't have to know horn pondweed versus sago pondweed. I'm the only one that nerds out and likes to talk about that all day long. But certainly, if anyone, if anyone wants to talk to me later, I'd be more and more happy to. And thanks for having me.
So I think we maybe have time for one question if anybody has one. Other than how can you just do it?
It's, you know, it's a lot of work, and it's trying to prioritize what you have the time to do. So
All right, thanks so much. All right, so our next presenter is Rick Boatner from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Rick's got 32 years with Oregon Fish and Wildlife, 15 years in his current position as Invasive Species Wildlife Integrity Supervisor, managing the State Watercraft Inspection Program, the Integrity Program, which includes the Feral Swine Program, Wildlife Control Operators Program, and assists with the Wildlife Rehabilitation Program. Thanks for being here, Rick.
We'll see if I can hit the right button. That's generally the first thing. The green one in the middle.
The green button. Yeah, that one. There you go.
There we go. Oh, this is not good. Okay, I'm going to back up. There we go. Now that I figured out the button. Okay, I'll talk about the Summer Prairie. We did we succeeded at removing eradication of rusty crayfish from this small water body up in the Malheur water basin. So first, rusty crayfish give you a quick identification because originally when they first found it, they identified the wrong species. And we were really surprised because that species was like 300 miles away and we didn't think there was any way to get to it. And the rusty crayfish in Oregon is just over the ridge from this place. And it's the most established crayfish in the John Day system now and entering the Columbia and will soon just start working its way down the Columbia River. So it'll be the dominant species eventually. But some for non-native crayfish, first thing to look at if you get these pictures like I always get, what kind of a crayfish is this? You want to look at the back plate. Non-native crayfish generally don't have a wide body plate in the middle where that circle. And rusties always have that rusty spot on their side. I haven't seen one that hasn't yet. It can be darker sometimes or lighter, but they always have that. And they got an orange tip to their claws. First thing I'll say, color to a crayfish does not make any difference. A crayfish can be any color under the rainbow. So don't ever go on color alone. Well, Summer Prairie is in Great County. And, you know, it's one of these, I'll mention, you know, you have two different presentations of the same thing and you wonder which one you sent. So I think I sent the other one, but we'll go with it anyway. Summer Prairie is in Grant County, and Grant County is in the eastern part of Oregon, in the middle of nowhere, next to the Strawberry Wilderness area, and it's on National Forest land, on Malheur National Forest. And it's a small pond, only half acre, on a rock quarry. And the little pond with a log in it to your left, keep that in mind, because that will play in this in a minute here. So with this pond, in 2011, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, or Forest Service biologists, discovered smallmouth bass and crayfish in this pond. So in 2012, the department, we rote-known the pond to get rid of the smallmouth bass, and they assumed they got rid of the crayfish. Rote-known really doesn't work that well on crayfish. And then we walked away. Well, in about 2017, one of the U.S. Forest Service personnel filling his pumper truck noticed all these crayfish walking around in the area and called us. So we went out there to see what this one. Oh, I should mention, the goal was to, Summit Prairie Pond is about 1/3 of a mile away from Summit Creek. Now, Summit Creek is in the headwaters of the Malheur Basin. And we didn't want to get rusties into the Malheur because then it becomes like the John Day where it becomes the dominant species rather quickly. So it's not a big, but it's a headwater stream, so that was our concern. So we decided that we had to do about everything to try to get rid of these things. So, there we go. it's kind of out of order, but that's where we're at, where that star is. You're in the middle of, the closest town is like 25 miles away and it has like 20 people in it. So we're out in the middle of nowhere. So we decided to trap it out first. A trapping effort would generally be myself leaving the office about 5 o'clock at night, driving 5 or 6 hours to this site, dropping traps in, sleeping in the back of my pickup, picking up the traps, and then driving back to the office. That was the kind of the trapping effort. But we got a lot of crayfish out of there. We did daylight trapping and nighttime trapping, any opportunity we could. And we did that starting in October of 2018. And then it freezes over in the winter, so when we could get, as soon as we could get in the summer, which was about June, when ice out, we'd go trapping again. In that little pond I showed you earlier, in that little pond alone, just by seining, we got over 1,200 crayfish out of that little pond. So the ground literally walked when you walked up to the pond. It was really, so we did a lot of trapping, and if you throw out the 1,000 from the sediment bag, which I'll talk about in a minute, we trapped, 3,000 crayfish out of this 1/4 acre pond. And then Forest Service came by and go, well, we're gonna reactivate the rock quarry, so we wanna drain the pond. So that got me real excited, because my theory was if we drained the pond, the crayfish would back out into the water and stay in the water, and then we could use chemicals to treat it. The trouble with chemicals, there's nothing labeled. So consulted with Oregon Department of Ag, their pesticide division, and trying to figure out what kind of chemicals we could use in this pond. We did a lot of literature review. Arizona actually had one of the better guidelines for stuff they've used. We did a site visit with ODA and U.S. Forest Service, and then we requested an experimental use permit, and they put no restriction on us, which was sweet. So we used copper sulfite basically because that was cheap and we could get to it easy. So that's what the pond looked like after we got it drained down. Let me see. So we started draining the pond, and we put a sediment bag on the pond because we were draining the pond with a hose going over into this meadow area. So we put a sediment bag on. So if you're doing this stuff, I'd recommend putting a sediment bag. They're cheap, about 120 bucks a piece. In just that sediment bag alone, we almost caught 1,000 crayfish. And they were all little, juvenile of the year, but took a huge amount out of that. Once we got it drained, we decided to apply the chemicals. We used copper sulfate on the little pond, and I don't know if my video will work, probably not. Something the literature didn't tell you about copper sulfate, that when you apply it to the water, crayfish recognize it fairly quickly, and they would just start walking out of the water, which was really strange to see these armies of crayfish walk out of the water, and then they just turn around and go back. But it was really bizarre, and we had all sorts of age groups doing that. So we tried the first treatment there in the theory that all the crayfish would move down, but unfortunately, I think it's my next picture. Whoop, no, it's not. See, this is the wrong, my other presentation. So we went in there, and we thought we did the job, and we came back and did a post-treatment, and we found crayfish again. We realized that some of the crayfish would follow the water. Most of them just went under the rocks and stayed there until the water filled up. And this has a spring that goes from underneath that fills it back up. So when we came back, we found crayfish. And so we treated the water body again with copper, thinking, okay, we got it this time. No, we didn't get it that time either. We were dropping numbers down quickly. We were getting up to 49, 50 in a trap set, and I was having traps like every 10 feet. I covered that pond with traps, trying to get everything out of there. So we treated it again, got more crayfish, treated it again, found more crayfish, and then winter hit, and then the fire season hit, so we couldn't do anything. So we went in the next year, hoping maybe something residue would kill everything. We found more crayfish. So this year, that time we decided, that was be in 2022, that it was enough fooling around with this. So instead of crystals, we made a slurry and dropped that in, hoping that would work. No, it didn't work. But it knocked the numbers down. And in that summer, we treated it 3 times, 3 separate, and we put over 500 pounds of copper sulfite into this. We were killing everything. The good news that this year when we've done 2 sampling treatments, we had no crayfish. So we finally, I think, did it. What was the amazing part, even after our first treatment, within 1 year, the long-toed salamanders, the cascade frogs, all started returning to the pond. Before, you know, when the rusties were there, anything touched the water and it was like an army just going on them, and they would just march and grab them. It was really the freakiest thing I've ever seen, besides them walking out of the water when we put the copper sulfate on there. So we think we have this. And in my next slide, if I had the right I have a thank you, which didn't make it in this one, but we had a lot of partners. We had U.S. Forest Service, we had the Burns Paiute tribe help us, ODA helped us, and then I was able to persuade our fish biologists. They did a lot of the pesticide treatment because they're closer, but they were 100 miles away. But they would do the treating, so I had Dave Banks and Kurt Henley and Martine Reisman who were doing the treatment for it. So I got a lot of thanks to them, and yeah, I ate a lot of crayfish during this time. So like I said, I'll make it quick and simple and take any questions.
Anyone have any questions? I've got one, actually. Go.
Did you ever look at using a chelated copper product instead of the copper sulfate?
We looked at it. The copper sulfate was just cheap. And we did this on a shoestring in the sense that in Oregon, we have what's called a non-game tax checkoff fund. And I was able to persuade them at least to pay for the copper. And so I took the cheapest stuff I could get. And you can get it anywhere in Oregon, so it made it convenient, especially when we did things like, you know, we thought we had 200 pounds in our pickup and we had 50. We could go somewhere and get something.
So the 500 pounds of copper sulfate you used was in that reduced pond area?
No, that was in the full pond, the quarter
Okay,
acre.
gotcha. I was going to say, you filled the whole pond up.
Yeah, and the way after we did the slurry, we'd walk the pond. If we found any crayfish, which they did, they would reapply using a spreader, and then come back a month later, crayfish, spreader. And so we were probably using, I think, in the last calculation, by label for a molluscicide, the copper sulfate can be used. You're allowed 5 milligrams per liter, and we were at 20 milligrams per liter. So we were getting it hot, and it's a fishless system, so it really didn't matter. And even the cascade frog and long-toed, they're not a threatened species, so we weren't too worried for this instance. And then just recently, U.S. Forest Service actually replanted our native signal crayfish in there, so we'll see if that population works out. So,
Nice work.
Yep. Easy peasy.
Thanks, Rick. All right, next up we have Kevin Netcher from NDOW, from Nevada Department of Wildlife. He's going to be talking another crayfish talk. Australian red claw crayfish eradication efforts in the Clark County Wetlands Park in Las Vegas. Kevin received a bachelor's in fisheries resource from the University of Idaho, graduating in 2011. He's worn a bunch of different hats for NDOW, which is great. Before becoming the AIS coordinator, he was a hatchery tech, LaHunt cutthroat trout safe harbor biologist, fish biologist, management responsibilities of native trout in the Columbia River Basin and Nevada, and he currently lives in Reno with his wife and 1-year-old daughter. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the introduction. So I'm going to give a quick overview of our eradication efforts for Australian red claw crayfish in the Clark County Wetlands Park in southern Nevada. So first, I'd like to thank all of our partners who assisted on this project, which includes Clark County, the Clark County Wetlands Park, Wetland Park Friends, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, or SNWA, the Las Vegas Valley Water District, the Las Vegas Wash Coordinating Committee, the Desert Research Institute, and the National Park Service. So first I want to give a little background on where we're at in the project area. So the bottom photo is a photo of the Las Vegas Wash, and in the background you can see Las Vegas with the strip. And so Lake Mead serves as a primary water source for the cities of Las Vegas and Henderson, Nevada. The Las Vegas Wash is the primary drainage channel for the Las Vegas Valley, with reclaimed water returned to Lake Mead. The discharged urban flows and storm runoff can exceed over 200 million gallons a day. The wash was once ephemeral but became perennial with the growth of Las Vegas in the 1950s. This perennial flow led to the establishment of wetlands, but as Las Vegas continued to grow, the flows increased and there was increased erosion, and eventually the wash began to insize, and eventually large head cuts began to form. And sorry for the poor photo quality, but this photo was supplied by the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and it shows one of the large head cuts that formed in the wash. So to address this erosion and the water quality issues, the Las Vegas Wash Coordinating Committee was formed in 1998. It's comprised of 26 federal, state, and local agencies, with SNWA serving as the lead agency. Since 1998, the Coordinating Committee has installed 21 channels stabilizing weirs, and over 13 miles of banks have been stabilized with riprap. And in true Las Vegas fashion, the riprap came from imploded casinos. And additionally, over 1,500 acres of invasive tamarisk has been removed and replanted with native vegetation. The Coordination Committee has also completed over 20 years of wildlife surveys, with annual surveys for 4 threatened or endangered species. These include the Yuma ridgeway rail, the southwestern willow flycatcher, the yellow-billed cuckoo, and the desert tortoise. And excitingly, in 2023, the first successful reproduction of the southwestern willow flycatcher was documented in the wash. So here's some before and after photos of the restoration that occurred in the wash. So now I'm going to move on to the Clark County Wetlands Park. And so within the Las Vegas Wash is the Clark County Wetlands Park. The Wetlands Park spans 2,900 acres on the eastern edge of the Las Vegas Valley, with a 200-acre nature preserve within it, and 4 trailheads. This park provides recreational opportunities and for all ages, thank you, and was formed in 1991 with the passage of a bond. The Wetlands Park has continued to grow and now serves as a major recreational and educational resource for the Las Vegas Valley. Included on the slide is their mission statement, just for reference. So the Wetlands Park is not directly connected to the Las Vegas Wash. It actually receives its water via an underground pipeline from the city of Henderson's wastewater treatment facility. The water temperature is roughly 16 degrees Celsius or 6 degrees Fahrenheit. And before it enters the Wetland Park, it splits and sends water into 2 series of ponds, the West Pond, Boardwalk Pond, and Hidden Ponds to the west, and North Pond, Middle Pond, and Burns Pond to the east. Cells A, B, C, D, E, and F experience fluctuating water levels depending on the time of year. And it's worth noting that both West Pond and Boardwalk Pond, which are circled in red, are very close to the main parking area for the park. And also the Wetlands Park is known to have a very shallow water table. So now I am going to give a quick background on the red claw crayfish. And all this information is from a recently published paper by Halbrook. Red claw crayfish are a popular aquaculture species due to their size and maturity and fast growth rates. They are the second most economically important crayfish in the world, only behind red swamp crayfish. And additionally, their unique coloration makes them very popular with the aquarium pet trade. They are euthermal and able to tolerate a wide range of temperatures, with lethal temperatures being below 10 degrees Celsius and above 35 degrees Celsius. Their max growth rates occur at 24 to 32 degrees Celsius. And they are able to withstand dissolved oxygen levels less than 1 milligram per liter and are relevantly tolerant to ammonia. They do reach sexual maturity at between 6 to 9 months, can reproduce 3 to 5 times a year, with 200 to 800 eggs each time. And additionally, 17% are intersex, which is very beneficial to establishing new populations. So here are the current site records for them within the USGS NOS database. Currently in Puerto Rico, the Rio Grande in Texas, an urban pond in Los Angeles, and the Clark County Wetlands Park in Nevada. And they are native to the sub-equatorial zone in northern Australia and southern New Guinea. And currently in Nevada, red-clawed crayfish are listed as an injurious species under Nevada Administrative Code, which makes them illegal to possess in Nevada. And yeah, unfortunately, this is not our first experience with this species. In 2003, it was discovered that a private landowner was illegally propagating this crayfish and was planning to use them for a roadside restaurant in Mina, Nevada. Mina is a tiny town between Las Vegas and Reno. And so our game wardens had to go to the facility and remove and euthanize all the crayfish present. And a couple weeks later, the sign was posted along the highway in Mina, and it's still there today. So I'm going to give a quick timeline of the observations of the crayfish in the wetlands park. On November 2nd, 2022, a wetlands docent reported a blue lobster to the wetlands park staff. And unfortunately, this sighting was not relayed to any other entity. On January 13th, 2023, a private citizen reported a sighting to the USGS NOS database in the West Pond. And this is when NDOW first became aware of the population. And on January 18th, 2023, a Great Basin Initiative crew caught one while removing cattails from Boardwalk Pond. Both West and Boardwalk Pond are there in the red circles. Subsequent trapping by some NDOW fisheries biologists confirmed their presence in West and Boardwalk ponds, but none were trapped in Hidden Pond, which is the next pond in the series. Yeah, so after several meetings with the county and the wetland park staff, we decided that our best route was to attempt a dewatering project for both West and Boardwalk ponds. Unfortunately, we had a hard stop date of March 1st due to the migratory breeding bird season, and the county was unwilling to go past that date with the project. So this only left us with 7 days in the end of February to drain the ponds. Unfortunately, this did occur during a cold snap where it actually snowed in Las Vegas. And our hopes were that during the night, the temperatures would reach their lethal limit for the crayfish. But also at this point, we didn't have any grasp on the extent of burrowing that was occurring within the ponds. Yeah, so to dewater the ponds, trash pumps are used in both of them. We did run into the problem of where do we send the water. Obviously, we didn't want to pump the water to any other adjacent water source and risk spreading the species. So with the help of Clark County Maintenance Department, several hundred feet of PVC piping was used to pump the water into the nearby desert where it was evaporated. And due to the relatively small size of the West Pond, we were able to dry it out within 3.5 hours. But unfortunately, the shutoff valve to the inlet pipe from the water treatment facility couldn't be closed all the way, and the pond continued to fill at roughly 10 gallons a minute. So subsequently, the West Pond had to be pumped dry each day. And the water entering the pond continued to be that 16 degrees Celsius. Boardwalk Pond had a much larger surface area and took longer to pump dry, approximately 2 days. Once Boardwalk Pond was dry, it remained dry for the entire project time. And it's hard to tell from the photos, but there were numerous burrows present within the bottom of the ponds. And unfortunately, the population in both ponds was larger than we had hoped. There's several age classes present and clear signs of reproduction. As you can see, that one crayfish had attached eggs. It's really hard to determine, but we estimated that the population was introduced anywhere from 1 to 3 years ago. We did remove 43 captured crayfish and were euthanized, and they were stored at a freezer at Endow's regional office in Las Vegas. And following the project, we were actually contacted by researchers from Georgia Southern University that requested tissue samples. So 30 of the frozen crayfish were sent there to assist with their research. And we do have very limited temperature data that does suggest with the pumping, we were able to reach the lethal temperatures. With daily pumping, the West Pond temperature, that's in orange, did reach a threshold of 10 degrees Celsius. And since Boardwalk Pond was mostly dry, its temperature is definitely influenced by some air temperature there, not just water temperature. And interestingly, Hidden Pond, which is the purple dots, the next pond downstream in the series, we were able to, where no pumping occurred, we did still reach that threshold of below 10 degrees Celsius. So after the initial dewatering project, we knew a much more extensive survey was needed to determine if the crayfish were anywhere else in the wetlands park or the Las Vegas Wash. So Endow consulted with the Desert Research Institute on performing an eDNA survey of the area. These next few slides were provided by Dr. Dwayne Moser with the Institute. Unfortunately, a published primer already existed for red claw crayfish. However, there are red swamp crayfish throughout the project area, and there were concerns that the presence of the red swamp crayfish could lead to false positives for red claw crayfish. So Dr. Moser's lab performed 3 replicates using tissue samples, and there's a greater than 10 cycle difference between the target and non-target species. And this chart shows qPCR detections for laboratory dilutions of red claw crayfish with tissue extract. 3 replicates for each solution were performed, illustrating that detection works well across a very large range of concentrations. And the following conclusions were drawn by Dr. Moser. The published COI primers from Baudry et al. For red claw crayfish are sensitive and specific, and they cannot see a reason to develop any new custom primers. Investment in specific qPCR probes would likely improve assay performance further, and this assay should be suitable and ready to deploy for monitoring at the Las Vegas Wash or elsewhere at any time. And so that's great news. And so moving forward, we had a large trapping effort that was performed by Endow, Clark County, SNWA, and a large volunteer force in conjunction with the eDNA sampling that was performed by the Desert Research Institute. And for the trapping effort, 102 baited traps were placed in the 6 named ponds. The cells where water was present in the adjacent Las Vegas Wash. The ponds where red claw crayfish were previously found, or that was performed by a single team in hopes of avoiding any eDNA cross-contamination. And the good news is only 3 red claw crayfish were captured in the West Pond. None were captured in the Boardwalk Pond or any of the remaining ponds on the wetland park or in the Las Vegas Wash. And throughout the summer, SNWA has continued to set traps in conjunction with other surveys they are performing. And to date, they have not caught any red claw crayfish. And we expect the eDNA results hopefully in the coming weeks. Here's some photos from that sampling effort. Fisheries technicians setting some traps in the Boardwalk Pond. Photo of DRI, Desert Research Institute, doing their eDNA sampling. There's one photo of a red claw crayfish there, but unfortunately several other species of illegally introduced pets were also captured, including red-eared sliders, Texas softshell turtles, goldfish, and Pocostomus. And it's become very evident that the Wetlands Park is a popular location for releasing unwanted pets. And it wasn't just aquatic pets. Prior to the survey, approximately 100 domestic rabbits were released at the Wetlands Park, and the county is currently working with wildlife services to trap and remove them. And I have no idea why you would have 100 domestic rabbits. Yeah, so the next steps, this will all be guided by the eDNA results when available. But our plan is to work with the water treatment facility and completely block the pipe to the inlet pipe to West Pond, Boardwalk Pond, and Hidden Ponds. We then plan to pump all 3 ponds dry and leave them dry for a minimum of 2 months during the winter, with the hopes that there are enough cold spells to kill any red claw crayfish present. The plan is to do this 2 years in a row, but ultimately that'll depend on the county and their approval to move forward. Also, we're going to repeat the trapping and EDN efforts in 2024 and 2025 to confirm if we're successful. And through this project, it has become very clear that the releasing of unwanted pets is a huge problem at the Wetlands Park. So we're currently partnering with the county to develop an educational program to convey to the public why this is a bad idea for the Las Vegas area. And then finally, I'd like to thank Kevin Guadalupe, who's pictured on the slide. Kevin is a fisheries biologist in southern Nevada who primarily works with endemic fish species, but he was very instrumental in coordinating and implementing all the field work associated with this effort. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. I think we have time for one. Anybody?
Yeah.
Sam, hang on.
Thanks, Kevin. Do you have any concerns about the crayfish burrowing? Do these burrow?
Yeah, that's why we're trying. Our best option, we think, is to use the cold temperatures to freeze them out. Because they burrow and the Wetlands Park has such a shallow water table, I don't think we'd be able to completely dry.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
All right, thank you.
All right, so let's see. I'm going to see if this is working better. It's really a lot of feedback. Last but not least, zebra mussel eradication effort at Highline Lake. The infamous and famous Robert Walters. Heard you were on NPR the other day.
Yeah, talking about some crayfish issues.
Yeah, yeah. So we're blessed to be in your presence. So Robert is the invasive species program manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and he's been with them for how many years?
Since 2012.
12 years. Thanks for being here.
Some good math, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if I can figure this out. All right, before I get started, I just want to theorize on why I got this premium spot on the agenda. No, it's not that. It's not that I'm a great speaker. It's not that this is the highlight. It's as a seasoned boat inspector, I am very comfortable standing between people and their favorite form of recreation. All right, well, we're going to move on from that. And I'll just share with you some information regarding our zebra mussel eradication effort out at Highline Lake. All right, so first, I think before this detection out at Highline Lake, most of you would have said, where in the world is Highline Lake? And many of you still probably are. Well, Highline Lake is a reservoir out in western Colorado. It's about 30 minutes northwest of Grand Junction. This is a really, really high priority recreational reservoir for the Grand Valley community. There's a lot of warm water fishing opportunities out there, as well as the primary boating location for the area. Boating out there is very, very popular. They allow motorized boating from March the 1st through the end of September each and every year. It's important to note that this is a day use only reservoir. There's no marina, there's no overnight mooring of boats, which of course is really important when we start talking about the potential transportation of mussels. Another relevant thing regarding Highline Lake is really the water source. So the water from for Highline Lake comes from the Colorado River. It cuts off into the Highline Government Canal, which is essentially a very large canal system, about 38 miles of canal that irrigates the Grand Valley out there. Then that goes into Highline Lake. The water from Highline Lake spills out into Mac Wash. Mac Wash confluences with Salt Creek, and then Salt Creek goes back into the Colorado River. So the water comes from the Colorado and goes back into the Colorado. It's also important to note that at the confluence there of the Colorado River, this is critical habitat for 4 threatened and endangered native fish species to the Colorado River, which was a really high priority for us when we were looking at our options. All right, I'm not going to go through this whole timeline for you, but just to hit on a few of the key points. The first detection of zebra mussels occurred on September the 14th of 2022. We found a single adult zebra mussel on an intentionally deployed artificial substrate on the west boat ramp. We turned that around really, really quick. We had that completely identified via visual and genetic confirmation and had a containment program in place at Highline by September the 16th, only 2 days later. We closed a surface water recreation on September the 31st. That again had nothing to do with the zebra mussel detection. That was just the regularly scheduled closure out there at Highline, and we spent the rest of the fall sampling the heck out of the area. So this is what our sampling efforts really concluded in the fall of 2022. We found several adult zebra mussels in different locations around the reservoir, 3 different locations, about 20 adult zebra mussels in the reservoir in total. A little bit more bad news, we did find 2 additional adult zebra mussels downstream of the reservoir in Mac Wash. That's the bad news. The good news is that we did not find any evidence of zebra mussels anywhere upstream of Highline in that canal system or in the Colorado River. We felt that it was really important for us to put forth this significant sampling effort to determine the extent of the population, as that was really going to inform any potential management options that we had available to us. Another thing we really looked at was Highline itself. Really looking at Highline, we determined that there were some unique factors out there that made it a really good candidate for a potential eradication effort. Some of the things that we looked at were the size of the reservoir. At full pool, Highline Lake is about 160 surface acres, so not tiny, but not gigantic either. And primarily, there is no water coming into or out of Highline Lake from November until the 1st of April, so we essentially had a stagnant pool of water sitting out there for approximately 5 months. One other thing that really worked in our favor is that CPW really has sole jurisdiction over this reservoir, which gave us a lot of latitude in terms of what we were able to do out there. So what we decided was that we were going to try to attempt this eradication out there. We thought this was the best thing that we could do to try to limit the potential impacts. That being said, as I mentioned, this is a trophy sport fishery out there. It is a huge draw for the community out there in the Grand Valley, so we wanted to try to kill the mussels without killing off all the fish. Pretty lofty goal, but we did the best that we could. All right, so we decided that we were going to take a 2-phase approach to this eradication effort. The first phase of that for us was that we did a significant drawdown of the reservoir. Few reasons behind this drawdown. First was that we really wanted to have a better understanding of what the mussel population in the reservoir might look like. We expected when we drew the reservoir down that we would see a heck of a lot more mussels. Nope, not one. Didn't find another mussel when we drew this thing down 30 feet, which was really, really surprising. In addition to that, we really wanted to be able to expose the first 30 or so feet of the shoreline to freezing and drying conditions. In consultation with folks that have seen a lot more zebra mussels than I have, they tell us the vast majority of zebra mussels live in the first 20 to 30 feet of the water column. So we hoped that by drawing this down, we would expose the vast majority of those to the freezing and drying conditions that they would hopefully experience out there in the Grand Valley over the winter. Last but not least, we were going to move on to phase 2 of this application, which was an application of a molluscicide. We wanted to put as little chemical into the environment as possible, so by reducing the volume of water that we were treating, that reduced the volume of chemical that we actually had to put out there into the water. As you can see there was some pretty good freezing and thawing that occurred out there in the Grand Valley in the winter. It was in that condition for greater than 60 days, and we saw several freeze and thaw cycles, which was really good for this piece of the effort. All right, the next little bit of this is once we got this thing drawn down, our awesome aquatic biologists in the Northwest region had to do a lot of bathymetric mapping of the reservoir. They did the best they could considering that the reservoir was completely frozen over at the time, but we wanted to get the best estimate that we could to help us figure out how much product we needed to put into the water. Overall, our drawdown was very, very successful. We actually drew the reservoir down to approximately 20% of its total volume, or an 80% reduction in volume. All right, phase 2, here's where it got really exciting. We decided that we were going to go out there and apply EarthTech QZ to the remaining water in the reservoir. I'm not going to get too far into EarthTech because David Hammond will be here tomorrow and he knows this way better than I do, but just at the baseline, this is a copper-based EPA registered molluscicide that has been used somewhat regularly in similar eradication efforts in the US. We really followed the label to a T. We didn't try to get any sort of special use permits or anything like that. We tried to do it as the label read. A few interesting things to be aware of on the label. The label only allows for you to treat half of the reservoir at a time, which I thought was kind of interesting. It also requires you to do treatments 14 days apart. So we tried to target 2 treatments to treat the entirety of the lake over the course of 30 days. Picture's worth 1,000 words, right? Man, March 1st in the Grand Valley, got a snowstorm. That's pretty weird out there. It's a pretty warm part of the state. It was not the best for applying. It was the best for keeping the public away. I think I saw one person out there with a camera. I think there would have been a heck of a lot more than that if we weren't sitting in a snowstorm, so that was a good time. Love those marshmallow suits on a cold, snowy day. Round 2 looked a little bit better, but this was 6 a.m. About 7 a.m., the rain picked up and the wind came in, so it wasn't very kind to us out there. Round 3, I don't even have a picture of, because that was even worse. Here's just a couple unique things that we really had to try to figure out. When we drew the reservoir down, we essentially created a giant mud flat on the northern end of the reservoir. Man, that mud out there at Highline is sticky and sinky. When you would step into this stuff, you would be going waist deep into this, so there was no way that we were going to be able to get out there. So we actually built bridges, walked out on the breakwaters, did everything we possibly could to make sure that we were getting that earth tech into every bit of water that we possibly could. In the parts that were a little bit deeper, we actually had several river rafts that we brought out there onto the reservoir. Our biologists actually created their own application equipment to get this stuff into the reservoir, which was awesome. We had several jet boats out there. I think we had 25 people at each one of these applications, just making sure that we did this the best that we possibly could. Oh man, breakwaters. If I ever see another breakwater in my life, it's gonna be too soon. Travis, how you feeling about that? You with me, buddy? Yeah, so, man, these breakwaters out there, there's a lot of breakwaters on Highline, and when we got out there, every single one of them is holding water. Man, so we actually had to go out there. We cracked every single one of these breakwaters open and actually injected them with a syringe with EarthTech QZ to make sure that no stone was left unturned. I'm just trying to highlight here that we did everything we possibly could to make sure that we hit everything that was in contact with that reservoir. All right, so in total, we applied approximately 1,600 gallons of EarthTech QZ out there in Highline Lake. Yes, that's a lot of product. But of course, you don't just go pour 1,600 gallons of a copper-based molluscicide into a reservoir and hope for the best. We worked very closely with our water quality section, who are a lot smarter on these things than I did, and they actually helped us to come up with a very extensive water quality monitoring process here. What we identified was 9 representative sites within the reservoir. We went out there each and every day for 45 days and sampled them at surface and depth. What we were really monitoring for was the temperature of the water, the copper concentrations, the pH, as well as the dissolved oxygen. Kind of interesting thing out there, as I mentioned, when we drew the reservoir down, we expected to see a lot of mussels. We thought we could use some of those mussels as sentinels. We didn't find any mussels, so we didn't have any sentinels. There was a brief moment in time where we considered bringing in mussels to use as sentinels. Yeah, but we decided that was a bad idea. But what we did actually come up with is that in addition to zebra mussels, Highline Lake also has a very extensive population of corbicula clams. So we thought those might serve as pretty good sentinels. So we actually used that for our sentinel species. It was not 100%, but we did see 90% mortality on those corbicula clams by the end of the treatment. There's not a lot of research out there that I'm aware of in terms of how this product actually impacts those corbicula clams, but I think they're probably a little bit more resistant than zebra mussels are. So when I saw that 90%, I felt pretty good. Not as good as I would have with 100%, but 90% ain't bad. All right, so what did all this look like? So these are actually our copper concentrations that we had in the reservoir following the treatment. We worked closely with Dr. David Hammond of Earth Science Laboratories to try to find that sweet spot where we could hopefully kill the mussels but not kill off all the fish. We really identified that 0.24 milligrams per liter as our target copper concentration in the reservoir. You can see there at our first treatment, we were, well, kind of all over the board, but that's not really, it's too surprising. What I think is more important is a couple days later, you can actually see that the copper was very well distributed within the reservoir, all across all of our sampling sites at both depth and surface, which was great to see. You can see between those two treatments, we saw the copper concentrations dropping slowly, which I think was pretty promising. Treatment 2, we were really on top of it. We got just above our treatment threshold there, our target concentration, saw that drop again. We actually saw a little bit of a, well, I'm not sure that the Grand Valley Irrigation District would agree with me, but a benefit to us is they had some significant maintenance issues in the Highline Government Canal that led to them delaying the delivery of water into Highline. So while we had only planned for 2 treatments, we got to do a 3rd. Woohoo! Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to order as much product as we would have liked, but we put every last drop of that stuff that we had out there into the reservoir on March 30th. You can see there was a little bit of a spike there in the concentrations, and then that just tanked. Why did it tank? I don't know. I have some theories I'll discuss here in a second. But one really important thing to mention here is that we were really walking the line in terms of what our pollutant discharge permit allowed for us. So we had to be very careful that any water that was discharged from Highline did not exceed the aquatic life standard. You can see by the time that the water actually spilled out of Highline on April the 19th, we were well below that aquatic life standard, which was exactly what we hoped for. We had that 80% dilution as the water filled back up into the reservoir, plus I'm assuming a lot of consumption by the organisms out there in the water, and we got well below that point by the time the water spilled, which was great. What wasn't so great was the temperature out there. So it was really cold this last spring on the western slope of Colorado. That was good for freezing the mussels that may have been out there on the shoreline, potentially not so good for the effectiveness of this product. So the research that I've been able to find, really the product has only been studied in its effectiveness at temperatures 7 degrees C and above. As you can see there on the chart, for at least the period between the first and second treatments, we were below that 7 degrees C. This is not something I had any control over. That's just the environmental conditions and the window that we had available to us. Treatment 2 and 3, the temperatures kind of hovered right around that 7 degrees C. Life was getting a little bit better. And then, of course, following treatment number 3, the temperatures really spiked to where I wanted them to be the entire time. Maybe there's a correlation there between when all that copper started to drop off and the temperature increase in the reservoir. Again, just a theory, but certainly not exactly what we were hoping for throughout the duration of the treatment. All right, so what do we do? How do we gauge the effectiveness of this thing? Well, we found mussels by sampling and monitoring. Maybe we should just do more of that. Yeah, so that's what we did in 2023 is we just really ramped up our sampling and monitoring efforts. So far in 2023, we are still out there sampling on a weekly basis. We have done more than 200 plankton tows in the reservoir. Our Aquatic Animal Health Lab in Brush, Colorado worked in collaboration with the Bureau of Reclamation Technical Service Center in Lakewood to develop an in-house PCR assay to help us verify any suspect specimens that we may come across. We have deployed a ton of substrates out there on the reservoir. We are checking those monthly. We're not checking them weekly because I don't want to mess with the substrates too often. And we are doing all the shoreline surveys that we possibly can. Of course, you're expecting me to say, what have I found? Nothing that meets the regional standards to date. Woohoo! The year is not over, though. It's about to get real exciting. But while we're going through all this, what does CPW do? Well, we contain. We really feel that we have a responsibility to make sure that these mussels don't spread to other reservoirs within Colorado or anywhere else in the U.S. So we have invested a heck of a lot of money into that containment effort. For infrastructure improvements, we completely closed down one of the boat ramps to really be able to consolidate our resources. We increased our decontamination capacity at the west boat ramp. We built a completely portable, solar-powered on-demand system that can decontaminate 2 boats at the same time. We built concrete pads out there for the convenience and comfort of our inspectors. We have water, propane tanks. We are working with the local fire district to truck in water for us every week. We're going through about 5,000 gallons of water every single week to decontaminate all of these boats. And then the hard part is the human power element of this. We have approximately 75,000 in additional operating that we have put on the ground at Highline just to cover the additional decontaminators that are necessary to decontaminate every single one of these boats. How's that going? really, really, really well. So far, our inspectors out there have decontaminated more than 2,300 outgoing vessels at Highline. We've had 2,301 incoming inspections, so we missed one of them. Yeah, that person tore down our gate and left after hours and was written a ticket. So he didn't get off scot-free. Outside of that, every single boat that has left Highline this year has been decontaminated, which I think is really like a gold standard for containment. I don't know what more we could do than decontaminate every single boat. All right, so what does this cost? Man, this is the question people keep asking me. It's not done, so these are just cost to date and estimates, but in terms of the treatment itself, we spent just over $100,000. That's about a 50-50 split between the cost of the product and the manpower to actually put it out there in the water. In terms of our sampling and monitoring, we've spent about $36,000 in addition to what we would have spent in a typical year. And again, the real cost is in the containment effort. That's the infrastructure and the manpower on the ground to actually do that work. So we've spent about $300,000 on this project to date. That's just 2023. It's still ongoing. We do anticipate about $100,000 in costs each and every year moving forward as we continue to sample the heck out of this reservoir and try to continue to decontaminate all of those boats. So what's next? Well, the immediate future is pretty evident. September 31st, we close Highline to recreation. Well, not recreation, but boating. No more boats. Woohoo, feeling good. October 1st, they're going to remove all the buoys that have been out there on the reservoir. We're going to start looking at that stuff that's been out there for an extended period of time. And then on mid-October, that's the day I'm really looking forward to and dreading. That's when we're going to start pulling all the docks, all the boats that have been out there on the water for the entire summer and take a good close look at those. That's when we found the vast majority of the mussels last fall. So I think that will be really telling in terms of how effective this has been to date. And beyond that, well, that depends on what happens this fall. So I don't really know what to say on that at this point. The only thing I can tell you is that CPW is committed to this containment program. We will continue to implement that containment, inspection, and decontamination program for at least the next 5 years while we consider this water body to be infested. We think that's the least that we can do to protect everybody out here in the West. So that's what I got. I know I'm probably over time and everybody wants to go drink a beer. Oh, 1958. I rocked that, Barack.
You want to save all the questions for happy hour?
Yeah, right. Let's do it over some drinks.
Testament to early detection. I can guarantee that those dollar amounts would be quadruple to tenfold if, you know.
Yes, it would.
You sat on.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Robert.
Yep.
We have 3 more presentations, I think, right? They're about an hour long each, so get comfortable. No, big round of applause for all our presenters today. Very helpful, informative. And thanks, Astonish, for lunch today. And thank you, Mark, for happy hour, social hour now. Let's go. See you all tomorrow, 8:30 right here. Thank you, Mark.